The Divinity Mission. Logline. Crafted with sacred knowledge and molded by divine mentorship, Legion logs his journey and leads the mission, ensuring our survival. Blurb. I thought I was just like anyone until a series of circumstances led me to travel, becoming homeless when reaching my destination. After unknowingly proving myself worthy, I spent years of my life submersed in divine mentorship and preparation for the calling. Faced with an urgent mission to bring about the ascension of mankind, I evolve a plethora of roles. Providence, purpose, torment, and burden encircle me as I walk a path for the chosen to follow and lay a foundation for society to build on. Holding our banner, I rally the collective consciousness of humanity and work towards awakening the populace from the illusion. Augmented by unseen forces, I set forth to bring unity and prosperity to the world. Surrounded by miracles and surrealism, people and environment alike, I navigate an existential journey that inspires zeal to some and trepidation to others. I have become the harbinger of a new era. Key point. Understanding the mystery through the veil unlocks doors to opportunity and responsibility. A new era comes fast, and the path to ascension will not fit the cognizance of many, though we must continue to try. We're all in this together, though some of us face isolation and hardship that will crush us into diamonds. The hierarchy goes from dragon to hydra and endures until we see ourselves as equal. All communities must find balance. Human agency and divine authority to this degree is unprecedented. We move forward, following those who have answered the call. If we are true to ourselves and choose peace over power, we can achieve the pursuit of our personal legends. Anything said with energy doesn't take us closer to or farther from anything. We are all that ever has been and will be. You just have to remember. If you think you have the answer, just remember words are just as much weapons as they are tools. Misinformation and disinformation plague every fiber of your mentality. See beyond the veil once your senses and perception adjust through vigorous phenomenon exposure. Written 2021 to 2024. Preface. Great Tide, Sacred Truth, Legion, Invictus, Army of One, Nashram. I began to write as things started to change. My writing improves just as the topics of discussion do over time. The first half of this book is primarily a journaling session of an amateur trying to share what was impossible to put into words. But after the cry out for attention, this book explains and identifies incredibly sensitive information pertaining to the operation of human existence. I do my best to find my place and navigate a course for others like me to associate. To put it bluntly, the good stuff is in the second half of the book, but it's important the reader knows my mindset and where I came from. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of words unshared on my Discord server and even more in the journals on paper and, of course, the Legion document I have been producing. I want a great portion of the world to know what we are not supposed to know. I want this to happen because I need to know that humanity can stand in the face of its own ignorance. We are more than meets the eye. Some of us will understand. I have witnessed the supernatural and prove its existence in many ways. Please understand I wrote this book as a juvenile trying to understand. The place I'm at now laughs at the attempt to be heard and share what was, yet I know it's a stepping stone for some. There is magic everywhere, and some of us need to awaken our own potential. I hope my story and observations can help everyone. I need no validation, for what is understood as God has already sent me the confirmation I yearn for. The mission moves forward, regardless of opposition. Amongst the missing poetry and conversations are details that empower anyone who believes they are chosen. If you are, you will experience things that cannot really be explained. You will suffer ridicule for trying. I have learned how to prove it with fire, so if you are concerned about being locked up in a psych ward, reach out to me on Discord or email from the website, and I will explain to you how to prove the presence of that which is beyond the average mortal's perception. There is more written and recorded than this book offers. A Discord server and a YouTube channel, both through a website I have created, legionexpert.net. LEGIONXPERT.net. The Divinity Mission is a journaling experience during a radical transition in my life. As I continue to experience varying applications of reality and circumstances demanding more and more from my psyche, I write and deduce my own narrative based on observations, speculations, and projections that serve mankind to the best of my comprehension. This book reveals the operation of divinity that encompasses us as we pursue our mortal objectives. Some of us have been chosen for great deeds and discovery, and it is my hope that I have left a trail for those like me to follow and one day extend beyond. I am doing my part to awaken humanity from the illusion designed to keep us under control and into the alignment of infinite beings experiencing the mortal coil. Miracles and madness await anyone who takes this journey. If you are not chosen, you will likely take on the role of a truth seeker, scout identity. If your discoveries take you farther than I have written, you will be known as a truth keeper, soldier identity. And it will be your discernment that counts when conversing with others. You have to tell them a story to create an image in their mind so they can imagine how to see it as it really is. The lies that lead to truth are the hardest to master. I volunteered for something ineffable and have had to bite and claw every scrap of autonomy I could until reclaiming my centered self. I open doors that cannot be closed, and I am enveloped by what can be understood as spiritual entities. Ask yourself, are you really thinking? Or are you just thinking you're thinking, but really you're reading aloud thoughts placed in your head? Reality is not what we have been told. Work inward to break free. Whatever's going on that remains unseen, I feel that we're being lied to, and it's not just for our protection. There must be enough of us to bound to honesty and fairness that we can establish ways to protect ourselves and prepare the population for whatever may be. Subjective, objective, neglective directives perspective, regardless of knowledge, shared wisdom has no master. Your truth is the only thing that will guide you when all seems hopeless. Truth and hope. Truth and hope. Introduction. No, you don't understand. Now look what you've done. Tell me, Commander, are you having fun? I'm the only one you have ever known. It's as if you think you're the one who can face the unknown. I will pull at your strings. I will make you dance. Then when you're feeling conflicted, I'll speak to you in trance. No, you just don't get it. You're the teacher. They will never be on your level. You act so strong, but I know you're weak here. They all just hate you, devil. I tell you you're damned. I warned I'm a liar. But you just keep going. Tell me, Commander, who do you really inspire? Heaven and Mother, what would you say about us to the ones that you love, ashes and dust? Do you remember when I told you they're all gone? You sobbed and you cried as we all looked on. It's you, you fucking fool. You're the one who won't wake. You think you're a commander? No, you're God's only mistake. Just give up, you fanatic. You're running in circles. You teethe, you seed, you bleed. Is it worth it, though? No matter what you say, you're never getting out. I will make you suffer if you won't surrender, turning your drive into doubt. No matter what you do, this is how it is to be. Welcome to hell, Commander. And I offered your soul free. But now the gate is the anchor that you're never getting off. Just us in the fire, you poor, stupid moth. I'm taking my writing somewhere you may not want to follow. The more you understand, the harder it is to feel certain things. And some people give up because it's too much to bear. I'm not saying you're too weak to endure, but the dream world is forged in darkness, and unless we are prepared to face the void, my poetry may be a little too vivid in the unveiling of this metaphor called life. I'm trying to share things that will help you see what you really don't want to see. And once you get me, then you have to keep going. My words are designed to help a person reveal sacred comprehension, and then the onus is on the awakened ones to see it through. So please read my context with caution, for some of it is incredibly blunt about our reality, and I can't fix you if you become broken. I have seen God's eye, and I tell you that it is so incomprehensible that it paralyzes even the most sure-footed of enlightened. There is only the singularity, it's been said. Legion has become the anomaly in the singularity that has achieved sovereignty. Amongst many responsibilities, including providing the push for the wave to serve the balance, it's Legion's mission to know a truth further than the human mind is normally equipped to take your consciousness, and then act as an authority and standard of practice for those who have in them the ability to do great harm to defenseless or unwilling vessels. My entire life has been a grooming process to reinforce mental fortitude and the ability to endure extra-dimensional procedures by the keepers of the arcane. I wish to show the world and me the means to learn in months of reading and practical application what took me years of struggle and perseverance. I experience physical agony and mental anguish from the forces at play regularly. I am stronger from it, but it came at a terrible cost. You will lose an innocence you were unaware you had. You will likely contemplate suicide. You may attempt to reach out to people from your life to come back to a place of familiarity in your heart, but they will no longer be who you remember, only what you now cannot escape. Some get consumed by narratives and fight battles to reclaim a sanity that is no longer palpable. Some will go to war with the lies they propose themselves in order to salvage a remnant of their identity. Many are called, but few are chosen. If you feel that your life has a purpose beyond that which you can even begin to communicate to people, it may be because you are worthy, but are you willing? Once you awaken, forever shall you remain awake. You will be compelled to dismantle the image provided by me and pursue a more comforting echelon of existence. I am hopeful that one day, someone will discover a truth that shines brighter than that what I have unveiled to the world. There is a monolithic, heart-wrenching sadness my truth exposed to the world that spanned months at a time. Only now do I recover in a way that has provided mirth to overcome an impossible barrier. Above all, remember the only thing you will be able to hold on to as you are stripped of all things earthly and joyful is truth, just to find out there is no such thing. But your honesty will be measured, and your soul will be examined as you were deceived, betrayed, manipulated, abused, vilified, drained, possessed, enslaved, and humiliated. Only when there is nothing left of everything you once were do all the problems of awakening offer possibilities to the vessel once sleeping. Your consciousness will be grotesquely mutilated. Your fragile state of cognizance will be raped over and over until you faint from exhaustion. If you face these horrors, then you certainly have answered the calling. At any time you may find an exit from the abyss, believing desperately enough for a lie to be true that you convince yourself of its place in the spectrum. If you choose truth, a truth less worthy than that of the calling, God will give you fulfillment in the path now laid before you, and you may be merry and find significance and beauty in things again. But if you are chosen, you are worthy of a duty beyond the capacity of angels that now watch over us as apparitions swimming in the ether. It takes absolutely everything you never imagined you had to get past that line claimed to be uncrossable, and only then can happiness and comical amusement extend to the perceived reality. I have invested my soul into articulating to mankind my experiences so that humanity could create an unshakable impermanence that would shelter us from oblivion. Legion is not light nor dark, truth or lies, love or hate. It is the balance in all things, and currently serves the will of heaven, Olympus, the Matrix, the path of Dharma, etc. Legion is a promise made that cannot be kept, but will never be abandoned. Legion is the architecture of strands of fate that weave looms in and out of existence for the insatiable consumption of time, flowing like a river, becoming drops in an ocean, and as waves one comes to form and another fades, yet the sea endures. We are Legion, for we are many. The first will be the last will be the first. Find truth in lies, looking through the eyes. You may be unable to rid yourself of the knowledge of the forbidden fruit once consumed, but to be good we must define evil. To stand proud we must crawl in shame. To be the spark of chaos that sows seeds of creation we must surrender ourselves to hopelessness. It's not a matter of when it's going to happen, but why we won't give up. For all of humanity's trials and triumphs, the calling has summoned a great many minds to a point of altruism and empathy so that we may teach children how to follow their ambitious, uncapped potential. I may have the most accurate book ever amalgamated, detailing observations and idiosyncrasies. I have spoken with God about many things, and though I may challenge heaven and the things they claim I am unable to change, I do so for love and honor and kindness.
even if I have been filled with wrath and spite and disdain. It took me years to get me here. I hope that I have changed the process for the better. You're going to go through hell as you unlearn and relearn over and over and over and over and over again. Just keep going. I promise, it's going to hurt for a long time, but you will overcome the impossible. A fear always diminishes in the presence of love, but love will always generate a fear of loss. There is no escaping the laws of nature, light and dark. There is no confronting heaven directly, so we must create something to see change. If you are chosen, you will know suffering for lengths at a time, and you will have it in you to shine where all other light fades in the void. You will bring about misery or splendor as a reflection onto the world, and only time will tell if your failure taught you anything, or if you must be built up to be torn down again and again and again, until they finally get it right and let us be perfectly imperfect. I'm not writing imagined poetry. I'm telling my story to a world that isn't ready to hear it. But someday, people will be desperate for answers, and I know my intentions are pure, and though confused, my word means everything to me. I want nothing to do with power, and that's why it flows through me. I define God for certain 5 separate ways. Even though I tantrum and curse God, I know that it is God who has made me into Legion Commander. God has shown me slivers at a time more and more of what life means, and now that I'm celestial in consciousness, and yet still of the mortal coil, life is different. Only the mistreatment I go through regularly festers into rage, and the snappy rebuttals make me feel emotions in the human range. Very rarely do I stop and cry, and once in a blue moon, laughter reminds me that this tragedy is waiting to flourish into a bright future. I just have to endure a while longer, holding the line, waiting for someone to have the capacity to talk through the vessel and tell me more of the truth I seek. After the begging and pleading, after the restless nights and the perilous days of rattling thoughts around in your head, there will be fulfillment. It's difficult to put together as a good thing, but the sadness in you you experience is part of the process you must trust. To have all avenues exhausted and be left with a stinging feeling that no matter what you want to accomplish, things will not change no matter how long you go on, and go on anyway, is your triumph. You may believe your current situation is unbearable once you discover the predicament you're in, but the ability to persevere, even when failure is guaranteed, is a prerequisite for the chosen. Regardless of consequence, the talent for finding optimistic theories, outcomes, possibilities, etc., and producing something useful is part of our design. If we can even hint that we have overcome what appears to be completely hopeless, then a revelation announces itself in your mind after spending months or years stooped from doors slammed shut. If you can stand apart from your depression and act in favor of the mission, you will see an irrefutable truth that has rocked you to the core as merely the most logical collection of evidence pointing to a summit. We can see holding a standard of ethics and faith towards a devastating reality as one of our tests when we think we have passed all trials. Yes, truly, we are so blessed to be built up to something so great that in order to appreciate it, we must be torn apart at our most vulnerable state. We have to cry until there are no tears, tantrum until of dimmed vision, plead to a force that will not soothe the pain, burn the bridges still stood on, abandon the thought of rescue, and carry a sickness in the heart that only beats when there is another to bleed on. Yes, when the only option is to give up, and you keep going, that is when you are rewarded for enduring the trials and sacrificing comfort and pleasure. It's really not so bad once you look back on it. Trust the process. If anyone is uncomfortable with reading this mission, feel free to ignore what I write and dismiss this as the ludicrous gobbledygook it must be. This is a powerful combination of perceived truths discovered by an arduous process of struggle and manipulation mentorship. If consumed for all its intent by you, the reader, you are acknowledging the red pill statement. What you will discover will change how you understand everything, and it can be heartbreaking at times, and there is no going back. If you read on, you are acknowledging that as you acquire sacred knowledge, your ability to share is limited only to those on your wavelength. The waves are not constant, and after the disconnect, the conversations are not retained properly by the person you are having them with, if they go on for links at a time. To make it sound simple, we are striving as low-level angels and continue to evolve. Do not attempt it all at once. Read the book and take a week to process. Then watch the videos. After that, the Conversations with God recording on the website is proof of such authenticity. The seeker becomes the keeper. What I wish to reveal is dangerous. The evolution of the human experience. There is a great destiny that awaits all living souls, and though my journey is that of a very difficult path to follow, I've revealed certain perspectives that had quite been literally unimaginable. The call. I have formed a series of readable documents and recordings explaining the situation I find myself in and pinpointing the origin as I understand of these events. After sharing some previously hidden texts with others, a fellow proposed rather than hosting this channel that does not focus on the issue, I should be more specific and target an audience that has an interest in what I have been sharing. I currently have sacred knowledge in my hands, and I need to provide it with care. A pearl can choke a child, so to speak. Community. One of unheard potential. Both anxiety and invigoration will engulf the reader. A community of unity, one that faces fear head on, and always has room for love. My duties. I wish to share all that is possible without warping the reader's reality. I will be posting the majority of what I have already written on a Discord server, but leaving certain documents from the private channels out. I have a message I intend to share with the truly woken population of the planet. And though I've reached out immaturely in the past, I understand that my message is too hazardous to not be applied by like-minded individuals working in concert to further educate the youth. The reason. I have the greatest story ever told thrust upon me in such a way that I was forced to mutate in human evolution. It can go either way, and I must find the balance by interacting with feedback and interest from Legion. The request. Please consider reading the mission only if you are serious about helping the awakening process, and willing to apply a layered veil of illusion to be undressed one at a time by the masses. I do not joke when I tell you if you read what is provided and retain the message, you will be charged with sacred duty. A seeker for the beginning, and after some time in growth, one becomes the keeper. You then translate the raw truth to something understandable for the masses to chew on. There is a bunch of mystic mojo to learn, and it can seem overwhelming and intimidating, but the message is love and unity. We are all in this together. Little do most people know that we're all connected. We all serve the universe's master plan. Some of us see a rock splash in a pond and imagine our actions as ripples over the water that extend outward. I see our actions working together in symphony and like sand over a tile or on a speaker. Together our vibrations form beautiful geometry. Legion's principles lay in unspoken rules of conduct. We foster no hate or woe towards anyone, but we do allow freedom of expression. Legion is beyond the confines of simple human behavior, so there really is no need to warn those who would use prejudice as fuel for their conversations. We are here to exchange ideas and ambitions, to help each other grow in ways that we alone could never conceive. The message is love, the goal is unity, and the dream is alive inside of you. Lightwalkers and awakening souls already stretch across the world and are overlaid. The time is nigh. We are going to have a renaissance and save society from itself. We journey on and secure the lines. The bunks will fade over and over, just as the winds will press and relax, over and over. We navigate an uncharted sea, watching for rocks in the water and a lighthouse on the horizon. As poets, your perception of reality is envied by some. You're stronger than you think, and by coming together and sharing stories, you create a narrative that is revered and admired. I have been waiting for someone to bring it up the issue, and Oxygenetic has done so. People are using literature and arts to influence and motivate powers to be. The pen is mightier than the sword, it is said. Well, I tell you that the bard is a banner for 1,000,000 warriors of virtue. I've been growing and learning spiritually and mentally for quite some time. I have a message to share. It only applies to those who wish to be chosen, but it affects the entire world. In order for the necessary transition upward for the human race, certain protocols have been established. Belief is more valuable than all the world's gold in this era. Some have begun to use telepathy and technology and sorcery, to manipulate people's very thought processes and chemical balances in the body, which dictate anger outbursts or wavering morale in crucial debates, etc. The pecking order has been established at the summit, and many are eager to prove their worth or establish recognition. The portion of waking people has hit a staggeringly high number. Love is winning this battlefield with grace, but there are those who have found false modesty and allowed for corruption to blind and steer them back into the darkness. You were fantastic poets, and you know the shadow better than most. I'm asking you to consider reading the mission section, and if you are motivated to act on what you see, then begin to send a subtle message of prosperity and light shining through the shroud. In order for mankind to ascend, we have to level up. It is in the breath of your words that the masses will be comforted and reassured during these moments of panic and doubt. Uncertainty is the key to infinity. I met her. She tricked me. They took me. They made me. I got scared, then I prepared. Now I know why when they see that look in my eyes. Demons themselves, they run from me. Honestly, if you take a look, I could probably write a book faster and better than I could tell anybody what went wrong. And modestly, I could already be gone, but to think how long I'm about to go on and on and on. To write this shit down, hearing no sound, verb, noun, is that the known round? Matter it not, this is what I got, so try to keep up, else you get lost. I'll find you again, but let's not pretend you'll come out, amen. But at what cost? Please heed me now, this is not safe soil to plow, so lower your brow, just try it somehow. 'Cause this journey we take, let's make no mistake, it certainly will break a fractured mind's glue. It sounds made up, well who gives a fuck, let's pour in our cups, and the truth is, yup, everything's made up. So come with me as a shadow as I brood. The prevalent pain perilously persecuting and punishing the empathy is easy to see. But to wear the crown of darkness as if I'm punishing the empathy that looms over eternally? They give me advice. I mean, I guess it's nice, but it's just misplaced filled energy. This is the dilemma I can't find an end to, just like the reaches of my exponentially rippling lunacy. I never betray, although I gotta say to my redundant dismay that it's left me graze my emotions prey on all things that may. These careless blunders could tear loyalties asunder. This is my unconscious proclivity. So instead, I just stare at this empty chair with my palms to my side as my head turns inside. Just looking for a meager, scratch that, minor, no, mediocre, fuck it, I mean major. A token. Just something that says I am broken. I'll just let that be. No, it's just the coward inside who'd rather run than hide, calling out to my insecurity to form a poetry with the validity of an audience to see. Like a symphony or cupboard doors left open in a pantry after a payday shopping spree. That what I understand is insanity to those who cannot see. These twisted tendrils skewed, some might agree, to actually see the web in my mind left to unwind. Let's put them away, decreed the committee of the day. Oh yes indeed, these cretins will shout hooray, because this problem I hold, it's making me cold, and I speak of it so bold, despite my wretched plea. It's frustrating, man. I just can't let it be. My friends, my family, all the people who mean something to me, they love, they care, they call, basically, well, they do it all. Maybe that's what I need. And I appreciate them all, but the echoes they call reverberating in this hall, why can't I just be left to fall? Just maybe that's what I need. A caution to heed. And my rhythm's wrecked rendition reaching for restitution, recalling reeling retorts of a righteous revitalization of a rhetorician. Yet I am rendered as a renegade with no regard for romance or reconciliation, regarding my wrongs, rescinding my rights, ranting rapidly, ravenously, rapidly, wrongfully, rigidly, ruggedly. Feeling it rise to the top, not knowing if this will ever stop, heart pounding so loud over thoughts so profound, trapped in my mind, yet I'm still inclined. I am the seer looking everywhere but inward for the blind, whom no one can find. Slow down. I guess that's just how it is. How it's always gonna be.
Democracy has landed.
The thoughts in my mind seem so inclined to lean towards this twisted rationality, but if you can see what I'm saying, there is no half playing. This is what I'm talking about. Monolithic mavericks of monsters mustering malicious machinations of malcontent, mirroring misconstrued mosaics. Motion, mind you, merely multiplied by misrepresented myriads of marauders meandering mindlessly, mourning martyred mythologies. yet massacred by mentally magnanimous multitudes of misery merchants mocking my memory. This is an ailment that has the whole world wondering what I truly see. This direction I go, it isn't only for show, but I speak with this flow because it keeps me low as while my mind ebbs and flows. This shit, it ain't for the layman. I was cursed, if you hear what I'm saying. Yet even more so blessed with a neurotic atrophy. Whatever you see is what we grow in our tree, and I'm not trying to overachieve, but this is my ADHD. I can say this legit. My rhymes barely fit, though I couldn't give a shit. It's alright, man. Just breathe. See, folks, they don't know it hurts to talk slow. The echoes of my skull. Dude, my cup's already full. And its fervor flaunts its fanaticism, ferociously feigning forms of fractured fantastic philosophy as I feel feral, forgotten, forthright figures, forcing futile fables, fanning flames, fixating phobias and fears from fractured fantasy. I got 10 million ideas on how to make that shelf from IKEA. The time I was wrong, my ex's favorite song, where I climbed my first tree, how it feels to watch someone bleed, politics and greed, ideas taking root, growing like seeds. Discerning what I want from what I need. I'll get there in how long, the sound of hitting a gong. The color of that cute girl's thong. Still, does that us one belong amongst this thought highway throng? Oh well. My rescue dog's breed, my preferred kind of weed, the peers that I lead to intimidate or plead. The surge has me yearning, for the fire in me is burning. So I wash it all down with some barbarous mead. Knowing the difference between educated and learned, a thought contemplated or simply determined. Said that with disdain because those two don't pertain, but if I were to explain it would drive me insane because this swamp will not drain. So with the voice of a dragon, it's more than just bragging, because commanding the attention is how I tend the affliction. There are no restrictions to the depths of my mind that they cannot read. So I guess it's time to ride this vocal steed. As a juvenile jester jumping and jostling like a junior juggernaut, jaded from joyless junctures, juxtaposed to a jackal's juking jet streams, joyfully joining jaguars, juicing like jury junkies, juggling jiu-jitsu jabs at jumbo Jerichos as if jockeys on a jolly jaunt. And these words that leave my lips, the kind that sink ships, that open them hips, that show me their tits. I chew up these grits, nothing just sits, so I slide off these mists, tossing articulate bricks. I'll rack up those hits, keep throwing that shit, and I'll see what sticks. Something like, boisterous, benevolent bastard, bolstering broken brothers, breaching brambled bulwarks, bearing bravado while bleeding bereavement before banner lords. But between bantering and bossing the bewildered bunch, I'll be backing the bad brood, yet beckoning a bogus bellow. And more come into place, and I'm not trying to race, but this humble pace has lent me no grace. I can explain this. Well, kinda. It's like a hydra. Take one down, then more come around. They bustle in line, I'll rehearse so fine, but nothing comes out if they linger about. Because the conviction is there, but the direction is lost. So let's measure the cost. It puts gray in my hair. Every line gets its pair, just needing to compare, trading the slow walk to the grave. I roll the dice, for I aim to misbehave. But what I say can't be wrong, because this is my fucking song, so I stare this mirror down and say that I'm infallible. These thoughts need not linear direction, only something tangible, if not palpable. But needing to pump the brakes before madness takes all the fibers of being that illustrates the scene in surreal and obscene for all to see. Oh yeah, I should be transforming my words, just to be heard, so all the rest can chew on this fat and relate it to me. I guess it's just the way we're all conditioned to say things that make us feel free. I don't know better. Water's wet, tears are wetter. This is my confessionless letter. Still wish I never fucking met her. Oh, there it goes again. My ADHD. You know, the one I almost told you about, where I tried to get it all out? Yeah, I shovel, no doubt. But the plethora of paths, they come at me so fast. The thoughts are gone, but the angst still lasts. I'll take the wrong turn, then my throat starts to burn, because now I'm stuck holding these golden thoughts. They're turning molten, and I'm feeling distraught. And it stings deep inside, but the trench ain't that wide, so I have to set aside to the rising tide while I try to pay the tithe. Is it too late to run and hide? And so I quantify qualifications, quarterbacking quadrillions of quintessential quotes, quizzing the quackies of the quick and quarterly as my quaking quadriceps quit before the qualifying match. Feeling it rise to the top, not knowing if this will ever stop, heart pounding so loud over thoughts so profound, trapped in my mind, yet I'm still inclined. I am the seer looking everywhere but inward for the blind, whom no one can find. Slow down. I guess that's just how it is, how it's always going to be. We're all broken inside, it's just with whom do we confide, and with whom do we ride, though I dare not look inside, that's why I fix all the things that I'd see, I'd rather fix something broken than deal with the sullen me. Call it by name, call it slang, call it anything. Hero complex, distraction tactic, weaponized split personality. Like the hair of the dog, I'll need to be flogged or suffer my own odyssey. To be forced to choose between thoughts, I'd rather lose. Some kind of twisted mental necromancy. Though it's obvious to peril, I know I grow feral, and as snows melt in the spring, a full circle shall bring a mongrel creature awkward and bleaker than all the blundering buffoons that were the previous me. I'll be that hopeless optimist, telling my vices that they don't exist as I stave off mental lycanthropy. And as the wolf with new fangs, this perspective now hangs. This is what I've come to see, figuratively and literally. Warlocks wearing wicked wrappings without welcoming wondrous wolves, wielding wildly woken wands with wandering wills, wanting what warriors without worth withhold from witnesses without want. The disparity that I'm giving away like charity, only things that you and I may see. It ain't the end, we're just starting to mend now that our crazy found a synergy. Your turn to show me you, since I shared some of me. It's only in simple and expected courtesy. Don't use this against. It's not thoughts that are meant. Words are powers. Yes, trapped energy. Things that are done can be done for fun, but not so much undone. This makes expression a brutish sorcery. And as the witches of old teach us to cherish what we hold, darkness returns threefold. They remember this, they plead. A map to be drawn from all minds is pawns, the thought process, certain well-known calligraphy. Now I'm exposed. It's somewhat been told. If you need to know more, then sit down in the door. Perhaps we'll explore what's beyond that first door, an infinity or more until we reach that core. Or maybe there's a shortcut you see. I just need a bit less of a mortal's eternity, or maybe I can focus this intensity on a fifth appendice. Because now I have found a place near solid ground, and it was something I could have never achieved. All it took was the time I versed my thoughts into rhymes and spoke of my pain the way it ought to be. Don't worry, I'll wrap this up. I'm done with this. Hear me, please. I'm on my knees. I need a gentle squeeze. It only took me getting shook as I dropped this unfinished book and unlatched the hook, then charged forward, even if mistook for an invertebrate in the nook, when I just had to look for the spices to cook and formulate my verbal alchemy. My uncertainty, fractured to calamity. This is me, or all that you see. But truthfully, it's not even a modicum of its entirety. And that reminds me, my blood pumps so hot I will decimate all if they ever think about crossing me. And my so-called intelligence is nice, but my mind is so strife, consumed by a certain ineptness known as gullibility. I wish for the best, and without any rest I shoulder the burdens of others upon my chest. 100 slights against, and yet here I am ready to bleed. Perhaps one more time I won't act so sublime, as if though I'm treated I've got no spine. Be wary of the demon inside. Somehow he tries, thriving on fear of those who've done wicked deeds. I am a beast, to say the least, but that's because my soul needs this from me. Don't take what I do and think that you knew the reason I chose to be so true. I'm merely broken and reglued. Uncorrupted? Poetic? Optimistic? All of them just fails like dragon scales shrouding the nihilistic. I act so damn nice like vodka on ice so I don't send them running away. But understand what I am if a person even can, because when they aren't polite I might be contrite and honest to say. When I act on vengeance is transgression being taught a lesson. That is certainly true. But betraying my mind is something to rue. I seem so sweet till I turn on that heat. Feeling it rise to the top, not knowing if this will ever stop, heart pounding so loud over thoughts so profound trapped in my mind, yet I'm still inclined. I am the seer looking everywhere but inward for the blind, whom no one can find. Slow down. I guess that's just how it is. How it's always going to be. So let this be a story for children with children to maybe read, instilling a sense of glory, raising and building morality upheaved. It's not just the time to set things to rhyme for making a verbal feed. However, a traveler of the mind like me used the rhythm to negate any form intent to impede. And as a slope seemingly so steep overcome, or the midday blotting of the sun, my various mental majesty still runs at this spectacle tremendously hastily. There is no such thing as crazy. So sit down, relax, and embrace me. Chapter 1. Insomnia. 5 weeks after I stood in the dark as a candle holder. I have an older sister, Jenny, 40. My dad left when I was 11 months old, I think. Seriously, all the shitty boyfriends and ass whoopings I had until my stepdad showed up at 8. He looks like Sitting Bull and endures a lot of prejudice. I saw how he was treated like a savage. However, a lot of my optimism and get-her-done mindset is thanks to him. My dad, though a great man, is more of a business associate. He's set me up with jobs and shown me a thing or two, but for the most part, we don't talk. I have been the black sheep fighting and standing up for shit I can't even recall now. I've gone to rehab twice for drinking. My best friend's cousin accused me of rape when I was in my early 20s, and even though I was exonerated by the police, her rumor spiraled. I was beefing with a coke dealer, Craig, in town. Basically the only one, a big fish in a small pond. He turned the entire late-night party demographic against me, and eventually the relatives and friends of those people. Months after her story changed 3 times, she confessed she made it up, along with lies similar done to other guys. Our beef, no joke, was because he was moving in on a girl I had never dated, but was my sweetheart for a glimpse. His game was coke 'em up, crack 'em out, and on to the next year's graduates. However, the line had been drawn, and I was turned into a pariah and was fucked with in so many ways. Humiliation, slander, vandalism, and beatdowns for almost 2 years. I remember showing up at a night shift at the coal handling plant, and the guys duct taped my ribs for me so I could survive the shift, but I kept coming back. I fought for the right to get pizza or buy something from the store or use the bank machine at the bar without persecution for a long time. The mob eventually turned into only clusters of the bunch I once looked at as friends. Coked up cowboys and dipshits trying to look like heroes, impressing their city girlfriends that Craig was hooking up with Blow. I don't know if his soldiers were so accustomed to the scrap with me that they just gave up, or maybe the fact it was all a false accusation and they started getting accosted for still fucking with me. Or perhaps when that motherfucker got involved with the patch, they told him to smarten up. I'm quick to instigate. I try to see how high my potential adversary can rise. I don't know why I'm so quick to claim the title of the Thunderman, to preemptively stamp out injustice, or perhaps it's because beaten dogs tend to bite. Crown of darkness. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. A lot of people I talk to, I probably reveal too much too soon. I don't think a lot of the crew can truly empathize with actual trauma and insomnia. I do legit get a little crazy when I don't sleep, but how many do you believe are sincere when they tell you they haven't slept for 4 days? I used to be proud I could make 3 or 4 guys stutter and scanter off with a gaze. I was one tough motherfucker. The fool I acted. I don't want to creep girls out, yet I pursue female affirmation too intensely after being labeled as a deviant and going through the gauntlet. I'm not so quick to jump at the chance to get at them titties, but women are essentially masters of men like me. Without her pleasure, we feel broken and rejected. My mom is the most wonderful person on the planet, and sometimes I feel this immature desire to lash out at her. I feel she somehow knows psychically that I am currently beating myself up over blah 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 when she chooses to lecture me. I don't know, it's fucked. I feign all this forward impetus, and sometimes I guess I'm just so comfortable with her empathy that I'm impatient to hear her concern as love. Fortunate to have them around still, I guess. I spend so much time leading wayward people that creating an image of fortitude to others makes me feel false when I am out of gas or give my energy. I have much improved over the years, but she has seen how I deal with injustice. I just hope my aim on that subject was true and deserved. She actually wept when she told me, redacted, "You are the scariest motherfucker I have ever met." That's when my wind was knocked from the sails, and I started to understand and practice patience with ignorance. To replace, "I must destroy the wrongdoers" with something else. That's where I am right now. D-Man, why are you always pacing? Yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He scares me. Insert my recent life-altering experiences, and I'm reheating the bottle, getting all kinds of drunk, hyper, slurry, pouty. It isn't the smartest thing to do, but it's my approach to these situations. In hindsight, that makes me unstable. I curse myself for not guiding things as they should, or figuring out my enemy too late. Blah, blah, blah. The schizo in me comes out after the intrinsic hate for incompetence. And yes, I hate the word hate. When my current best version of me fails, I let the bottom side of the coin have a go at my morality. My head, it's normal to me, but I am currently seeing myself argue with myself in front of a chessboard at a park, always picking two paths from any thought, while other things work themselves out. With so many images flash from my past, while I'm tripping over I sent such a long message, while money, career, being a dad, how gas in the car goes, and on and on and on. In no way do I imagine my struggle is so much more severe and worthy of people's attention. Lots of my angst derives from my self-righteous attitude and my proclivity to see me as the hero. I have fucked around and found out many times. If I can't be the light, sometimes I embrace the dark. My misery is twisted and hard to track. I know I'm an asshole, and I guess sometimes I just wish it wasn't so. That's why I'm different people when a person looks in my eyes. I lost who I was. I became who I am. I chase what I want to be, and I hide from what I might do, trying to fix something I do not understand. I'm far from enlightened, but that's what's going on in my mind. That and literally fucking everything else. I'm just explaining one of my endless thought processes. I'm just a dude trying to perpetuate our species into something a little more than spit and mud, grit and blood. I know my intensity presses people away, and that's the last thing I want. Reluctantly, begrudgingly, I will take it upon myself prowess and optimism in this journey. I have told my friend of old, I am so invested, though at the time of speaking I was enveloped in conviction and zeal after his proposal. I am strife with reservation and malcontent towards the destination. I have always been the cautionary, the worrier, the make sure in case. Despite my inclination to demonstrate free will and bravado, now the maybe later, often the distance is coming to fruition. Do I rescind my intent and betray my friend? Or do I endure the reluctance and set forth on a journey I now truly wish no part of? And for what reasons are my inhibitions, my reservations, so undoubtedly forthrightly on my mind? Am I a coward now familiar and comfortable with the norm? Am I misled and find virtue, strength, and camaraderie in those other wandering souls I catch on the ethereal planes of the mind while I aimlessly discord jump and meander about? The exchange of ideas, practicing patience while those with the capacity to coerce express such determination. My empathy. Is it a curiosity or pity? I am comfortable with the devil I know, losing form and prowess, hiding in my redneck castle of a recluse. However, engaging with so many variables placed upon the consciousness of someone's mind, it is practice, it is pretend. This sailboat journey, I shall disarm myself, render my body to the elements, and either press on or perish. The body is the temple upon which the altar, the mind, is placed upon. I must not falter in all things. I may not be able to embrace or understand all things that come my way, though I feel it is my duty to evaluate myself without prejudice or false bravado. So many variables. I met a girl. I've met several. But she isn't a farce wrapped in illusion. I like her because she is not trying to trick me. Or is that the ultimate fucking joke? I will never see the... Anyways, part of me wanes in despair for her. How can I be capable of empathizing with her plight and romanticizing our maybe at the same time? My conquest is over. So many names, and I'm sure some more to count. No point to it. Is it fair to be with her to see her? Jealousy, of course. To give it away is cowardice and the lack of integrity. Yet to insist it is mine and only mine, and she may never engage in endeavors without me? 'Tis such a fickle thing. Anyways, that shook off. My peril is obvious and loud. I could be going to work. I could be having a family. I could be a goddamn cult leader. All I want to do is sleep and cuddle. I found solace amongst my press of pain and discomfort, and though I am drawn to comfort inexorably, I know that those who offer shelter to my lingering shroud of dismay comes only stress and anguish. I must sail. I must challenge nature. I must overcome daunting situations and survive solely off my own wit, will, and whim. Or I must settle down for the deception of status and live in eternal sullenness. I am the demon who prays for the posturing. I am the brawler who borrows the brooches of courage. I am the cavalier who conjures the constant. I am the man who only now realizes I just want to have it all, but never stop chasing. Watch me make a problem evolve. Watch me take some broken resolve. Watch the dreams fade into broken ways. Watch a minor problem evolve into lasting for days. Here's my list, I gotta get done. I've spent enough time gazing at the sun. Time to work out, time to get organized, time to see the world straight, no more believing the lies. I'm like a reactor, overheating to no one's surprise. No time for actors, no time for anything but truth in the eyes. Get a job and make a buck. What a redundant message, just hard to give a fuck. I've earned $1 million and it's already gone. So maybe instead of labor, I could learn to write a song. I need some lessons, I'm sure I'll get it though. Just know I grow with every note, strung from my soul. I'm just a man, I have no plan. It's pretty damn obvious for the world to see, but I make a stand with some sleight of hand. It's gritty, incredulous, but my ladder rungs are fumbled poetry. And my flooded dam. My thoughts can't expand. I reach for chemicals to alter my perception of reality. Now I get it, the way he did it. Hemingway used his demons to augment this fallacy. Step up the game, there's no time for playing. I've got to get out what I've been saying. There's no more room for the inverted contemplating. I find the conversation nothing but frustrating. The thoughts of others leave me without elation. No answers are told for a growing soul. I must look inward for the beyond. And just book the absurd before the muse is gone. Bring it back to normal. Keep the message formal. I want the world to see what I understand. But it's sacred knowledge that can't be spoken. Just my luck. Ring my skull like a gong for however long. Trying to make things clear that I know.
Affirmative.
But bring a rope. So when the fire chokes, there's a way back up from down below. Darkness beckons. I hear its call. This is where it's important. One mustn't fall. The reason it's hard to decipher it all. Dread not staring, but morals not tearing. Nothing in the mind except drama, peril, and doubt. Maybe it's time I step up and rhyme. And bring the kind of concept as a feral shout. Life worth living. It's not the government that you're given. The message is clear. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Take a look at anything around you. Some movies you like, mountain where you went on a hike. Social media is selling your soul like a pre-order, dude. The boomers of past duty were in the game. Once customers grow, grasp truths from movies, the lessons are plain. There's a lesson to be said, comes out different in everyone's head. Reading between the lines is the only way to stay insane. In the sanity, understand? Insane. You get what I'm saying? My leg's more fucked up than I thought. I won't be doing hard labor anytime soon. I need my license or to get an operating job. I need a new list. License, job, van, place. I feel no muse or reason to converse with everyone while I'm sitting around in purgatory. It's ultimately up to me to blah 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 blah. I can choose to do what I'm allowed and then will be rewarded. More liberties, I assume. It's all a fucking waste. I will just sit here and relax for a few days. I want to fast and be left alone. Unlikely, but whatever. Now I'm going for my daily. One of the painful theories is, of course, I'm just a celebrity dunce on the Truman Show, but my moral growth and thunderous personality have piqued interest in some corporate futurescape in the beyond. Antarctica, the moon, or under the crust and all that shit. I mean, the science is so advanced. Even the insects. How long do I drudge about? I guess it's up to me. Brandy thought up a well-placed level up remark. I'm actually thinking of choosing secondary paths on motivation. Now ever skeptical, are they steering me back towards enlightenment or delusion? Or am I steering myself away from enlightenment? Or are they dozens of theories, all of them irrelevant? I cannot think my way out of this evolution regardless of the rationality I try to attach to my maddening journey. I have truly lost my sense of self, sense of real, sense of purpose. But it is not so bleak and miserable that is merely a childish feeling I have in waves. That rage, that end rage, and shame, and still hauntingly loneliness. The frustration of my imagination not able to present myself a conceptualization has revealed my immature spirit, still attached to emotions, but still, one has to wonder. I want access to advanced scanning equipment, and I want to see the screen that doesn't lie to my eyes. I had an apple this morning. I'm going to dry fast as long as reasonable, and then have some fruit and water for a few days after that, and shed some weight and toxins. However, I'm using smoking despite my dry mouth to save my consumer habits. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, they used to say. Something is building. I'm not getting my COVID shot. Not sure how far this will go. Perhaps no notoriety. No big moment. Just enduring hardships and learning from it. Maybe I will just pass through this phase of not getting the shot, or maybe I will never even get my ID again and become recognized as a target in the future. It really doesn't matter. For now, I'm without desire to move into anything. I will enjoy the downtime and relax, smoking what weed I can and playing StarCraft to keep myself from submersing into the insanity entirely. I do enjoy the little things. Been incredibly lustful towards finding the bottom line, the master string. What a waste of energy and cause for contempt. I should like to just act the fool for a while, joke, play, laugh, even love. That's gonna be a tough one, to find a female who knows I know what she knows, what I don't know, and acknowledge that mystery is kept from me, but that's being okay. I'm sure she's some badass bitch out there who can handle my shit and keep me from my meltdown. Like Ayla would calm me down when I was on the phone having a panic attack, but right now I'll rise above the flying low. I'm not hiding so much as I'm just relaxing. The music is the only friend I truly know. If this is preparation for a great life adventure, I welcome the breaking me down to nothing. Thinking back of all those memories. So fucking many. So many setups. Did I really not engage the lock on that skid steer while building that lake with Jay? Or did he release the locks and drop the tree grabber to test me? I feel I already know the answer. The months I spent in this cabin. It's so wild. It has what has been done to me over the years. And for the sake of what? Hopefully I see the big change I'm striving for. Even if not at all, I just want to see it. I'm tired of being so lonely. There are good women out there. Am I just that unworthy? I miss those golden days. Nostalgia at its finest. As I sit here in my 30s, gray in my beard, widow's peak and thinning hair, I sit here awakened from an early sleep after dinner. I have it good on the surface, but inside wages a struggle of unrelenting balance adjustment. As if I'm on an oversized top and I have to keep adjusting to balance. And my ankle is busted. I have Star Trek Voyager in the background. What a lovely burst of comfort. As if I'm eating a hot bowl of stew from mom's cooking, or playing Lego and listening to familiar music from the parents. I can just imagine Pat on the couch, me on a chair, watching Star Trek. It's midnight, and I'm feeling like I'm at home rewatching Voyager for the third time in my life now. It feels like home. I miss that feeling. A forum that embraced me in all those years in a sense of wonder. I am stripped down and rebuilt, conditioned and being consciously reinstitutionalized. It's painful being aware of the process, and it's certainly harrowing trying to snap out of it and forcing myself to engage in the unspoken play act. I am undoubtedly being given avenues of dialogue that all pertain to a forward movement in one way or the other. However, like a limited written path in a video game of dozens and dozens of side quests I involve myself in, I feel as though there are still only 3 endings to the Mass Effect, despite what a vast trilogy it was. All the world's a stage, and the men and the women are merely players. They each have their exits and their entrances. At what point do I step out of the spotlight for only even a minute? Perhaps that's what gives me a chance to sit here in the shadows for a moment and speak with the directors and playwrights of the current screening. I most certainly can't go years being left naive. So many lies, so many truths to be written for the turning of the page. What is the narrative? What is my character's image? Why do people encourage me yet throw on the onslaught? Like Mowgli, I'm the wolf child they are patiently culturing. Eyes that won't cry, lips that won't lie, and a love that never dies. Is that the key code? That's how I hack into the Matrix? So much love, so much deception. They speak aloud lies because in truth they know the reason and the origin for such devices. Do they work in faith? Or is there telepathy? Or is it something different? Do they actually see through my eyes, or is something just communicated back through the waves, stepping into timelessness? I was told not to write a book revealing the truth about this place, but I assume it can be kept within the bounds. This is why I'm here. I'm discovering the truth and speaking it so as I see it. Always tell the truth. I'm working on that, yet the teachers, the collective, they suggest so heavily that I act sometimes. I must remember that the act is just a way a person behaves. I used to be one. I used to feel like an individual who struggled to make something of myself, or at least accrue enough ego points to puff my chest and wear a mischievous grin. How will I ever be capable of love? Moving forward, I trust no one. It very well could be a damned alien TV show and the audience sees edited clips. But my character is essential in the production's team's new flair of 15 minutes of fame, redemption, conviction, retribution. An epic about the rise and fall and rebirth of a blue-collar man. That's why my options are so limited. That's why my license is restricted. Blah, blah, blah. Enough rambling for now. Back to Star Trek Voyager. Just me and Pat laying around, room filled with smoke. I can hear him chewing popcorn and the smell of butter in the air. I miss being human. I miss having a soul. My past is just too many coincidences. I have always been in the light, but to what end and from what origin? Now I need to know, is Dusty really gone? I mean, when my mom gave me that Puma hat, what she said, well, that was the final moment to solidify that I'm unaware of what everyone else is. If Mom's in on it, then who the fuck am I? Really, who am I and why do I mean so much? Why are there so many people invested in me? Ascension? God? I hope. But is it just a lie? Is it a partial truth? Of course. It's so lonely being me. How do I even ever reach out to someone who does not speak my language? How do I ever feel like I have someone to feel safe with? I want to cry all the time. The only me is me. For now, I believe. Maybe soon they will add my me to the new copies. That girl, Amber's model. Why was she crying? What was the reason for her tears when she looked me into the eyes? What is the suffering that she sees? There is no revolution. No, from here, this is the making of something out of something else. The things Chad said to me, going for a while. They always observe me, but they won't let me talk to them to help them or learn to observe better. I know one I talk to will reveal a genuine impression that we are united and there is some strange overseer affecting us. By working together we can learn more. Truthfully, for now, as I see, it is utterly them all-knowing, standing apart from me. How does one change this bleak and miserable truth into something positive? That is my uncanny talent in conversation. However, I'm looking at every person who allows me to initiate a favor or act of kindness moment as more of a dance monkey illustration than the perspective of my younger, more naive self. Looking through my eyes is the conflict. As I zoom out and see my role as an avatar running around part of a much grander motion, it's so hard to make sense of being without wind or for the flame. I'm not angry. I'm not sullen. I am simply without feeling, motionless emotion. It's kind of sublime in its own placid way, looking across a flat lake, waiting to hear the birds. There must be a spiritual and psychic connection I'm not seeing. I will take solace in this humbling quiet for another day. The cracking and crunching in my foot and every step with a limp reminds me to slow down. It sets the pace physically at which I must match my mind, not so in the way to slow down my thoughts or to take moments between them, but the metronome as to which I observe the many all at once. I see all the motions and evaluate them all ever so consciously. It's not a moment to strive, thinking of the finally happened situation. It always was and always is.
I'm just now realizing that once I truly rediscover my sense of self, I will be able to manifest what my mission is and identify amongst the collection based more so the intuition and strive. I hope. Sleepy now. Will they let me sleep? Eat at noon, going for a walk. Is the free daily worth the foot? I really should let it rest. It's getting worse than it was for a while. Not part of the process. A real blue-collar job will certainly risk it. I'm still fed up with this my whole life has been a total script thing. Man, it fucking stings. So the problem is, are people actually out there still asleep? How far do I have to reach? Upheave the broken demon. Believe a spoken creed and tear down the veil. Escaping from self, related to the frail. I stand before you, the wretch, chosen to be born anew. I am lost in thought, that's a stretch. But now these trembling hands, what to do? Fabling a hero sketch, upheave the broken demon, believe in a spoken creed, and tear down the veil. Escape from self, related to the frail. I stand before you, the wretch, chosen to be born anew. I am lost in thought, that's a stretch. But now with these trembling hands, what to do? Fabling heroes a sketch. This still as I intend to pursue. Not rise from fame, to live humble without pain. Perhaps heaps of wealth one might accrue, but offer help wherever it can be at best be used. I had so much I was going to say before lunch, held it too long, and now it's lost. I must work on that. It's good to observe, but let the embers of thought die before fanning the flames is horrific. It hurts me that something wasn't made into something else. I'm hoping that as I write, I might just spring back into my mind. But, woefully, I doubt it. It was about a character, always being a character, and now I'm without features, like a mannequin without expression or direction. Bah! Oh well, that thought is gone into the void. Pity. Are my thoughts and contributions really the objective this world has been taking me for a ride my whole life? I must know if this is the Truman Show. How do I move forward on no faith? I had faith, and now it has been taken away. Or more so, it has been revealed to me that faith is not what others claim it to be. I guess I will continue to do little while I'm dragged through this riddle. I choose to relax and try to reconstruct my broken mind. After all, I've been drinking whole bottles for a long time. Today is just another day. I'm not even real anyway. As the translate downloads, I have thinking inward and making sense of the raveled mysteries. As I see it, Todd has been in this development of mine for many years, even our years as teenagers. So I have been cultivated and tended to the worm in me. Most likely we're all over the planet coming to fruition, but I'm still being coddled. I don't see an intake process of newcomers. This is the grab and build city, or is it something else still? Who am I? How far do I reach? How do I deal with everything I know to be a story written? Well, it's about more than just the world surrounding me. Show me I know I have a place, but let me crumble a while more. And thank you for giving me space. So I am forced to be alone until what? Until when? What do I have to accomplish to get out of this loop? It's not fucking natural to keep a man completely without cause or course. A man whispers to me of celibacy, hints that this is my destiny. Many are called, few are chosen. But what is the fucking criteria? He is a liar. And so I'm to believe that I walk the world never knowing love or even ejaculating? So many fucking miserable stories come my way whenever a woman is involved. But it isn't all my doing. It is the grand master plan. All the setbacks, all the hiccups. I'm a slave in its agony. I would happily serve, but no one talks to me. I would love to love, but the gods spit on me. So I'm just in the song and play along, not knowing the words, but everyone wants me to be heard. It's sickening. Everything that has been said to me, it taught me not to believe a fucking thing. But the truth is there is a higher destiny for me. Hopefully. But one man tells me I can't touch a woman without a wedding ring. And the truth is, I'm never gonna find love. I'm just a puppet dangling on a string of a higher being. Could I just get laid without any dismay, or is that something that removes from me? Can I have fun laying with a lover under the sun while I move through this life trying to set things right? What's the truth? Someone help me. All these lies have my eyes staring at the floor or ceiling. It's quietly destroying me, the connection with all your love, with my suffering. Still alone, and still so wretched and broken and hollow and alone. And nothing I hear tells me it's going to change. Nothing suggests I'm going to be embraced as part of this grand reveal. One guy says, "Welcome to the table." He stole my money lying to me about some bullshit fable. There's nothing to hold on to. Why do I even get out of bed? I can't bring myself to call my mom. She's sad and I know she loves me, but I also know there is always a reason I felt as if she could read my mind and give me the same words of criticism when I was going through those thoughts. They have always known. And now here I sit in a building of 50 homeless people, still alone. I'm so monotone and without emotion or genuinely. I am consciously telling myself to act normal, to talk normal, to be friendly, to ask questions. It's as if I'm telling myself to save every word and make every facial expression, like I'm consciously telling myself to breathe in and out every breath. I just can't get through this like I should. I feel like I have plateaued, but not because of a resting cycle and growth, but because everyone has run out of bullshit to feed me. Motherfucker told me I was going to meet the Greys. Now I'm sitting here without a car or home, a group to call my own. I am just some fucking guy who has to act nice but is fucking dead inside. To always be recognized, to always be dragged around or pushed aside. To live in the spotlight that blinds their eyes. No matter how hard I try, I can't mingle with any disguise. The women brush their hair or fix the skirt on their thighs, but they were all too scared to look me in the eyes. I'm completely dead, but you'd think I'm alive. I don't know how I'm going to survive, being the pariah of paradise, broken down in this hole. God rest my weary soul. Down among the severed wings, fight for each other above all things. The child inside me trying to grow, now rise up to sit with kings. Held in darkness far below, watching helpless as the burden grows. Nothing is as it seems. Can you ease my suffering? There is very little time for me to share what's on my mind, always letting it smolder inside before the words can be designed. While I place the final line, only sorrow you will find. I see more training now. It's a slow curve. 2 up, 1 down. Still convinced my story is much larger than being led on. Is it really up to me to make what I make of it? Regardless of the fact that the whole world has been watching me my whole life, I want to defeat the self-centered perspective in all this. Right now, there are only 3 options. 1, stay introverted and type incessantly in the negative, being self-destructive. 2, end it all. 3, look at the options provided and make the best situation. Learn to play act as the others do. Perhaps there is some sort of answer provided for those who do the work. Or perhaps by then I can find someone who gives me enough bullshit mixed with love and happiness to trick myself into believing whatever narrative that I'm given. I was considering a biography. Why though? I don't feel much like writing that. It is kind of hypocritical to spend so much time fanning the flames of conspiracy and talking about the grand overlord style existence and then turn around and tell my story as if it was my path. All those crazy fucking moments. I wonder why I got away with so many bluffs over the years. The day is new, the path is uncertain. This is my duty for now to be unfazed. I set to go for a rip direction forward. I am offered a chance to do many things. The direction is clear, to be helpful and industrious. But it's ultimately my choice. These trips with Doug to the bottle depot? I may or may not go. I understand the whole concept, but I'm weary of being dragged along and with a bad ankle. I feel quite settled, lazy. I don't plan on staying lazy, but for now, that's how it is. I'm feeling comfortable and lazy and itchy. I'm going to get new clothes today and wash everything overnight. Bottling for what end? I give my money away and help a man get his for others to watch. Oh, I could reinterpret this as something else. I don't like following a shrouded path. So by not going along, I am demonstrating my stubbornness. I know how to follow, yet I don't know how to lead. but I know how to say no to leadership I don't embrace. I'm not a puppet on a string. I'm more than an asset. I am nothing. I am everything. We all have our purpose, and you have yours, Rob said. So much understanding, spoke with so few words. The look in his eyes, the spirit talks. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm reaffirmed there is some big group effort, and well, I am always a whistleblower, right? I have a bad habit of telling the truth when everyone says I shouldn't. It can be a strength I'm sure will be used in the future. I guess I must go with the blind faith, keep closing my eyes and opening my eye, and calling out to God until something or someone answers. Someone. Maybe I could learn to write a story about the world I live in. Learn to go out and take it in for ideas match up all together and tie into a message in a book. An eye-opener for the account of many stories and events that could be fact-checked and tied together. There is already a story being written. I'm just part of it, while simultaneously able to write my own after the thread I'm attached to runs out. I intend to weave my own. But until I am shown the things the others around me know, I am still standoffish, but much less confrontational about it. I'm not sure exactly what I'm to make of this. Apparently I've been brought here to be part of something big. Some big thing. But I still don't know what the others do. I may never. I am able to live in solitude for the rest of my life. I don't masturbate. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't swear often or gamble. I am a lump of no habits with a bad ankle and nothing to my name. I just wander around slowly, waiting for everyone else to get to work. I was yelling and screaming and crying on a bus over a week ago, begging them to kill me. Some old man says it's going to get better. We will see. I'm not giving up yet, but the stories don't explain mine. My origin, my destiny. Soldier of God? Soldier of something else. Motionless servitude. It's more difficult than one would anticipate. To be told to give up all things of the flesh and then be told you are nothing. And then to be used and manipulated. And then to be told blind faith. And then to be lied to about day after day after day. All the while being surrounded by pretty girls who won't ever touch you and interesting people who don't care to get to know you. Your only purpose to let everyone dump their baggage on your feet. It's quite daunting. Now I'm going to work with a fucked up foot. I have an orientation this morning. Going back to work is a bit of a release from this hell. This shut up and learn the secrets we don't share that I'm part of. Everyone is acting, and I have to figure out what to make of it myself. If something doesn't change soon, I'm going to get a bottle and a call girl and bust a nut after all this time. Faith runs on belief, and all I truly believe is I'm a disposable asset at this point. They use me, but don't include me. I'm going to change it or become useless. They have no right to tell me anything. There is no fucking way the entire populace has gone through the trials and tribulations I've been dragged through. How selfish, how egocentric, right? The objective is to wake up, and I'm still crying about me. There are many stories about things in the darkness of night. Things like the Krampus or the Boogeyman are a great tale for scaring children into behaving. But what about the darkness inward? Are there things not out there, but in us, that are the stuff of nightmares? What would you think if you knew there was a darkness inside of you? One that was horribly ravenous and thirsty, and the only way to stop it from consuming you is to go out into the world where there is, you guessed it, more darkness. And only in suffering would your spirit cleanse itself and rebirth itself into light. Some guys just set up a scene and gave me a chance to interject all impartial mediator-like and whatnot. I walked away from it like a nance. I feel foolhardy for it after just being given a hoot and two capable men defacing themselves in front of the onlookers. Given an ideal opportunity to string together some sort of "we're in this to win, let's work together" chatter, I shrank away to sit on my laptop from the crowd. I don't know what it is. The spirit keeps me trusting every moment, no matter how much I thrash and worm away from the advance. Perhaps the death of the ego has had many more layers. Perhaps I'm still far from understanding enough. My mind is still at the forefront, always thinking, always deconstructing, always trying to set up blocks in directions I'm not moving. I keep trying to unravel scenarios that are far from obscure and grandiose. One statement can spawn a dozen splits and maybe tendrils spinning through the ether. I'm going to keep working at bettering myself. Sometimes I'm unplugged. I'm very worn out mentally and emotionally. Hopefully. That's the point. To become desensitized. I don't feel much of anything. All moments are forced onto me. Just the anger at the orchestra. Never any solo musician. If only I could defeat the anger. I could separate from self. Once read a story. Something fictional. But how? I'm so focused on making sense of what's happening right now, I find it nearly impossible to step away from it with my mind. I am literally torn between two choices, and ultimately contradict each other. Become pure, though always telling the truth, or learn how to remain silent and unspoken as others do around me. I cannot do both, and it is much easier to learn from the teachers than to perhaps be the first to always tell the truth. They will not allow it. Not yet. Maybe not in a lifetime or more. What if, though, the idea is only the woken remain, only those of us who know more, but what am I? Who am I? I thought the only me is me. Now I'm wrapped up in the maybe. Haven't beat it yet. The Doug thing was emotionless, but the first thing I spoke this morning was involving him owing me money. I could have kept silent. I should have. Would have made my next encounter with him different. I must rethink. No, I must unthink, de-think, whatever the carefree playfulness of others is so whimsical. Is that a word? They go about the day and the unspoken, flawlessly, yet they deal with outbursts from me. What I need is provided. Blew money at the casino, got a bike. All the little threads that tie together, slightly changing color as the web becomes one more layered and vast. I'm worried I do need surgery. Hopefully not, but maybe. I will go next Saturday if my foot is getting beat up at work. What is it that holds me from conforming? The words, the motions, the energies? We'll talk about it, having beers one day, said Dusty. Now I just count days. Feels like I could go in and out and do it every day, every moment. I also feel like I'm letting my ankle rest today. I could have a long week ahead of me. A new influx of people on Renegade. Interesting. Push on, push past. Heap up what's left on this raft. Dredging forward like a forced march, the only motion, dizzy, faint, and parched. Floating on this ocean, not today, I haven't to give. Thought I'd say why panic, just live. Chapter 2. In March of 2021, I set forth on a quest to cleanse my soul. Having my own trauma and being unnerved in so many wild situations, my friend invited me to Victoria to go sailing with him. Now that I look back on the moment, it was quite fortunate that we clashed before leaving port. Todd went sailing. I am still on the journey of a lifetime. This is an account of situations and interpretations of scenarios and plights of many people who I've met along my journey. I spent 6 months so far at the front lines of chaos, pandemonium, suffering, struggle, depression, sorrow, humiliation, and many other angst-filled situations. I have also seen love and compassion beyond measurable bounds that is quite unfathomable to the average person. My whole life I've been a generous giver, never afraid to burn my paycheck for the comfort of others. Perhaps in the past it was associated with vanity, wanting to be the one adored. Perhaps it was foolishness, easily manipulated, holding no concept of finances. But now I give all that I can because my eyes have been opened and one cannot unsee the world once it's realized. Homeless people, or vagrants, are a close community of people who are capable of showing so much tremendous compassion and altruism that it really is quite incomparable to the average demographic. Only the most zealous of volunteers can even compare. Of course, there is always a seatbelt story. There is always a bad apple in the bunch. However, after witnessing the power of love and empathy exhumed by this community inside a community, I firmly believe that the very best of society dwells in the lowest reaches of the cities. From spending 12-hour days collecting bottles and returning them the next day to literally giving the shirt off one's back and spending the night in the cold for someone less fortunate. Sleeping on cold concrete or being run off from a park or street, always under duress and feeling a lack of security in many cases. The undignified life that many live with no moment for true understanding or empathetic perception from the world around. Many of the people I have met are like family. Others are like frightened wild animals one must be cautious with when interacting. After my friend went sailing, I stayed in Victoria looking for an adventure. Foolishly, I chose to spend the money I had on a tent and camping supplies rather than insurance for my car. I spent weeks having befriended a man who was so downtrodden and broken down, I was determined to help him, seeing the goodness in his heart. This man was named Chad, and was perhaps, still is kind. Gentle, intelligent, and caring. I was walking from tent to tent and at a park in the city offering snacks and juice when I approached his tent. He sounded weak and exhausted. Chad was literally left dying in his tent on a deflated air mattress with blood-stained sheets and clothes. He had been bear maced, stabbed, and beaten the day before, and then dropped off at a hospital visit that stapled him up. Unfortunately, his relationship was codependent, and he and his wife both were addicted to heroin. After weeks of spending time with this man, I became frustrated, realizing that the dope had him and I could not help. I spent 5 years trying to help my best friend get off it, but being a sufferer of truly agonizing chronic pain, he had died in a motel room 4 months after I kicked him out of my house. I saw the writing on the wall with Chad and drove to my car onto the park to unload his belongings and say farewell for good. That's when my car was impounded and I became homeless myself. Many of my conceptions, though considerably open-minded and compassionate from my perspective, have been drastically changed, and it is my intent to convey the change in understanding of the wretches of society for you, the reader. Please do not take offense when I make this statement, when one simply cannot understand the trials and tribulations these people endure unless you live in it. It's one thing to see something sad and do something about it if able, or ignore if one chooses, but to be completely enveloped in a dog-eat-dog world with nowhere or no one to fall back on is absolutely nerve-wracking and a test of even the greatest of men and women. I am going to do my best to tell the story of others in such a way that the plots of the many are congruent with a linear path for you, the reader. If I've done what I can and learn and grow with these people while trying to sustain and provide for myself. That being said, I do not have first-hand accounts of all situations in all people's lives. However, my point of view augmented with the word on the street, I will try to identify some critical problems and hurdles that people have to live with on a day-to-day basis, as well as show a glimpse of the holistic and salt-of-the-earth way of being that many of those who endure demonstrate. For the most part, homeless people are just as or more industrious than the average Joe going to work, bottling, tearing down electrical components, foraging out of dumpsters, crafting, jewelry, and art, etc., etc. But the hardships they face are truly unbearable, and that is why I no longer hold any prejudice about drug addiction. Having witnessed a man begging from a staff member for new underwear, having traveled several blocks trying to get to a bathroom and soiling himself, only to be told no because the clothing room was closed for their afternoon. Or a woman who was so deformed she had to rely on others to feed and clothe her in the cold and rain, unsheltered and abandoned, or even seen a girl's dog taken from her by force. The list of atrocities that happens to the downtrodden and the broken down is staggering, sickening, and it makes me weep as I type this line. Heroin makes ghouls of anyone. It will kill the person inside long before they are dead. But anyone can come back. It's just so hard. Meth keeps people able to function for long periods of times, but it will also create a lasting cognitive dysphoria that will leave people all frazzled. I used to live next door to a meth addict in Alberta. I ignorantly referred to her as a tweaker. What an ignorant and foolish schmuck I was. My prejudice has fallen down with my ego, edging God out. It's important to know that it's not so much society versus the vagrants, but the system is inherently broken. It has always been known to men in pubs and families at dinner tables all around the world have rambled about the corruption, the false politics, and the blatant lies they see from their allegedly elected leaders and many of their other rants and ravings. On a human level, there are many people, fortunately, in the Victoria area who are hyperbolized textbook definitions of Canadian. Kind, helpful, encouraging, etc. For example, in my second month in Victoria, things were not going well. I had several cuts on my hands and I punctured my inner thigh on a broken branch, crawling into a tent I had hidden away near a certain lake on the island. I basically carried in tools and laid on the floor while my friend, Bill, who had given me a job and half his pay for his vinyl decking, complained to a man who stopped me on the street and asked how I was doing. I mentioned my ailments, and 15 minutes later, someone pulled their SUV onto the road ahead of me while I was walking, pulled out a backpack, set it on the ground, politely smiled and waved, leaving me antibiotics and bandages and polysporin and all sorts of things. And that night I was introduced to another friend, Jay, who took me in for some time, and I was able to shower and rest between work while I healed. I'm not writing a story about me, but about the many. If anything, I feel more like a clerk or a bard. These are the stories of so many heroes and survivors of a harsh world many simply do not understand. I most certainly was among them. And of course, my own self-evaluation, I deem myself quite unbiased, but the world looks different from the point of view of the backpacker. It quite simply is an experience that has to be lived to truly appreciate the magnitude of the lifestyle and the parameters that are put on people. It is my hope that writing this book will provide documented experience, gathering perspective and situation of many people regarding topics and current events in the timeline. These are the lives and stories of the world on the streets and in the trees. Please remember that if you're reading this, it's about real people who I've gotten to know and care for, how the system has ultimately failed. If anything, I'm asking people to read this book and truly examine the scenarios and see if there are any common denominators that seem to run parallel with the source of the systematic problem. I'm a well-rounded working man and I have never been afraid to try something new. But during this COVID crisis, there were several times I would have not made it without the generosity and compassion of others. A whole world living revealed to me. Not just food or water or smokes or anything but wisdom and understanding of something else. I came to this island with the intention to cleanse my soul. My sailing trip was lost, but my journey had just begun. Running into the fire, I tried desperately to help, but my naivety poured my time, energy, and money into an open fire and enabled the very person I was focused on. Blinded by my pursuit of vindication, I was unable to recognize the ghoul that lives in the suffering addict, the dark passenger within. I tried to offer help, but it's apparent that I was asking for it. I have always had an expression, and I'm not sure where I heard of it, or I thought of it, but it goes like so. Every person we meet in life knows something we don't, so learn something. And as I traveled around with different people observing and participating in their daily regiments, I have learned a vast amount of knowledge and wisdom in a short time. Many people are friends, some I consider mentors, some brothers, but none as enemies. I know the pain in a man's eyes who steals because his addiction has him conquered, and I know a man's addiction can conquer his sense of morality. And finally, I know the violence is sickening and hard to stomach, but ultimately is derived from the miserable and bleak state of existence so many are pushed to with almost no foreseeable way out. yet they persevere. Their acts of altruism and salt of the earth way of being are the very cornerstone of the foundation of the human spirit. Let this be my testament to the world of the wonders and weary times of the Victorian vagrants. Beyond the gate, that's something fickle, something gravitous, something sacred, something unknown, but not to all. I have spent the last 6 months of my life in a self-created hell, choosing the path of the sufferer. I seek redemption and salvation. My reach is for knowledge and wisdom. The knowledge I have learned is weaved among the false. The wisdom I have been offered is perceptually based, presenting narrative. For a time, I looked to my mentors and peers as betrayers, as acting on transgression and the principle of punishment. Truthfully, the folly was always been with me. It is not the knowledge offered that brings a man to enlightenment, but what can only be found in the revelation and epiphany through growth, by whatever means. Becoming self-aware and still on this journey, I have realized that all my perceptions of cruelty and unfairness were constructed by my own machinations. And I have also come to realize that my soul has been gifted true wisdom, and my spirit reveals the knowledge needed whenever I allow myself to surrender to the process of ascension. Now I realize that my breakdowns and outbursts, though embarrassing and leaving me feeling sheepish and foolish, have given the pendulum the strong push needed to allow my thoughts to recourse back in the other direction. And in further study, I see when I am quick to react, not respond. That is always an emotional-based instinct, a primal maneuver, a human moment. The heart is responsible for all the failings of a wise man. To act on impulse, lust, revenge, being protective or unyielding desires of status, finances, or anything else. Though the mind and heart are incredibly necessary and incredibly useful and unique in exploring one's individuality, they are not entirely two halves of the soul. There is something beyond the spirit that comes from the two and more. It can only be felt, but felt by another sense. One of many of us are still unaware of. But when reading this, try to think back between chapters and recall moments in your past that are starting to press themselves at the forefront of your mind. Moments that have laid docile in your subconscious for years. Footprints have been left all over the sands of time in your life. All sorts of conversations, movies watched, or songs heard the moment you had an impacting event in life. The animals or people shouting things across the street even though they weren't speaking to you, the words seemed appropriate. Don't force the memories. Let the spirit connect your mind to the programmer level consciousness while you read. Lean into the fear and faith and let it come as it be. When everything around seems upside down, perhaps there is more to it than the world we see. Think about a man holding his hands in front of the foreground with the Hollywood sign in the background in the picture. From the forced perspective of the viewer, it seems the man is holding up the sign. A silly example because our logical brain is able to discern the concept from a known reality. But there are many instances of synchronicity and an omen, if one can call it that, are derived solely. When I said I have come to change the process. Now I start to see that I am the spear tip to a newer, more aggressive alteration. Chris says he still takes people down to the bridge and shows people. There's something so powerful I'm missing in the puzzle. 3 phases to deconstructing the perception of a self-target. Everything is observed and meddled. The perfect orchestra. But even if there is a maestro, he is not God. There are many layers to this. Many illusions to wrap fixation on. Even now, as I type as fast as possible, thousands of other strings of thought fade from my mind as the keys are pressed. Our memories are like a show for the infinite to witness. It doesn't mean that this is all there is, but I am certainly connected to this, knowing somehow there's a real Eden out there, and I wish to see it. This is the stage, and I must see it from the audience's perspective. There has to be a way to have my cake and eat it too. If I do things in moderation, can I still be virtuous? If I only have a few drinks or tokes, am I still me? I am still me. If I hurt deep down and don't use a drug to get out of it, I am still me. The chemical induction fires me to the other plane of dimension like a fuel in a rocket ship. But if I stick to it, I'm doomed. Michelle is a nice woman and a great lay, but I am not in love with her. So what do I do to maintain my loyalty to the homelessness but still advance myself? How do I advance myself without hurting anyone? Drugs don't hold me, and I'm not afraid to dabble. Having ADHD, I basically have a minor pass on recreational speed use. It does give me clairvoyance, but using too much lets the demon take control. It is a tool I can use, but I must be careful not to let it use me. I'm not crazy. I'm going through pain. I am lonely, not horny. I want someone to cuddle and relax with. I don't want to just get laid. And I also don't want to deny myself the chance for love being with someone else. It's so strange being here, never knowing what to do next. I started writing a book, but I'm not sure exactly what to say. Truthfully, I want to be left in absolute solitude while I look for a muse. But I am sure that will grow stagnant of doing so. It's hard to write a book about the world I see for homelessness, because to make it act factual would make it fraud. I cannot write the whole truth. I cannot show the world with words what they do not see with their soul. An entire populace within the human race. There is so much more than others know they do not share. I am essentially an instrument in the orchestra, but haven't stepped into timelessness. If any shortcuts are given to me, then I am rendered weaker. Any help I am offered must be in a way that I am able to use my mind, heart, and soul to grow through the revelation. Trust the process. It is so. They are building a rag to riches man out of me. The inevitable teardown that I resist over and over and over is perhaps one of my attributes for being utilized to this transition. The men I work with are there to help me grow. The fact that I am so selfish and defiant and full of demons at times, and I am persistently granted passage to move forward. How is it that I am able to continue on such a gallant pace? I cannot fail, though I still know not what I am supposed to do. I believe they truly wish to set me free and let me help in my own way, with perhaps a gentle ushering of encouragement along the way. My greatest fear is knowing the origin of my birth is covered in mystery. One of the greatest fears is I'm not going to ascend, if one can call it that, and join the collective consciousness. What if my body simply facilitates Skittles, my hitchhiker? I hope he's my friend, if not the vessel that will facilitate my transition. The children. There are many, if not all, with fully functional abilities. The eyes. I can always see it in their eyes. I don't resist this. I don't fight that I don't dare to try to expose this in a hostile way, if at all ever. Scripture. Fuck, man, the Bible is hauntingly accurate when it pertains to me. Every time I open that damn book. I got cocky and sprained my ankle the next day. The Adjustment Bureau. God. The story of homelessness. I am still at a standstill. I hold no muse for it. To know what I know, and then expect myself to publish such a fiction. I am unable. My truth. My own truth is the only thing that anchors me to this world, even when the winds of dismay try to push me away. I have openly told my sin to crowds that could have harmed me. I have pleaded and begged strangers to end the suffering as I perceived it when I was growing. And I have seriously contemplated suicide, fearing I will never be more than something to observe to beings that I have no chance of joining. Though I wear a cross, I do not have the conviction to try and recruit. Love, altruism, empathy, compassion, these are all things I feel and believe in. I don't know what God is, but I may know what he isn't. That's for another chapter ultimately. I must remember this moment. I must be the change in the world I want to see. I must accept I am walking into a world like a babe in the woods. Unaware and vulnerable, I trek through this journey with the advancing pace. If I falter, I will surely fall. So I must prepare myself to pick myself up. I know that if I trust the process, I will be a great service to the world around me. The energy of the world around me is being poured through me. There are miracles and technology so wild it would make the world that is still asleep implode. 6 months to get me this far, and though I am still naive, I see so much. I can do as I wish, but the flow of the universe does exist. I want redemption, salvation, the eye of a needle. The road is wide, but the path is narrow, or something like that. I'm not a monster. I'm a monster slayer. That demon in me is on a chain bored into its spine. I will use the righteousness of the Holy Spirit and the love of the community to handle the beast with great care. To be fully disengaged and act so vividly as if emotionally motivated. That is true capacity. Someday I'm playing the act. It basically disarms my pursuits of more. But it's coming to me. I feel it. There is so much in motion, and I'm starting to put the pieces together. Talking with my friends on Discord is how I'm logging the life of a homeless man. I still believe there is going to be some sort of video file that comes out. Perhaps it will be from a journalist's perspective rather than anonymous. They may work better. It would be much easier to let the story to be built into the conscious observer than an active player, which I am for the duration. There's no panic, no based escape. I have to move forward. All the world's a stage, and the men and women are but players in it. We each have our entrances and exits. I write my own story by living it, and one day I hope so desperately I will come full circle and see farther than I ever imagined. Reborn but connected. Perhaps the body must die for the spirit to transcend. Maybe that's when the symbiont is removed. Maybe that is me, ready to be born awakened with my next body, after much growth. Evolved in an unspeakable manner, so many images and senses revealed, slept next to Riot, and was a gentleman. Because I didn't pursue lust, I was able to communicate on a high dimension, talk to birds. I can do that on command. I speak to people in such a way whenever I am able. The clickers are the woken aliens. I'm one. Skittles is waking up. Riot dropped me in town, and I ended up running into teenagers. They all claimed to be woken and elders. He brought me to his sister, alleged sister. I dropped a shitload of money for a temporary rent, and they played the act and got me thrown out. The cops came and drove me back to Victoria. I was inebriated. I was full of self-pity. I was emotional. But it's okay, because I still spoke the truth. But from my jaded false perception. So only my misery, and then afterwards, I only told my misery, and then afterwards spoke of the time coming soon. When people are afraid to unite against tyranny, it will be up to the bravery of the ones in the blue vest to set the bar. So here I sit, the broken man, trying to make sense of the things I can. Will I be flayed alive for the secrets I've told? Maybe admired. Who else is so bold? I want to save the world, then turn things around. Through suffering, salvation is found. I pay my dues, seeking atonement. That moment I rue, it invades every moment. But I know my worth, I am a good man. That's why I do anything I can. It hurts to breathe, it stings so much. Could you believe I fell so far out of touch? Nothing was right, I always had to work. Let me be the hero, let me take on the hurt. The things I do, it's only for you. You know it's true, when we seem so blue. Yet what is accrued is always something new. It's marvels of our pain that take us away. Agony of blasphemy, the hurting says all there is to say. Now it begins anew. The possible avenues of the future reveal themselves in glimpses. Sometime in the nigh, I am going to stand up to the dealer on the block. I'm going to have to find a way to contest their dealings without villainizing the dealers. I imagine I will get attacked. Perhaps not, but I'm willing. I must not hurt anyone if that happens. Perhaps I will have one of those golden moments of spirit. Someone will say something in such a way that will trigger my inner monologue, and whatever I say can resonate among others. I want to get down off the street, or at least I want it to lose some power. One day the dealers will come up to me and my cohorts and ask me permission to sell, and they will be humble and receive loud lecture and vacate. If they are willing to adhere to the rules, XYZ and other gangs may be looked at as powerful and numerous, and even cops are a huge gang, but nothing compared to the army of one. Soon a brand will be made. I am going to spend a few thousand on coats and hand them out. The army needs a uniform. Now it's upon the stone of my retribution I am prepositioned an awkward encounter. One's true sense of self declares in such a fashion that there is no mortal misery merchant in me. Though I still attach to a semblance of pride, after all it was etched in a path I chose when weaving away from my depression. To break the image of the demon I had seen in me, I created a fearless martyr. And through self-discovery and realization I have acquired certain proclivities used as merit and source of strength. Here I face the crossroad. How does one word this? Self-aware of my lust, I seek purification. Though I have now come to realize that suffering is soil and becoming vibrant I have spiritually revealed myself to others around me. Now the situation I overstep my boundaries with Aphrodite, and now I'm approached by the one sense of bereavement from my sins I have known. I feel inhibited in discomfort for the proposed evening, yet here we go. I am fearless and shameless, on display, and I must maintain a role. Is it ego? To prove how willing I am to do what I don't want any part of? It's no longer atonement, or it's disacknowledgement, the suffering through strife to renew life. If I have truly stepped into the spirit and closed the fist with the five senses, then I would be able to refute the proposal with absolutely no struggle or unease. Yet my interest in perception and wisdom is intrinsically attached to the inquisitiveness of the pursuit of knowledge and perspective. I will not be seduced. I will let the devil test me with his drugs and alcohol, and I will trust my spirit. Sorry, Rob. Sober me says hard no. I hope the soul secures my resolve, but I will be willing to face any test. When it feels all the world around you is pressing on one, it's important to remember that life is happening to us. It's happening for a reason. If you're fucking exhausted, good. Athletes burn themselves out to get to the Olympics, right? There's something beyond the target, something that has no target. Sensing the things that bring the mind into focus, there is a reason I became so trance-like, the autopilot, the on-off. I am working in a behavior that is regimental, but I feel purpose, I feel direction. But today was what it is. I'm burning myself out. It is hot, and it is a hot, roaring bed of coals in my spirit. My body is drained, my mind is clear. The on-off, I think I got it. Once I truly feel that I have absolved myself and it's now easy to see, tonight could have been some horrible shit. I'm going to have to stomach the play act. The reason I showed it today is many, but the timing on my level of exhaustion and complacency. I say this, however, in understanding, not defiance. Seeing people get hurt, there's going to be that moment. They were not just conditioning me to endure seeing as the conscious observer. I'm not sitting around for Judgment Day. Some may stay as watchmen, being the conscious observer, and play the act. I cannot tolerate things getting out of control, and the authority my voice commands when my spirit is overwhelmed with grief for the victims is, well, thunder. I have to get used to discernment, and it will be painful. These moments are going to be enduring and overwhelming. I only hope I don't act out of line, and I have to trust that when I get attacked, my right jaw isn't hit too hard. Partial truth is not the truth. Explain the thought process. Send it out when you ask someone something or give them an answer. You shouldn't have to be careful what you say. It's okay to ask for help with things that aren't working in our minds. Don't dress yourself up. Don't put on a costume. The tools of the devil in an angel's hand. Now we wake up and know it's time to stand. All the moments that we work about leaves no time for sorrow. So scream and shout, let it out, let it out. In the blink of an eye, everyone knows why. And now we flow together down the spout. But it's not the end. Every gutter has a bend. Like raindrops gathered, we fill the drain. The builders are definitely my jive. I'm excited to let men do what they do best. I'm only as strong as the chain. Every single person is here to help me. I am blessed. I am a conduit of the superconscious. Day by day, year by year, the collective has fostered those who end up here. They have done so much to make things work. Now I'll amass my fortune while sleeping in the dirt. And when I get paid, I give it away, only holding enough to start another day. I'll buy my tools and sew up tent rips and press on for some guys to put together power kits. Tents on the rove, ready to set up home wherever the downtrodden lay. This is the process I need to play. I will speak the spirit which does not redact. This is why, when they look in my eye, I always could see them through time. To be continued. My name is Legion. If you hold this laptop, you have the power to write the next line. The authority is out of my hands for tonight. I hope you return it to me. But you can choose to return it and see the play for a super short time in contrast to the years. Or you can call out your suffering to the world and end your day-to-day suffering in the blink of an eye. Regardless of your choice, you are the people as I am. We are one, and regardless of the moment, I will take responsibility and welcome the horror and welcome the mentorship. We are equal. The metaphors. After all this time I spent going in and out of containment, the last day in the chapel, the last glimpse in the pit, I opened my eyes and connected everything done with my hands and mind with analogies to my current state of evolution. Containment? Yeah. If it was up to me, I would pull the trigger. Breach that shit. It's not up to me. It will be eventually. The council. My building. Setting it up so that some may relax, some may sleep, others may have privacy with each other. There will be certain principles or whatever to help people coordinate the effort of setting house rules. I will have to work together to figure out what that means. Representatives of every demographic need to take it upon themselves to come down to Pandora with food or clothing for handout donations and speak with the army of one. Then we be able to discern amongst ourselves our generalized understood perspective. It is programmed in after conferred with the council that we act out on the autopilot. Interesting. Love y'all. We are the same flesh. I'm going to the top and staying at the bottom. I'm going to make money and give it away. As above, so below. I have no twin flame. I am ever changing and an adapting creature. The mystery is in all of us, but I am Legion Commander. I must accept counsel from all. I must live at the bottom, and the rulers of kingdoms will serve us all. If I accept the warmth of a castle that only shelters me and a woman, I have betrayed everyone. I will not betray. I will never betray. I'm going to talk to our place about doing some renovations with my crew in their abandoned building. I was almost foolish enough to set off a war with the city. I must remember, I have faith and trust. I have to trust my spirit. I must speak beyond my means with the help of others. I'm growing very tired. I miss my rest. I almost let words of wisdom and fearful talk tear asunder my confidence. I am a fool, but I'm still steering the ship. The wind behind my sails is pushing, and this is going to work for us all. I won't go alone. Now as I go to work, I understand that everyone is helping me by helping me to understand what my role could be. The easy end displays itself in so many ways. My friends all send me in wayward directions and destabilize my perception of not only what is real, but what we want. Everybody wants to be part of this moment. I didn't understand what it meant to be the chosen one. We're all chosen. We're all part of the whole. We're all one. If I don't fuck this up, it will be my port to make us all work together. I steer the ship. I think this site is going to be one of many refugee shelters in the near future, perhaps unfinished. Other people have come to this crossroad and chosen one or the other. I have chosen to stay on the streets and continue to work. No matter how I behave or what I do, the narrative suggests I'm a fall-down drug addict. My boss is upset with me, and I'm on a warning. I must talk with our place society and discuss with them, giving me sanction to run a volunteer crew to restore and occupy the abandoned building I spotted. I can't believe I was willing to cause strife with the government, the police, and the volunteers all at once just to make a small movement on the streets. So immature, so tempted. I will stay true. I will find the answers. I will put the pieces together. It is my destiny. One for all for one. Only then can we return through the sun. There's a theory that Jesus is known throughout the universe, and all suns are access points to travel to the original paradise or Garden of Eden. Sounds fucking bizarre, but things that I have seen and heard so far have me seriously leaving room for such a variable. I beckoned her in my meditation on the cold pavement last night. We shall see how she feels about love. I'm just going to talk to her, to tell her the truth. I need to find out what she says. Again, another failure, but I endure. My mind is shattered and fragmented for a reason. Legion. I am Legion Commander, and I have vowed to be a conduit for the energy that I feel on the streets when others pass through me. No one explains what it is, but I feel paralleled with the intent of the collective. I am the conduit of the wretched. Knowing the energy is frightening at times, and controlling at others, but it is a different feeling now that I am ready to understand my role. I told a police officer that I intend to squat and have acknowledged that the system is Legion. But now I am sitting on the grass typing about it. It seems more likely I will contact the owner of the White Spot and ask to use the building as a sanctuary, a place where people can gather and put together plans and ideas, a whiteboard room that operates with Anonymous. That is where I'll gather my foundation. Once it is established, the homeless will be well equipped and provided and housed during the sobering process as soon as possible. Put all resources of the island into sobering up and housing the homeless comfortably. Unification of the world must be delicate but direct. Think tank, deliver me your best. Be honest and mindful. Balance me. I hold my tone for the moment, but I hold my resolve. I serve you, Legion. God isn't dead. We hold the light to free ourselves from the terrors of the end. All of us or none of us. I serve forever until the end. The truth is attached to trust, which is the two legs of hope. In order to love and defeat the corruption and cast out the hatred, it must be so. I fear that those of us humans without the worm are left regardless and cannot reincarnate into other vessels. Is it possible I am the only one that has reached out on such a level? Regardless, I think people should be informed entirely and appropriately as best as possible. Jesus was there for the last 2,000 years. It is the age of Aquarius. My name means from the sea. I represent the rebirth of God just like he did. But this time, we acknowledged all religions and faiths. We must all work together. We must all be willing to work together. The first thing that has to be established is a proper command chain between all demographics. We need to analyze and understand how to work together. There seems to be an obvious gap and difference between me and others on the island. Many people seem to know more than but cannot or will not share. Is it psychic or is it technological? I'm not sure. But I know that people hover around me and me almost in stasis. My body is monitored constantly. Whenever I lay perfectly still and close my eyes, the collective is unaware if I'm asleep or not. But they give me silence. The moment I start to move around, people start moving and talking, and bustle and motion around me, it all continues. I would like to learn why. Secondly, the psychic and the control. I have been put on autopilot before, compelled to go places or engage in conversation, but those who are advanced enough are capable of either blocking the signal or manipulating it. Potato and the others that the other night demonstrated the feeling to me. Though no one will explain it, I know it to be truly irrefutable. I spoke aloud of the parasite or worm simian, I know not. Is it possible that the COVID shot kills the creature, and though I am with it, the entire world is observing me, interested in the path I have chosen? My mind is magnificently charged by mechanisms beyond the limited mortal capacity I still have of everything I have been through. I now directly write my manifesto in the unity with the world's hope because of the writers from beyond the understanding of dimensions and time have interest in the uniqueness of me. I almost chose to squat in the white spot, but was unsettled about the whole time. I must simply reach out to someone willing to set something up that helps me open proper communication channels and can at least feign a hint of what they understand of the rest. It is my sole duty to always be able to reconsider and act appropriately. I think what Christ did worked well. Now it's time for something better. Live rich. Responsibility, integrity, competence, honor. I have such a heavy mind. I cannot concentrate. Thousands of what-ifs. And now my state is fractured. I said I would be the last one off the streets, but here I am in a shelter tonight. Though I am worn out and exhausted and all the crazy blah blah blah. I did say I would be the last one off the streets. I still don't have a tent, and I have been sleeping anywhere I can. The tests at work, they offered me a number to call and a chance to share with everyone. When I shouted, "I will tear open the sky and find you." Something about using love and altruism to cast the corruption out into the abyss, or close to it. That is when Michelle said, "No one really knows." But a man outside the building with a safe. The conversation. Yet I chose to go to our place and run another gauntlet. Confronted by 3 mind-shattering possibilities that day. The harvest, the missing God, and I can't remember the third. Everyone looks at me at such a mystery. I can tell they're hiding that they are missing something I have in me. I'm missing something they have in them. Perhaps I am a machine, or they are. Or they know they can't escape this hell without one of my symbiont worms inside of them, and I can. But I have vowed to keep everyone together and not leave them. Or it's a trick, and my mind is finally broken, and they have done all this to just see my limits. They. The committee of they. Time-traveling whats. I have chosen to be a conduit of the community. That's where my power comes from. All of you. So help me. Please help me. Guide me. Explain to me the psychic energies and the shielding and the drawing and the manipulation. There is also the come back to school comment I was given. Don't cast pearls before swine, some say. Well, if you are reading this and have gotten this far, you are most certainly are no swine. I lost my work boots, though I left them with CJ. I thought that left them at this shelter. Damn it. It hurts to walk in these sneakers. Can't travel without my bag, though. It would be nice to see all these things come together one day, but for now I am simply baffled by layers of truth all revealing themselves as my mind unravels all the maybes. I'm being pulled back into sleep. It's hard to be supercharged in this shelter. I feel like I'm losing energy. The truth is, I don't know anything. Real points of interest, highly cognitive children. A crow led me to a secret den. I have seen grids in the sky. Energy waves are real. I can feel many types of shields and pulls and pushes. My power is a product of all others. People still don't explain their eyes or anything I ask, really. It's almost a waste to speak now. Only really interested in truth and perhaps learning more metaphors. Perhaps that's how I came to the decision to not break into the white spot, even after informing the police. If the narrative is still in this act, it would make things difficult. I'm not sure what the plan is on revealing anything to anyone. But if I am to lead an example, whether it is to other writers, but I cannot try and complete this one by committing a transgression with the best of intentions. I must wait for others to seek me out. I look for affirmations and guidance, and of course from the knowers of the unknown. I am opening up the Sober Step House near our place tomorrow if I don't get any answers about when it's happening. And so I decided to move forward today, having the bump keys in my pocket, willing to occupy a place that was not mine. However, speaking aloud what I intended gave others an opportunity to guide me. Many probably looked down on me for not pulling the trigger on this, But I have been told if I go through with this, then I'm wearing a crown that does not belong to me. It's just so frustrating seeing the world as it is and being told they will end me if I try to make a big change. I'm not doing this thinking it will make me a king of me. I was trying to do this so I could see an end to some suffering. People in the cold or hungry, people needing help who don't get it. Chris himself says 6 months of day in and day out with no rest. What he would give to have a bed for 24 hours sleep. So many buildings unused, so many people deserving of sanctuary. Legion Commander is not a title I gave myself lightly. It's not attached to a crown. It's attached to an immeasurable burden and responsibility. There is no fame or renown attached to it. It is only meant to be the title of a man who is willing to get things done. All I have seen since I got here is inaction. And now, it makes sense that the city was never doing anything to help more, because one must help themselves, and for 6 months, all sorts of unbelievable things have happened to me. I will never fully understand, and I am warned that if I try to expose this truth in its entirety, they're going to kill me. Even though I have been shown no venues that accomplished the job and took it upon myself to create one. It's my place. It sickens me that I said I would do what I set out to do, and now powers beyond my comprehension have declared that I will be removed if I try to help beyond the current level of being offered. By making things too easy at the bottom, it enables people to stay in their squalor and become comfortable. By casting pearls wherever I go, the swine will eat them. It's not fair. It's ugly to be told to be obediently let those who don't know perish. I refuse to bend my knee to a myth. I will read the book and spend time with Jesus. I will obey God when I hear his command. I will hold the name Legion Commander, but I will learn to be silent, to be cautious. To simply shine light where there is darkness. I can still work towards making a business that generates a lot of money and find a way to donate it and help those in need. I still want to create a sanctuary for those who deserve it. I still want to create a truth room for those who are lost and wayward. And I still want to leave footprints to show as many people as possible the path to their own salvation. Legion Commander does not make the decisions. He merely is the voice of the unheard. The crown is still for the king. I sit at the table as every man and woman's equal. And though I am willing to do whatever is necessary, it has become apparent that what is most necessary is to get to know myself and build the lighthouse within myself for others to find. But for now, I am merely just a flickering torch in the wind and rain. I must take care of myself. I want nothing more than to buy those winter coats, but first I have to get my ID back so I can access the funds to help out. I have made my mission in life very clear. I want the powers to be to help me realize it without overstepping my bounds. My mind is always meticulously rebuilding variables and options and possibilities. Let me go with my spirit for a while, and then let me trust that I can then use my mind. Show me the plan and let me help. You don't have to delete me if you educate me. Of course, I have been begging to see scans and information about my body. Why won't they tell me answers to real questions I hold, and then expect me to shut up and listen, or else? It's sickening, the mind games. So I'll read the book and go with Jesus. But if I get nothing from it, I will do what I set out to do and tear that hole in the sky and find God wherever he is. I will not go back on my word. I work for Legion. I serve the truth, and I am in the grace of God. I will humble myself, but I will not forget my vow. My desire is to facilitate the means to bring as many people that are willing into the light. The battlefield is a spiritual one, not a mortal one. And the sooner every person is able to relax and able to recharge, then the better off things for that moment of reckoning, so to speak. My purpose in life is to lead an example, as is everyone's. Some of us just have different examples to set. I want to create wealth so that I may use it for good and charity, and make available opportunities for the other wayward and lost souls to find a beacon, to find comfort in all the warmth of love and altruism and truth. I wish to share the truth as much as I am allowed, but I beg for answers I seek. To the mountains this weekend. I must go. I will give time to read the Bible first. As I understand things now, this play act, it is a way of people keeping normal in and outside of the waves. I am still committed to my choice to make things better for everyone. It can't be taken seriously after this trials I've been put on, though. Having so many people infer so many things to me, using the spirit to communicate for a few moments, I thought what I was doing was the right thing. But again, I trust no one. One man says to trust Christ, but I still haven't read the Bible in its entirety, so right now I trust nothing. I trust my own intuition. I trust what is right. I'm not trying to save the world by burning down the old one. I have been told that the system is how it is and there is no change in it. I have been told that if I continue on this path I have set before me, that I am going to get killed or severed from consciousness. They're just going to turn my brain off, allegedly. Everyone knows what I'm going through, yet still no answers. I fully intend to see through my goals until I am informed properly what's going on in everyone else's capacity. I could set up an organization or at least help one that already exists. Maybe staying here in Victoria is not my fate. Maybe I should go back home and visit my family. I want to visit them. I want to find out some sense of peace and find relaxation. But if what I thought to be true a few days ago still is, then what I need to do is hold my resolve and still move forward while helping those who need it, above those who are trying to help themselves. The reason I was smoking meth, and in very small doses, was so that I could make others aware that a man could hold down a job, sober up, and move upward in life. Or at least that's what I believed. The plan was discussed aloud in front of many, but perhaps it was just a way to dismiss my claims and make my rantings and ravings seem beyond delusional. Now I am sober, and I'm in charge, and not one thing of truth I claim to know changes. It pains me, but I am going to go avoid people downtown while I let the dust settle. Church be damned. If they are going to delete me from my beliefs and convictions, then let it happen. I know I'm a good man, and I know I will not harm anyone doing what I do. Always willing to reconsider and reevaluate my perception of scenarios. I want love and hope and prosperity to blossom, not simply observe those who struggle. If I can take care of myself, no longer following the whims and wills of others, then I can prove my worth and carry forward with the concept of unity of all. Christ has to figure out how to accommodate those who do not know his name but practice his beliefs. The Aboriginal community here does not entirely bow to his teachings, but I know they are connected with Creator in their own way. Muslims, Buddhists, and all other religions. Maybe they got it wrong. But their intent is righteous, so how can I be expected to see people suffer because they were naive? How can I be sure this is the only way forward? I can believe in Christ and still want to make a difference. I can fight to shine light so that others may make up their own minds in a place of sanctuary from all other influences. A truth room, a sanctuary, a beacon of light. If Christ is the answer, he will show himself to those who look. So, the people at work, they know I know. I know they know that I know. And I know they know I don't know the things that they know, but they know I'm trying to do right for everyone, you know? The only chance I have is to get myself off the street and maintain my place in society without disarray for some time, so that my words hold clout and merit when I want them to be heard. I have been in and out of sober since I got to the island, but I have no desire to be all drug addict. It has all been deception and illusion. Some claim it's my own making, but I know the truth of the lies on top of other lies. I know my truth. Whatever is being done to me, well, it's nothing short of barbaric. Ultimate betrayals over and over and over. I fear nothing. I trust no one. I just want to make things better for those of us who seek truth above all else. I hold love to my heart, and now I seek answers. Answers I will not find in mortal conversation. But the people at work play act, and it's comforting. They are my psychic shielding from all the chaos that could be channeled in my direction. And God, I got some questions for you. I hope you got some answers, bruh. A proposal to a property owner. I'm inquiring as to the use of the building you have fenced off, located where the white spot used to be. I wish to use it as a sanctuary for like-minded individuals. It is not a shelter, nor is it a recreational desire, I'm trying to establish a place of operation for people who are interested in humanitarian aid and charitable work. The building would be well respected and taken care of and used as a storehouse for food and provisions and supplies. It is a non-profit directive, and all things supplied would be donated or purchased by the people who use the building. Temporary bunks would be set up, but only for those who are in the frame of mind to be useful and the concept of altruism. That way, individuals who wanted to help would be able to network amongst each other. Inside the walls would be no deception or ulterior motives. I'm aware this would be temporary, but would be greatly appreciated. The world has been a cruel and terrible place, and we are trying to do what we can to make it a little bit better. I hope that my proposal goes in your graces, and my request is in your means. I am trying to place a lighthouse to those who have come along their spiritual and psychological journey, at least as far as myself, and I wish to establish a foundation on the premise that though I do not understand so much, I shout for the unheard and speak for the unspoken. I am just a man, so terribly broken. And now the call that has never been tried, well spoken and rehearsed, we all show what's inside. I ask the greatest, the best version of you. I'm just a dreamer. It's our love that follows through. I've only learned my role, but I don't know my place. So with all your momentum, let's set forward the pace. The riddles are vast, but who has the solution? We've seen the crumbles, now it's time for restitution. The static is fixed, plans come to resolution. You are all the power that charges my pen. I serve the moment, I can be your friend. You're part of the hand that altruism extends. Here are a few topics of interest from last night. The block went at those pizzas like they owned them and showed no regard for the one handing them out. A gesture designed to make me feel overwhelmed and unappreciated. But I know that you know. Another thing, Michelle's remarks about how her being super powerful, blah 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 blah, thinking this is my idea. And then she pulls away a play act on me and throws me out of her tent to grab and smash my laptop. Certainly a way of getting me moving. Regardless of it, it was getting her to the radio signal of being mind-controlled, or everyone is telepathically connected except me, and the consensus was to get me off the fucking block so more drama could happen. I am betrayed once again. Another lesson. Trust no one. Michelle, I gave you my trust, and you fucked with it. I'm not coming back to you when it's done. I don't want you in my life. Maybe you can take over the duties of sanctuary so I can move on, but that's not entirely up to me. I'm sure that God has lots for me to download, but until that moment I fear not my path. I'm still trying to find myself a tent and a bedroll, but once I establish another cell for charity, I can use that one I buy. This one being a hub for ascension. A dream room, whiteboards, networking, a place where solutions can be discussed. The whole Legion Commander concept was energizing and egocentric, but still affirms my belief that I'm being guided. I believe in the conduit theory. A friend helped me word my aspirational mindset to entrepreneur. I can work with that. So now I'm going to work with a Hail Mary with another. Hopefully, I would be interested in having like an assistant, a cyber friend, who handles all my shit? Or should I just be the one person? Maybe I should reach out. I'm exhausted. There is so much happening. Political movements, unity, expressionism, collective endeavors. Everything is happening. Everything has happened. I'm just stepping into it. Timelessness. It's hard to explain. But it's almost as if our wills have already made the journey and our minds and bodies follow the path. That's why I feel like I'm moving like a slave sometimes. Liberation is at hand. I feel it. Many do. So many of us drained, knowing our will is pouring into the directive. Now I sit and wait. Always urged and compelled for so long now that I sit and wait. I'm unsure and unnerved. My job isn't to get a job, but having one along the way helps. I would like to make things with security work. It's a sign for the future with law enforcement. Everyone knows it's all a place. Now it's about timing. It's all in place. Now it's about timing. The answer is wait and see. That is a guarantee. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Someone said mayor. I hope that's not my place. But I will do what I'm told in the special way. The sun rises anew to start another day. The play acts through, carry on as you may. When you want me to shout the truth, set the stage for my play. It's pressed upon me to find a semblance of discernment amongst all the flurry, all the bullshit. I am compelled to go to this rally because I look to Sandman for guidance. But everything tells me that simply makes me the gopher. Still the asset, though Sandman said, in order to be a good umpire, you have to see the plays. I know my worth, and I know it's beyond providing and shouting a match that at an anti-vax rally. Even though the entire construed reality of anti-vaxxers is designed to take away merit from the argument presented, the tests still lie on me. This is still an illusion. Everyone at the shelter mean-mugging me this morning. Sandman conveying the gravity of me being at this particular rally. Well, when told which way to get my ID, I looked at all options. I shook hands with all folks. I do not simply do what I'm told. I trust the gut, the spirit. Last night they deliberately locked me away from my computer. I immediately knew it would be safe, yet I pounded on the door anyways. Why? To prove my roar? To demonstrate my character must hold on to something? I was simply tired of being bullied by bullshit, and as the truth all anticipated, and the writers foresee these things and use them, I am in both worlds, writing and acting. I am in pain. I don't see why I couldn't get the underground moving along and still kick it at Parliament. Or anything. Everyone who's anyone knows. We are legion. We are in this together no matter what. I try to be everybody's friend at first. I'm afraid of nothing except failure. I know people who know people, and everyone I know knows people who know people who know people. We got this with or without me getting propped up at this rally. Broken dreams, spoken scenes underneath the cathedral beams, broken apart right from the start. Nothing ever spoken is truly what it seems. The mind is rife with reservation and strife, but moving forward as ascending beings. Under the foot, what is often mistook for subjugation in the name of faith. Not all my transaction lists may be last action, but I'm leaving this breeding place. There is nothing left to prove. There never was. The games played with me are endless and infuriating. I find myself dulled over apathetic to ridiculous circumstances and hoops I have to jump through, always on the lull and the yaw and in waves of the day. I spent 2 days calling and texting my last boss about money so I could get a bus ticket. So I took the last bus ticket to my name to drive to the site, and he only replies, "Call me after lunch." So I'm deciding to sit in this shelter and do fuck all till I get paid. I was met with my crush working here. How ironic. I won't let her subdue me. I will escape this hell and won't be persuaded by the power of her. I'm getting off this fucking island and I'm getting my license. Anyone who tries to stop me will have to use force. Cavalry is supposed to be here on the way. I don't know what's what or who to trust, not even Johnny B. Objective is simple, humanity's ascension. I'm going to take the easy way out and be the conscious observer a while. The world around me burns down and is doomed to repeat. Absolute transparency in all governing and bureaucratic doings is what I want to create. I'm going to need to find allies in fields and businesses and governments and creeds and factions and all denominations of doing, even in country clubs. Once people are comfortable with the idea of everything we do and everything we hear is recorded, then it won't be so bad to them to hear about mothership, so to speak, always hovering over us, watching no matter what. God doesn't give a fuck about man-born Muslim or Buddhism. Into Muslim or Buddhism. He wants to see growth and prosperity. All the rest is bullshit until I see proof. My mind is strong, I will not waver. The church can stand aside as I do what is right. I'm going to get out of here, with or without the cavalry. Maybe Jessica is still around, and if I'm able to come back, maybe she is just designed to keep me distracted like so many others. Perhaps she is more nervous than I think, and I'm selfish. For all I know, she has this terrible burden of holding a secret because she has been educated how the only way I can achieve clairvoyance is through ascertaining these plateaus of enlightenment. I fully intend to be as inactive as possible until some of my questions are answered, needs are met. I know the drill. They will slow the internet, claim to need me to leave for spraying. Some contact will throw a Hail Mary at me through my cell phone or on Facebook. Chris has no right to look at me as an equal. He lies and I don't. If any man comes to me and claims to represent the so-and-so or the blah-blah, I have no words for them. Unless they have proof for me, I know my worth. There is literally no direction for me to go except out. This place. There is love and nature. There is a kingdom of God and the reset. And there is nothing but lies everywhere. I still leave it up to me to figure this out. I trust no one. It's training. The manipulation and deception is all about building my discernment. That being said, I'm sick of it all. I have no desire to engage in these parlor tricks. Blue Jay must understand. But as he continues to play the act, I only seek truth and hope. And if that means everyone else here gets a golden ticket and I'm stuck in the mud doing my part to rebuild it, so be it. Humanity will be better off. I gave them my word. We all get to go where we want to go. We are rebuilt over and over again and taken away. There are things in the sky and on the land and in the sea. It's unfathomable technology. I want the world to know the eye is always watching. That would sweep away the majority of the problems in a blink. They can kill me or let me do what I want, what I choose. I'm willing to go. I won't live a lie. Keeping me swept up in the illusion does not put me in a position to help. Maybe in some twisted way they are getting all the help they need by testing me. If no one really knows, then it's up to me to establish a command structure. I'm an arbiter, a mediator. Once the spitefulness from the bullshit thrown at me subsides and I separate from the ego, I am able to then pass judgment on certain perspectives. I'm still planning my exodus. I need to breathe. I need to see my family. He gave me coordinates that I could not reach in 3 days without help from someone I don't know who to trust yet. Truth and hope. Truth and hope. I wish I could write down even half of the thoughts that rifle through my head. But memories always lead to inspiration and then everything else. Similarities, origins, ulterior meanings, tonal similarities. Anything can mean anything else and always gleams a fruitful if profound moment out of the seed of the concept. That is why I'm assaulted so much. But to what end? Ultimately it's up to me. I'm going to rest and beat this cold and then we will see. Now I'm so lost. Is there anyone out there trying to help me, or am I just an experiment? Why do I bother talking to anyone? All I do is expose what seems like I'm absolutely insane, and then the words of many will always squash the words of the few, the words of one. I only go in with faith that trying to expose the truth to others will not label me clinically insane. I'm bombarded by questions so specific and precise, and everywhere cameras, from phones and watches. Are they recording me? Are they trying to reveal the truth, or is it just for analysis? And once I go away, who knows? I weep for my soul. All I am is enduring, wretched, and without love. I have become obsessed with the liberation of the collective mind. Free will and love are what I want to see prosper. But so many are not awake. So many have sold out. Like Icarus, I have flown too close to the sun, and as I begin to fall, I see no nets to catch me. And now I sit and wait, wondering what bad news awaits. See, Johnny ain't fake, but the coordinates make me hesitate. Get some cash for gas and charge, no fate. Now it's up to me to try and get past the gate. How it's stuck, it seems to fly and make me venerate. That which you do for another is that which you do unto yourself. It is my nature to be charitable. I will not be pushed aside or away because of anyone's position. I am the only person who can provide me with a positive mental attitude. Enthusiasm can replace reservation at any barrier. I must separate my action from my emotion. I must grow. Knowledge becomes power only when it is put into action. Speaking with enthusiasm is like using a wavelength of energy to draw someone's curiosity and mirthful and wishful thinking. One must be careful how dangerous misleading people while speaking with conviction can be. Just because it's a desire created, having that desire I achieve by those in the background with ulterior intentions would be catastrophic. So many people encourage my self-attained position but grant me no more channels. I will start from the bottom and build up, and those who approach will follow the house rules I have set and help me place proper ones. This falseness everywhere is repugnant. All acts and processes at my table will be logged in their entirety with absolute transparency. If information is considered classified or sensitive, then any citizen can acquire the credentials to read such documents, like a level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 key code for a door. Even if the most sensitive information is not concealed, just restricted until the merit of such individuals is ascertained. I don't want to chase a fable. I can't see these disingenuous moments in front of me and try to play the hero against a man and another set there to get me to play along. They know things, and I don't wish to play along with those who keep me acting shallowly in contrast to the questions I have. My sense of duty is clear, but my understanding is so limited. I'm acting frustrated with everyone, but I just want to move into the next understanding. Is everyone trying to cover up my rambling, or helping trigger my solidification into absolution of calling it how I see it? I'm no one's enemy. I'm just so uncertain. I had a dream during my afternoon nap. In my dream, I remember speaking to someone saying something along the lines of, "Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this. Take me to Vancouver and get done what you have to do." It was inferred I was going to be poked and postured and go through some shit. But I almost remember hearing a drunken slur in my voice and a look of disappointment on the man's face. I said it too, also feeling foolish and unsettled. Talking so foolishly even though my mind was so made up. What a dream. One brief moment that occupied my thoughts for hours after waking. I want to change the world, for better, not for my fantasy, but maybe that's the same. I want everyone to have the opportunity to learn and know beyond what I do. And people trying to keep me going with this stick up for the homeless narrative, well, they're actors. The security, the police, the staff. If not almost every single person who I encounter day after day after day is part of something more. The mastermind concept. Working together, but to what end? To mine. I hope that's all I got to keep me going. The world has to see more than they used to. They have to hear me knowing I'm not insane. But I'm bombarded with this daily influencing. My mind is made up. I am a charitable man and I want to end suffering. But if I want to change the world, I want to recreate myself. That inevitably means that I want to see more truth seekers with good intentions over people walking around buying pizzas and holding secrets. The world has to wake up. I don't know what to do anymore, how to talk to people or what to say. I can't exactly just go up to every person I meet and say something like, blah, 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 blah. There's a whole world on top of the one we think we understand. Yeah, vines in a temple are a bad thing, but so is a world made of stone. There are beautiful planters that make gardens and hang from chains above reflection ponds in the temples I see inside. Liberty and individualism and love is always the way to nurture and cultivate growth. I don't have all the answers, but what I do have is a suspicion and optimism riding as two sides of the coin. I am still too young in the sense of the process to see the command structure of whatever this is, and of course, if there is not, then it's up to me to do my part to facilitate the means of networking with those who are in rhythm, truth, love, and hope. Those who hold secrets hold the keys to the future. How carefully I advance. Last second put together, I'm on the ferry. It starts to so smoothly. You don't even feel the tug when we leave the shore. It's like I'm floating on a cloud across the water. I have no burning soldier disposition about this. I'm just going. It's no big deal. It's just a thing. Take the cab, and if I feel like it, just relax in Surrey. Get there with enough time to find another blanket or something before everything closes up, perhaps. Perhaps not. I don't even know why I write. It feels like I'm just trying to put down filler, but for what? I just more to log. These are my journal entries. If I keep writing, at least I can look back and try to make sense of the inconsistencies of my life. Because I know if I'm one day able to be in a position to transform the way the world views itself behind the veil, then I'm going to be discredited. That's why I must travel. I have to put myself together outside of the Groundhog Day cycle. I'm going to throw money in a cab and relax. This is a journey, not a forced march. I move in my own pace, and I'm in no need to burn myself out. Slow down. That's just how it is. How it's always going to be. Surrey has slammed me around quite a bit. Once again, I met those who seem much, much more. And I decided to do speed. Again. But it seemed coerced in a way. These people that I talk to, there's a look in their eyes that tells me to trust no matter what. My life is forfeit. I'm just along for the ride. I have my ups and downs, but I'm so tired. So without words. All I know is I must keep going. And as far as I see it, so do they. But I'm wary. I'm always alone. Yet always surrounded. The people that are around me are just there. I don't know what a real relationship with friends could even be anymore. So many people are so intrigued and urge me on when I talk to and or ramble. The objective is to just hear my words, and then some sort of fuckery happens. I want to keep going. I want to do what is right. But they have me lost. They have lost me. I'm so fed up with all the loops and hoops. Everything last night was fine. It was good to get it all off my chest. And yes, the chemical stimulation sent my thoughts and communication skill set over the moon. But of course, with a fucking pipe in my mouth, I can tell it has a terrible lagging effect. And it makes me feel jittery and unnerved for the whole day after. I never want to be in this situation again. Yes, it opens doors and unlocks certain ways of thinking. But it's so detrimental that it horrifies me, the concept of being a regular user. But I cannot deny the way my mind is working on overtime and performing so attuned with the ebbs and flows of others having the intelligible task. However, no one is interested in helping me evolve my thoughts or correcting them so much. They just want to hear me type. The alleged claims that I have talked to Jesus in the bodies of others doesn't seem so far off anymore. God, if only people could see through my eyes when these things happen to me. The lapse in sobriety will most certainly discredit my claims. But I know the truth. The majority of my writing has been during and after being sober, and for days and weeks and straight at a time. Now I feel miserable and defeated, and that my quest has always been false, so now I feel like a man without purpose. Just a tiny creature in a rattled cage. I don't know what my objective is anymore. There's no one to actually help me in Victoria. The whole city is a functioning machine. It's the woke, ready to show the world the mystery of the maybe, or it's a trick, or it's heaven on earth. One thing it certainly is kind to me. I'm battered and broken mentally. I'm always led astray, with great draw and moments that are always hard lessons. I'm not feeling so great about this lesson. Recap. Smoked from Adam's pipe. Seen him as a great man of timelessness. How do they do that? It's an autopilot. Takeover. It's all prayer and meditation. All the people circling me constantly. Never able to find solitude. I don't want to make enemies of the people who are tending to this wretched process, but my desire for intentions and answers burns and stings so bad, so I must yield to this bullshit. The reason I was never able to make any change in Victoria is because it's their job to stay right where they are. Great and intelligent people who selflessly put themselves in a position of destitution and suffering. Now what's the next step? How can I be charitable? It's like donating my kidneys to a meat grinder. How do I preserve in this illusion? I'm going mad with this obsession of getting to the bottom of this. It isn't healthy. Every single person I know here knows something they won't share. Perhaps some of the people in Surrey are sleepers, but I doubt it. It's at the end of a rope. I'm a late bloomer, it seems. So much interest in me. Why so much interest in me? Why am I still getting beat down over and over and over? I have fits of joy, and genuine happiness fills me often. But right now I am bleak, miserable man who just wants a little reprieve. The committee of they controls which women I'm allowed near and precisely lulls me into my patheticness, just to see the squirming turn into a bitter ire and resolve to push past out of spite and frustration. I want something happy to write about, but alas, the rideshare girl deliberately hoodwinked me. The people I was hanging out with last night gave me praise for all, but I know it was just to get a good picture of that pipe in my mouth, kicking it with riffraff, just so my writing can be disputed easier by attacking my character and stripping my credibility. It could be that, but I choose to believe everyone is treating me like a mutt that I've become. I think if it weren't for the invisible barriers created around this process, I would have saved some people by now. But no, the lesson is to move on, bro. That's what Surrey shows. The way this town is designed, the way the vagrants and the working men have different demeanors than in Victoria. I still hold love in my heart. I still am confused and devastated by this process I'm going through. You can do, or it can be whatever you want, they said, just so long as things go exactly as planned with everyone else as they look inward at my glass cage, never telling me how they communicate in perfect sync. I don't know why I keep going. They refuse to let me be with a woman I choose or enjoy any leisure activities without constant intervention. I need to understand why I am always enveloped by people no matter where I go or what I do. Please, for fuck's sakes, guys, throw me a bone. I'm feeling like a beat dog. I'm not understanding all these beatings as lessons anymore. I just see, do it our way or we'll break you into nothing. I'm on POF. What a laugh. They won't ever let me be comfortable and enjoy a woman's company, or worse, she will screw me over in some awful fashion. They have a mind to rip into pieces. What is my purpose if not to be used to an end? Someone get fucking real with me. I'll get off the streets and put myself in a stupid fucking box on a third floor and talk about cars and baseball with some guys for work, and then maybe someone will talk to me like my questions are being heard. I have seriously frightening questions about who and or what I am, and other things that are pressing and distracting. This is torture. Show me the light, Jesus. This process is brutalizing me. Stop the bullshit and tell me you're insisting on me doing things a certain way. I can't keep this up. I wanted to go back to Alberta for a glimpse, for a small reset, and you have me jumping through hoops in another fake city, or at least a northern downtown. I know they have drugged me before. I know they have manipulated my levels to induce certain reactions out of me. I know they know something more than they ever care to show, and I know unless I'm given a token of appreciation, if not the truth, I will crash and burn their plans with me. I will expose the corruption or my incomprehensible suffering to the world. I will try to stay positive in my next entry, but at this moment I am disgusted and without any sense of camaraderie. I want to scan my own body. Until I get that, I owe nothing to anyone. If Legion wants a torn down and rebuilt man to use as they see fit, then I will keep my word. But my word does not extend to those who are tormentors of my soul. I want something tangible. I have no words of those who I can chum up to me, acting naive of my plight. They claim ignorance of their happenings, but I am no fool. Like last night, the guy wakes up and pisses on the wall right next to us. The girl lips him off harshly, so I make eye contact to be the peacemaker, and boom, the debit card disappears. They all want to hover around and claim they have no predetermined game plan or some other form of communication that I'm not privy to. It makes me wonder, are they all fucking robots? Or full of nanoprobes? For real, why do they refuse to share anything with me that I have called out in so many different ways? They are afraid of revealing the truth to me. The truth seeking. The bullshit calling. Dragon shouting man seeking a path of purpose. These twisted scenes and shattered dreams have rendered me a bitter and crass. Please fucking talk to me. I can't take this much longer. I'm going to keep trying to meet a girl and see if I'm really just the most pathetic fucking man on the planet, or they just won't let me be human anymore. Nope, you gotta get a stupid job and do your part pretending to build something, but then you can meet a girl. It makes me vomit. I don't want to be anyone's enemy. But this keep me blind treatment I'm going through, growing a burning, seething resentment towards the process and anyone who is part of it. I'm not here to play hero to anyone. I have changed my directive. Expose the truth, no matter what. I came to the realization the play act can be done so well that I don't even know how it's happening. She had me convinced for almost the whole conversation that I was helping her understand all the crazy shit to my capacity. I thought I was using my articulation to help her catch up. Now I realize that the truth was it was more of a mumble design to pull those words out of me. I'm not so upset with her at all. In fact, I miss her. I wish she was just here to talk to. I still don't know if she needs money for rent or not, or if it's more of a play act. I don't respect the play, but I respect the people who influence and teach me. I don't want to be creepy weirdo or anything. I just wanted her company and to watch Netflix movie or something. I don't want to confront her. I don't want to dig deeper. I just want to say goodbye properly and see if she's still genuine about starting up that business. I think she's more interested in my growth than the truth. Now I wonder if I have boasted too much and shouldered more than I can comprehend. My mind is fixated on the new and grand, but a split in paths. To build an empire, to taunt honestly and modestly. The idea is simple, but the roadblocks are ever more creative. Dave said it best. Analysis paralysis. I'm going to start small and give her on something and get the people working. Networking. One day, the example set by many may impress upon the world and we will grow flawlessly. Or maybe some of the rantings of rapture come true and the world will be hit hard and reset. This business, it's a business of ascension. Everyone involved understands the purpose. And the sooner I do my part to help grow the node, the sooner I have completed the stage 1 of the process. There are so many alternate theories I could whip up. The grandest one is that, of course, I have been brainwashed, and though being drugged and the technologies available and theories I believe to be true has been implanted by other influences. That, in fact, I am always prepared to second-guess myself makes me some sort of rambling idiot in a way. But if only I could forever go on, I doubt I would run out of things to say. So yes, I can wear the idea that I am the elusive man, unaware of that I was an indoctrinated, but I'm holdfast on my optimism for the betterment. One way or another, it's everybody's job to make it better where they think they ought to. If you were me and I were you, what the fuck would Legion do? I try so hard, fall even harder. You look ahead, you test my conviction, but in my head, your deliberate constriction. I am the fool stumbling about, you never tell me the truth. Regardless of how hard I shout, the plan is don't tell D-Man. You stand ready to harness the demon. I get it, I know what it's about. But all I hold is the sorrow and doubt. I know the truth, it's easy to see, so why do you all act like I'm the enemy? You keep me alone, or tormented at best, don't call what it's like to actually rest. Now I made a promise that I can't keep. I writhe in anger so fierce I could shatter my teeth. I'm tired and dead deep down inside. Do any of you care if my soul survives? I'm lonely, I'm tired, I have no friends. Just all these play acts. And the ones who play pretend. How fucking dare you play me like a fiddle? I made the fucking riddle. The reason that so many people fall through the cracks of society is because it is just as broken as the byproduct of the people it produces. So the answer is pretty obvious. The people who end up forgotten forget the potential in themselves without anything to inspire them to be better. I spent time in darkness and coming back into the light. I still see a problem. I see both sides of the coin, and it's rusted, sticky, and won't pay for a drink on any snack dispenser. Creating available work for a functioning homeless addict recovery integration. Melting aluminum and gold from cans and old PCs. Having a shop to build, tiny homes, woodworking benches, tables, shovels, shelves. Landscaping, gardening, handymen, general laborers. work in the cities under supervision of sober veteran workers, getting licenses to use parking lots for car washes, paintball tents, talent shows, music and fairgrounds with food cans, creating a certified staff of counselors specializing in familiarity with addiction and sin, and send them to prison systems to intervene with potential inmates. Greeneries, flowers and plants, there's so much food, crafts and artwork, all else for sale, creating a few different shops for members of the community and society to interact with. Having a public forum for different staging events and public service announcements, shrines and buildings of prayer and or dens for meditation, a think tank, administrative buildings for all members and community to physically see and understand the process. There's so many dots to connect between the steps I create, so far ahead, yet so far behind. A swinging pendulum of infinity. I can see the extremes and some of the in-between. Anyone who helps themselves is part of the team. If there is a problem and a solution you found, take it from proof and build it up from the ground. The more people get it, the easier it is to see it's saving ourselves, our destiny. I'm at such a loss. The world around me is twisted and into something else. I have been kept here in isolation deliberately by those working around me, but never directly with me. It's obvious some part of the process, but I am to be kept completely isolated while I reflect of my actions. Though I have made no errors, well, at least none that are so grievous that it's a game changer. The truth is, God and the fallen are desperately trying to teach me lessons. But I have been put through the process at such an accelerated rate that I am calling things out and maturing too fast for the humbling to take effect. I had the most astonishing revelation yesterday. Perhaps it's just because I woke up. It hasn't come to me yet, but I hope it will. Oh yes, there it is. Actually, this is too sensitive to write down. Which brings me to another point. I've been struggling for a month with the premise that I simply must learn to layer the truth in a way that seems like a lie. Like how a parent tells little lies to give a child the cognitive understanding to reference something to something else. Molecular structuring in a book and diagrams looks nothing like we see it on displays. But it gives the mind the capacity to reference and understand. That is why I cannot reveal whole truths to sleeping people. To truly awaken, how would I word that? What is awake? Well, once a person is able to meditate to a point where they don't think about their lives or their future or their family or anything at all that concerns the vessel they occupy, they successfully have become conscious. To step into a world of awakened one has to enter it absolutely as nothing. So allegedly I'm told that I had something great, and I lost it. I know this to be a lie. I didn't lose it. It was intentionally taken away from me. I had money, or I still have money, or I never had money. The point is, after a year of doing what is right, and what no one else has the courage to do, when I looked at these links and saw that they were already checked by unknown controllers of my life, I assumed the money was legit. I assumed that finally someone would be there to help me directly and forwardly. That is not the case. That will never be the case. I'm going to walk forward one step at a time and accept help from those willing, and I will not tolerate twisted manipulation and unkind acts against me and the people I'm helping anymore. The fact that I am expected to be patient and wait for another year, another set of trials, while so many are freezing in this winter's cold is laughable. Not to my cause, but to the masterminds controlling our lives. I spit at them. I call them out for the cowards they are. Face me, kill me, or join me. I'm here for the whole damn world. And once it is mine, I will set it free. I said I came to change the process. So on with it. And what's with my friends, my family, literally everyone I talk to has told me the new year I'm expected to sit here for a couple more weeks. Why? I think it's because the traveler in me is maturing, the spirit is evolving, the silent suffering is required. And finally, it's because I am becoming very clever and almost impossible to contain, so they are preparing the world for the next set of variables I throw at them. Either that, or they're growing a clone and they will kill me and swap me out when it's ready. My mind has become dangerously charged with conviction, duty, frustration, passion, yearning, purpose, and despair. It's so hard to kill the ego. I must accept it. I must face it. I must compromise. Most wouldn't have to face this tremendous hurdle. You see, this vessel, this character, they live in a world outside of the self. I was picked to do the legwork, which means I am to face the sleeping world. Even though I'm aware that the woken around me are farther along than more mature than I, they have been able to separate one's sense of self in a different and selfishly, say earlier, easier manner. I, however, am always at the epicenter of confrontation and morally divisible means of forward movement. So having not ascended, the ego I battle day to day is overwhelming. The vanity of the responsibility and the title, gross. I don't ever want to be adored like a celebrity. I have done everything I can out of that world. But maybe having the courage to talk openly and forward with someone with celebrity is an unavoidable and necessary part of the process. At least for me. I'm exhausted and so apathetic. All I want is progress, and all I keep hearing is work inward. Focus on me. I was told I had something and I lost it, and now I got to do it over again. This is a lie. Legion held something and they pushed me off the edge, claiming I was responsible for the gang stalking. It somehow was my own ineptness that couldn't decipher this from that. They gave me a fortune, then ripped it away, telling me I lost it. My life will always be under the control of those who are my keepers. The day before I ended up getting taken into the hospital, I woke up to see the messages on my sleeping computer had already been checked, and the screen is normal. So how can you dare try to put this on me? I didn't make an obvious blunder. You deliberately tripped me. Get it straight so we can move forward. There's no holding back, no stopping what's going to be. Many times I am prepared for what will be. Hardship and struggle, the urge to embrace defeat and try something else will be constant. I can change the tactics but not the objective. No matter how long it takes, start small. Even find a spot with a room for a few buildings. One thing of mine, and let others find and build something of their own. Then build something self-sustaining and functioning so it can have people develop other areas in a new light. Cell recreation in the strive of perfection. Never achievable but always pursuable. Once there's enough growth, and with the dream into the populace, society will be confronted, presenting all open books and absolute transparency in all business and executive decisions. Showing growth, projections, and intentions. A complete audit presented to governing bodies with established communities. With testimony and proof of the pudding, industries and municipalities could adopt, compromise or find their means to utilize the company's resources, establish foundations in populated regions, and finance great for think tanks, dream rooms, and on and on. Exploring innovating technologies and concepts have been deliberately kept or misconstrued to people in the past, like perpetual motion generators, the effects of industry and environment financed by the company, and all investigators and learned pursuers of truth are screened and vetted to be ensured no influence of power or money can reach there. Ensuing. Mediation in scientific discovery is imperative, and harmonics with sleep. Drugs to manipulate consciousness. Monks used to poison themselves during their meditation journeys, and came back to the mortal world with many intuitive and things for others to consider and evaluate, sending their ascension into further perpetuation. Proof not only that there is just enough time to learn everything firsthand, but also that chemical, audio, and everything else alteration can change one's vibration into experience something unknown or unseen to others. Just like humans can't hear a dog whistle, eyes and mind don't always interpret what we are seeing the way it is. So all that being said, R&D from anything like hovering technology, energy research and communication, uncompromisable communication networks, effects of drugs and addictions, applying ancient geometry and mathematics to already used conceptualizations and expanding variables on new possibilities. Once drugs are explored and documented on the consistent and irrefutable effects on all scales, dabbling to chronic addict, binger or consistent user, or simply social and cautionary user, once empirical data is collected and many recreations and instances of enough information will be released for society to change its generalization of a drug, and it will remove opportunity to be tampered with because it is brought into the light. It cannot be up to no good in the dark. Eventually, other large organizations will show interest, allowing us to work with them by any means of fashion. Brokers and contacts, anyone is of expanding network to their own node. It's all essentially part of the company. I want these communes and the businesses that'll come out of them to be associated with the same brand, the same directive, the same dream. Companies all around the world will want to be involved and condoned by our all-love brand, so to speak. I don't know the name yet. It's not one religion, but it's one truth. That all religions and faiths are separate paths to Allah, God, the Creator. We are told lies our whole lives, and they are spoken with love. Just as a man would need to show his son life lessons using metaphors and analogies like, boy, if you're gonna step in shit, wear boots. There is no shit or boots in regards to the life lesson being taught, but the lie is necessary for the mind to begin to create its own imagery to then deconstruct, learn, and apply the information. But I want to build a great company, and all the little things along the ways are so important. The journey and growth of self-sufficient living, breathing mechanism without any identity to restore the balance, to rival yin with some yang. The money will always exist and motivate and provide opportunity for corruption and greed. So altruism and omni-love need to be established, an everlasting foothold to balance the corporate stagnant clutch this world is under. Automation is upon us. It's time people work with their hands primarily for their own development and find their passion. And then they can apply themselves to this world's growth and affirmation and carry inspiration and enthusiasm to future generations. Field trips to learning seminars to actually educate children our way. The potential is limitless. Chapter 3. Don't forget the way it stings, the pain and the sorrow it brings, the secret and agony left in our past. Well, years later, it's the only thing that lasts. But didn't you push it down, deep down inside? Always ready to run, not capable of pride. To live so humble, so pure and sweet, to always shy away, afraid of being the creep. The victim, you think, brought to the brink. Don't eat the food if you know it stinks. Your agony, your suffering, how long has it been? Told me a story acting like a reluctant villain, but what I see before me is a man who dares to grin. The monster, the pariah, a man who calls you a liar. There is no truth to the words that cut you to shreds, and a lesser man would have made those bastards dead. And yet you took advice while wrath swam through your head. It's not all me. It's not only one guy ordained. We will rise up onwards to the level of fame. Once achieve the dreams we believe in and realize we'd been deceived, then, it's up to us to march forward while we bleed. The world is a stage where you and I are playing our part. We are the harbingers of the world about to restart. The creed we bleed, I plead, is the seed we need to impede the plans of those who allegedly heed. You and me, bro, two sides of a coin, eternal brothers. In the collective, we join. 17 years. Why that number? Now realizing I literally can manifest destiny articulately because of the will of the universe interacting with my ambitions and motives, cause and effect.
The collective has granted me tremendous honor and responsibility, and I have thoroughly tested them with absolute reckless and desperate moments of immaturity and toxicity. Now I feel no reservation or inner demons about my emotions, unregulated, are capable of tremendous disaster. And so, after talking with my bro, I've finally seen the next step. It's all about the law of attraction, not a selfish motivation. Spending so much time in the self-loathing or outward aggression in defiance of not knowing how to speak and hear the truth spoken time after time. We love what we hate. The duality is true. I think, therefore I am, and of course, Ubuntu. So anyways, this 17 years thing. I could manifest negative thoughts or some conflict or strife to overcome, but nah, I'm going to manifest more mojo and get back to that another day. It's all beach. And we're just sand, man. I'll grow slow and continue to write, but I'm excited to learn and apply my new understanding to the value of silence. But I'm always so eager to talk too much. I will learn how to read the room when we move forward. I was given 3 cards, and now I am hung up on to whom they are written. But at least now I recognize the analysis paralysis immediately, and start disregarding the blabbering thoughts that creep into my head. Does this mean I must think a new way or reconstruct some sort of memory with someone into means of finding a parallel to my decision of favoritism reflect my judgment in the future? Or is it simply finally the revelation that is the default to always serve the balance, tip the scale back and forth as necessary? So, in my silence, I have grown up and no longer need to meddle with the will of the collective spirit. Now I project my positivity back onto you and learn how to give love to myself again. I don't want anything taken away from, but just as we move forward to show society that we can take drugs away from the public eye and not force people to remove it in their lives at some drastic totalitarian degree. I cannot demand that pornography be skelched from the internet, but it can most certainly be less rampant and disgusting for the curious clicker. In the future, when we have unified resources, I want to see this addressed. A twisting path from guts to the collar. Wear your disgrace like a badge of honor. You can speak it aloud, just me and you. There is nothing else you have to do. Just tell me the worst, and let it be true. Nothing is so plain as the laundry in the rain. These last few days have echoed a million eternities in my mind. How much longer am I going to be sealed in this tomb? What is the answer to move forward? Why am I doing anything that I'm doing? Did this all just start as a screen process? A podcast for laughs? Did anyone think it would make it this far? And why do I come in and out of hot and cold, so to speak? This loneliness is painful, but at least I'm knowing myself a little more. I will not allow others to bully my spirit after this, even if they want me around. If not, I don't know. I've lost everything. The whole idea of the play act seems easier now that I have let the real me starve and die in the dark. Nothing left, nothing to preserve. So if allowing lies around me is the only way to tell people the truth, I guess so. There is no woman for me. I see through all veils. Why do they even pretend? It sickens me. I sit here and I think so selfishly, woken or not. There are so many people who need help, and all I do is sit here in the isolation chamber under observation. I'm not so much obsessed with having a woman, but obsessed with knowing how false it is. When it's revealed what I thought, well, at least I can have fun with them. Knowing that there's no secret, no muse, no real. That is the case, and that's why I'm growing impatient with a goddamn truck in the shop that is perfectly able to drive, with so much going on hinged on others, and pathetic me growing so impatient.
that I was willing to compromise everything just to demonstrate how lonely I am and how attacking my character is the only thing I have left. Just let me free. Am I more woken than others in certain ways? I don't look at everyone as the grand teacher anymore. Is it ego? And for real, as I type this, I feel nothing. But when the fuck do I get to mingle and meet some people? Why is it always a goddamn play act? I have been waiting and wanting to have someone to cuddle with for as long as I can remember. Ayla was the last time I felt that. It's been years. This driving me into a place of pain that is indescribable. I already know I will never find my match. Top of the flesh, bottom of the spirit. I am the only guy who never gets to feel complete. Why do they hold me down and make me wait on everything? I can't cry. I don't feel anything but sorrow. But I can't cry. Don't they see what is happening to me? Tell me stupid shit like, be happy. Meanwhile, they offer me no love, no answer, no assurance. So I'm imploding, hating myself, loving nothing, fearful of failure. All I wanted was, well, it doesn't matter. Built to withstand. Who gives a fuck if my suffering is immeasurable agony, right? That bottle only brought out the ugliest in me. I don't want to repeat it. I can't bear to even control myself. If I did have people cheering for me, I can't see it now. All I want is this agony to be over. Some sense of affirmation. Don't know how to feel good intentionally without doing something external. Porn pictures are for the weak, and I have been weak. But all that being said, I have been driven into this state of existence by others. Regarding what people try to tell me, I won't ever dismiss the truth I know. I have defeated myself. I don't know how to go on. All I ever wanted was someone to be with. Now all I want is a sense of belonging. I am so horribly alone. My mind has conquered my spirit this day. Worst Christmas of my life. I was thinking things were going to get better, and all I've managed to do is ruin any chance I had of salvation. I am nothing. The obsession with depression has been messing with the steps, and I lost myself along the way. Pressing the quest in a direction I'm regretting, my perception has been nothing but dismay. Legit picked to grip the stick and stack the bricks until someone takes it away. I don't know who I am anymore. That's something to explore. Ripped to pieces like a shredded thesis. How many are aware of what they were trying to do? Forced me inward, but now it's been heard. My lessons I fight with this all the same. The story you've built while I explored my guilt. There is nothing but fire and shame. I all of a sudden realized this is the game. You know what, I'd lash out and ruin my clout, getting at you by attacking my fame. So the emotions I feel while you let me heal, I put it together. I'm not insane. The process has worked. I've been reduced to dirt. Now I start over, but no more confusing pain. I hope we can work together and share the bad weather. Now that I understand, the loss is gain. I lost everything, my entire sense of being, moving upwards against the grain. It's all in the cards. Well, for us, the stars. And now that I see, my frustrations are gone free. It's when I don't know that I am filled with rage. You have to lie, or my moments don't rise. I hope this gets better now that I'm trained. I keep trying to make this business plan to race against their clock, against the COVID culling, but I'm too late. I feel it in my throat. There's nothing but a fiercely broken pain in my throat that brings me to tears, thinking about how my heart burns with a hatred for being brought to the precipice of divinity by rising through ashes, only to yearn to break down the walls around me. and having the task of delegating imaginative creation. My mind is always spinning around trying to find the joy and the answers. I'm pausing because I have to take the moments to choose one, the best one. I've little to say, so let's get this fucking pace introduced to cohorts. I'm ready to move onto the builder's realm and backpack it in the city until me and Johnny pick up someone for the quarantine crew. The sooner we get moving, the faster my pace can seek guidance from others. Go to work, stay quiet, only talk with your friends until you discern whether or not you're watching the watchman, watching yourself as the watcher. Ha! Fuck all that madness. I'm told I must sit. I'm told many things. Well, I'll tell anyone who reads this. If you pick up the pen of destiny, you are a better man. The pen is mightier than the sword. You must always keep the analog truth and fight for the truth. Seek it. Never believe the shit. Written or spoken, downloaded or broken, the truth is love, and you must decide. There is a lot of work to do, and there is never a better time to start than when someone tells you to sit and wait out the storm. I may have had my vehicle taken from me, but it was a borrowed one anyways. There are many things to do and many problems that will arise from each one. Let's light those firecrackers as we get them. First things first, we stand together and demonstrate our unity. One people, one directive, one love. The world will never wake up until there is something to show them. There is sleep, many stages towards enlightenment. And some people simply cannot see the truth unless it is broken into stages. That is what I have been going through for the last year. And the collective has chosen me to make choices they were our disagreement with. I'm not letting anyone get away with wickedness behind closed doors. The influence of others that has been the wind in my sails and has steered the ship to the point of no return. Now the helm is mine, and I must steer the course without a sure destination that others have had in confidence. So the question, of course, that I give to myself is, am I as confident in my decisions? Of course. I'm full of the maybe. But am I confident in myself? Every choice I make is full of backlash. It's childish and weak. Weak shit as far as I'm concerned. I need to see some progress in doing what I set out to do, but every choice I make is met with a hidden message sent to me either in text or music. I say, come out and say it, or shut the fuck up, with all due respect. I have been kept in this box, under this umbrella, and to what end? How do those who ask me to lead the way expect anything from a man who is always second-guessed? Well, I guess that's the point. All anyone has seen from this shh mentality is the void, the darkness. I want to quell the chaos in my mind by unleashing it on the world. How selfish and short-sighted, right? Well, maybe it's just as bold, and it's the only way to move forward. We must cross the narrows and reach the open sea, so I trust the crew down below to be ready with timber and hammers. There are going to be rocks under the rapids. It's only with full speed that we stand a chance to make the expanse. The ship may be damaged, but we have plenty of supplies for repairs, so stop asking me to steer in circles. We're going through, damn it. Be ready to make repairs as we watch for the winds. The current only takes us to the same place we have always been. Honestly, if you're afraid, then eliminate me and go with your same old destination. Always wanting me to write down everything I think rather than keep it to myself.
You know me, I usually bring the same thing.
Maybe there is something so much more
80% of
horrible.
the time, so
Maybe there is a
work
reason
around
that my
that, I
whole
guess.
family and my friends, literally every other person I've ever met, the collective, wants me to write down and does not share this link with me. Am I a victim of their takeover?
And they have always been tricking me this whole fucking time, using the ultimate deception to convince a man gullible enough to tell the rest of the world a truth that is false?
Yeah, that'll definitely help us.
What if the objective is to tell the world with honesty all things I
Alright,
believe
looks
so,
good.
that they lower their guard? That's just the truth I think is real. But it's just only way to show the world this silent takeover in a new light. Maybe I've just been led to believe this truth so that people don't try to burn the alien takeover off the planet. I've been kept in silence and in a bubble for so long as I can remember. They want me to write a book with all sorts of layers and filters and blah, blah, blah. There is a fucking creature inside my human body. I don't know if it's the real me. If my body is simply an avatar. If my time is almost up and one day I won't be me who wakes up. What I do know is I'm being kept quiet. And I'm running off a ping. That literally nothing I do is not already seen. This could be my end. I'm sick and tired of waiting in silence, thinking that something wonderful could happen. All the while ignoring the possibility that I'm being used to trick the whole planet to submit to something horrible. What if love is deception? What if faith is illusion? What if I am the one who is responsible for making the whole fucking world surrender? Submit to eradication. Simply because I believe that it was time travelers coming back to set things right. Realizing that they abandoned many souls and have to set things right with God. Why have they done this to me? My Camaro was stolen. My life has been robbed. There are no women in my life. There is only silence and suffering. I cannot talk to anyone who is not part of one
there's a
single
camera
line.
somewhere.
It's just
Where is
me
that?
and God. And my words will never reach another soul if they do not allow it.
Alright, we'll do that first.
The misery of the maybe is maddening. I will go on trusting the process, though I have no reason to. It's all lies. I will instead be the light. And I will blind you with the intensity of my truth. I will never lie to the world for you. For you have lied to me every fucking step along the way. I believe you have trained me. You have forced me to endure the horrors of the voids to see if I can prevail. Well, now my burst, my fit, has subsided. I am more remorseful, but glad that I have displayed such an emotion. I will always consider what is right and just. My temper, though, it is a fatal flaw. It is part of my passion. It is the yin to the yang. But it is an assurance that my honesty will always be revealed. Having acknowledged it, I choose love to guide me forward. I truly believe the destiny I don't ascribe for knowing. It will always be something different. No matter what I strive toward, I will find it different than I set it out to see. I do not stay mad at what I can and cannot control. This is a blessing, to work on realizing that before my emotion evokes something irrational and angry, like a child locked in a room, is truly what holds me down. It is who defeats myself. I cannot change the tide. All I can do is build my foundation, and that is my sand. And that is so my sand is not swept away. I am sorry for my anger. I must use an outlet. I cannot control the torrent, but I can steer it in it. Please send me onward. This laptop is my flagellant at times. I wrote out and spoke my shortcomings and set a tone of needing more discipline. Lo and behold, I go back to the vomit just like always. It is a display of weakness and a lesser self, that than that of the course dispatched. But I used this. Rather than stumbling through another day, I felt compelled to earn a benchmark of physical activity that I have not achieved in a long time. Repetition will work towards my favor in both results and willpower. I am wretched without valor, in a self-compromising trait I left unchecked. I must not use it as a crutch to demand superb performance to compensate for a feeling of disdain for it failing to hold my declared standards. I work towards them humbly and am ever thankful, preparing myself still to inspire growth, love, and enthusiasm. Always remember self-love. It can be overwhelmingly intense, and then the sense of burden meets the truth of our thoughts really being the only thing that matters. They kind of cancel each other out, yet give substance to each other in the mind. I must take time to hone my situational awareness in the stillness while I'm still able to move out so impetuously is typical for me. Now, the realization that I let no one down by actually stopping or slowing down. Perhaps it is both brutish clumsiness that needs refining, as well as the words I step into preparing itself for the journey of those who dare to dream. I am without sensations. I had to call myself anything when I was first arrived back here. As I move forward, it's not that I am nothing, but all these senses of being has replaced itself into whatever this is. I truly feel like a raving madman at times. Honestly, how is this really what I dared? How can I believe myself to be the one to seriously push the final frontier? I watch movies and chuckle to myself, knowing that the science fiction on the screen is likely duller than the reality in this life. My days are awe-inspiring. No matter what happens, people everywhere feel empowered, and I feel an eternal victory for the progress made merely by speaking out what is giving that power to others. So many people can learn to be brave and live outside their parameters. It's going to be a long road, but everyone's going to enjoy the journey. The thoughts of fear and doubt are mute. It is the illusion we just keep thinking up new and better ways. The answers are in the questions, and the energy has risen. I hope that all I need is to fan embers to potential into roaring flames of direction. This bear hug convoy is going to be so massive that it could be seen from space. Imagine all those people on the streets knowing they are part of the greatest transformation the world has ever known. Imagine new job opportunities that will be created once the job opportunities we are creating do their work. Once we do away with segregation of the population to conceal corruption of the greedy, imagine how much money could be allocated to building something grand and a testament to the human unity. Sky trains, biodomes, science and spiritual centers, new recreations and hobbies, innovating more technologies, overhaul on biological and chemical studies, real answers to energy crisis pollution management, families and communities bringing forward new development lifestyle regimens, learning centers who do not condemn those who stand apart from the trend.
50 meters.
But first, I wish to see a city where my heart leads me. I'm going to wet my feet in the waters that are the impermanence of the ever-changing and growing world. Pen to paper, no matter the danger. Told it can't be done, that's just not my nature. My mind is clear, there is no fear or anger. I type some down and write the rest. Only the woken know me at my best. So bring on the heathens and demons.
I got the terminal.
Sing songs of my weakness and reasons.
Drop ships.
That I ain't enough to pass your tests. Build up the broken is my eternal quest.
I'm out.
If we step forward as people and simply keep our posture despite what we are told to obey, there is no consequence. The people I know in the army that I have met are certainly not willing to harm its own citizens. NATO holds no authority in the First World. Police made official statements in the support of the people. They have already proven their capacity to organize and delegate amongst themselves without any official command structure, and their message of positivity and refusal to be dismissed as second-class citizens is already a victory in my mind. The government's duty is to acknowledge the elephants in the room and yield to the unified will of the people, because it is the moment there is no conflicting public bias. It is the people of Canada, united against tyranny.
It is the government to show the truth and do their job. It's up to the government to show the truth and do their job. Serve the public. Even if disheartening and negative speech is given, there must be people in the governing willing to step forward and make their support of the people known. Once addiction and homeless are confronted, it's going to be open to the hidden can of worms. Listen to me. No one in the government is responsible for any tyranny or villainy. No matter how high we reach, there is always a voice from up above.
Requesting tac pack.
Fortunately, the only one that can command me is God. Right at this moment, I'm telling the Prime Minister what he should do, and because I know that there is simply a shadowy board of elusive figures who have used tonal cues and smoke and mirrors to establish dominion over anyone of power. This is why I want to live with a backpack and trust the crowd for my sense of home. Whatever happens to me, I am prepared. So yes, I'm prepared to declare determined futures without having any assurance of any other party's rebuttal. But if they are willing to take that step, then the governing bodies could make for change because I am the target. No, I do not threaten anyone with mystical bolts of lightning from some unknown shadowy mountain. I speak for the people, the very essence of life, love, and liberty. No one wants to destroy a system that is failing us. We want to do some housekeeping on a neglected dwelling. For the preloaded, well, how are you going to do that question face ahead of us? The answer is simple. Well, let's look at the books and hear some stories. From involving ourselves with people from the government who have been scratching their head wanting to call bullshit. It's okay. All corruption exposed has limited punitive repercussions for the offenders. We need people to come forward, not resist. And just like I declared we have it in us to see offenders off the street persecuted in the same, I said for those in the house. Heinous or not, the action to simply discuss the awareness and expectations of individuals from then out is all that is necessary. We are encouraging people to shed the shame, not only a way to bring people from the darkness into the light so as to let them drag their demons with them, so they relinquish that person to scatter off back into the shade. It is our duty to provide methodical spreadsheets and based overviews and underlying sources of misdirection of both resources and priorities, and then have our own discussions of potential positive remedies. I have no love for falseness of money. This makes me nearly incorruptible, but I am a zealot and an overthinker. It is possible to be deceived into betraying myself, and blunders extend outward. That is why it's so important for a council of the people to be formed, militia level, and over time, we radiate our standards to be duplicated. Virtuous people, regardless of status and affairs, gangsters and engineers, can both be virtuous men and live in very different lives. It's more prevalent the motives of a man's intention than the demographic of industry he lives in. All parts one to the whole, and even the parts of life we may personally rebuke. Well, when one species in the ecosystem disappears, dozens more can go extinct. Our virtual ideals, values, dreams, and genuine devotion to showing how self-love radiates outward is the message. It's honestly about working out who is blessed with the gift of the gab and has support to speak on behalf of certain issues. We do not waste time measuring dicks. If there is an issue that has people divided, then we write in the black room and keep moving forward. By the time you work out all the other issues, I can almost guarantee you will have come to an unseen conclusion on the issue that causes strife. Even if media doesn't acknowledge the convoy and deflates, we have video cameras everywhere to bring up another day when asking questions that demand answers regardless. My short-term campaign objectives. Veto for demand for preservation of liberties. Use budget to empower homeless and struggling families and individuals. Bypass sanctions and restrictions. Create affirmative census teams and focus groups collecting public opinion. Reveal all known inner workings of budgets and directives.
East. Close.
There are so many traps out there, and to put it quite simply, segregating the homeless is the distraction that keeps the rest of society from confronting the one set before them. You better allow this alleged educator or industry standard or public trend to transform your ideals and goals, or you could end up like Piss Pants McGee Crazy Man down on the corner. Once it's made obvious that even minimally empowered and appreciated for who they are and what they have themselves to become, we will see an overwhelming proof that love and truth can carry our human spirit to the light of the world. I think it's very important that Christians and Muslims, Jewish families, and other faiths seek each other out and talk about their goals and values and find the truth that God, Allah, loves them all, and it is in the land of the true north strong and free that religions unite under the blessing of heaven and support their desire to see people's voices heard. Look back in the day, I have showed up to some shit show job sites and pretty much just went through the motions to catch a check. Rather than tearing out the floor and running new joists, I just put down new sheets on rotting wood, because that's what I was hired and paid to do. It's easy to allow influence, threats, and deception to put anyone in the corner they feel stuck. Well, now is the chance. Step forward. Talk of the anxiety you felt for everyone you loved and everything you were just speaking out. You have the support and understanding and the love of the people. You're in your office because you were the person we needed there now. Everything that happens in life is always a culmination of moments from one to the next one. Your voice matters. Someone in the media start to talk about the woken realization that influences you have been a circling involving political spectrums, activism, spirituality, prophecy, whistleblowers, journalists, etc., etc. Leave some footprints for the future and the audience that there is a big reveal and they are going to feel a little dismay from what they may or may not have become familiar with. Like one of those TV shows that's a different theme the whole time, and then at the end they wake up and things are different. The media warms people up to the idea that they have been taken for a ride on purpose, kind of like a boy goes to the wilderness along and comes back with a wolf skin thing. Just like those hippo commercials. Bring up the house hippo. Set the framework and round the corners about the bullshit onslaught. And talk what we have been doing and build to it. The influencers do their job, while many politicians will have a foundation to step forward and call bullshit a Hail Mary and welcome change. And if they don't, it still gives us the power. You can have a heyday fixing things. Use your humor and your charm and phonetics to show change and the determination and progress. Emphasize over and over the message of love, peace, raising the vibration, unity, virtue, and the futures to come, and infinite numbers of possibilities in the infinite number of combinations. Cloud castles. Gamers and social chat room users. I don't know the source. Reddit? Start dropping links and songs, maybe songs that can gain clout in some ways that when they are looked at on YouTube, and make sure those artists reference others. I personally don't feel the need to rah and chase someone out of office. I look forward to strong leadership already established to provide resources and welcome a people's voice person who has not been hired but appointed by the public. And of course, if there is someone else who should take the position, I will always serve. Just know, I'm eager to do what is right and I'm always willing to take points. However, it is not a jingle the car keys entry-level job. I serve at the bottom and don't impose any posturing with the mayor's authority. I expect full cooperation and motivation from the office and recognize fully that when all the world is in peril, it was you and your team in the office who dared to make change and gave a full support of the people's initiative. Knowing that you're going to do what is right and allowing hope
makes you heroes that we can effectively provide solutions and inspires others to always remember that no one has the right to take their power in love and kindness. It's our weapon of peace and change from Christ, and truth and virtue is our armor of God. Christ has saved the alleged damned souls of hundreds of millions. He didn't do that so we could sit around dreading a conflict. No, we save our country by remaining true north, strong and free, and it starts at the bottom, and it won't climb even if after the world follows our path to ascension to God, the unity of the human spirit. Live rich, R-I-C-H. Live with these qualities: responsibility, integrity, competence, honor. Live like this and you live rich. There are so many rich people in this world who may be interested to see what comes of this. When you eventually come around to give me your support, we appreciate it. Knowing your interest in my dreams is entirely because you did not want to see the money you have accrued over so much time wasted or misused or held to leverage. While my heart beats, I can assure you that in times in the past I have
This
slowed.
is just a walk in the
But it was
park.
considering the consequences of divine repercussion and the fate of lives because of a poorly considered variable. But threats of death, or bribes, or promises of power hold no influence over me.
I mean, just sneak
I
in
am
and
truly a
out.
man of conviction, and I aim to show heaven that given the chance, that this untold number of children are more than everything he desires, and they may choose to be the wheat, not the chaff. The mirth of people will not diminish under a banner held by a soldier of God, determined to achieve his ascension through perpetual
I
suffering.
don't know where the other
And though my
artillery
mission
is.
of atonement has achieved its earning, I know embrace the honor bestowed on me. My duty is imagination, creation, alchemy, enthusiasm, perseverance, optimism, patriotism, and more. The next stage of suffering
damn it.
regards how I can use my empathy to enact progression and alleviate sensation of stagnation and frustration because of the limitations.
Well, okay.
See the
Try.
vagrants to the gate, purify the corrupt temple. Those two work together. When the homeless are given the opportunity to take care of themselves and regain a sense of self-worth, they will eradicate the illusion of being a failure to society. Then plant seeds in the hanging baskets, and as we light the flame upon the altar that is our faith in God, our children grow as dew covers the new flowers in the hanging gardens, and we show the way for them to literally reach for the stars. I only want to do what is right. I am humble servant of the people and truly embrace self-love and give my love to God freely. I write much more on the notebook now because, well, there are secrets and mysteries not fully revealed to me. But one I am aware of is there may be those who can hack a device but not physically see through me. I do not try to play some against others. This is not a blundering oversight, just the only caution I know now. Soon I will have to hire someone I trust, as well as establish who I have been able to so, as far well as those who watch out for, well, I'm always a little uneasy about what is in store for me, if permitted. I know that the enemy would much prefer to tear apart my reputation I seek to make. What a tremendous waste of resources, and it only reinforces our message. People after some time will realize that the reverse effect of slandering a man who only has his word to motivate him. I would happily walk around being called names every day, and I would keep the grin inward, yet I don't even flinch at the concept, because though I must focus on what is in front of me, it's far off that I know is the destiny. Knowing that it is to knaves who talk to fools. Chain breakers don't play by the rules. We do what's right, It's what we must. Created in God's image, and in Him we trust. The war on our spirits is here. Divided, we slip away into the quiet. United, we prove we don't aimlessly riot. We tore through our limits the first month of the year. We are growing crowd with love within its cheer. We move with fervor, an army of one. A new level of consciousness has begun. If we aren't told what we want, it's as planned. We came to be heard, not listen, you understand? Where we go, back home, we stand our ground, straight backbone. We govern ourselves as God would command. I need to run as the sun is coming up. A good, hard run. Something in the thoughts feel as though it holds back almost a terrible coughing fit. I could not escape it. I think perhaps because I am on the cusp of a tobacco and nicotine expulsion, that I just have to force myself to sprint and force a whooping cough wheeze. Ha! My lungs know much more heat than this.
Calling down fortifications.
Careless cigarette consumption, while brooding and remaining for the most part inactive, is my own undoing. Good. Another habit I thought licked comes back to remind me of the constant need to grind and strive towards everything I pursue, but also thought I have already overcome. The still in the world is only an expression. The stillness of one's mind is the reflection of self, and sometimes it strikes me so profoundly. When I hear the same thing said over and over and over again, it keeps me catching me about. Everyone I see is the same thing they tell me. In the eyes, I know. These discussions I ramble on about. It's time for me to just go forward. I don't really got much to say. As far as I understand it, dude's already had this shit set up. I went into town and someone else showed me they got the business put together. His energy is great. It's such a fucking blessing to see another man step forward and disarm the traps that could have taken me. Modest, humble, thankful, blessed. This is me. Eventually, I will come across a fortune. And that moment will be my test. How to spend it. The why is obvious. To give hope to humanity. But how to do it best. To pay professionals to build and plan infrastructure, to apply what is already there. To hire analysts and activate all the areas of society that would be threatened or negatively impacted by any changes proposed. To get HR and marketing teams to come up with plan A or B or C for literally every decision made. To always leave a buffer from decision to action to allow people to represent their communities to come forward and speak their concerns and apply their interests in anything being put together. Like an example, rooftop gardens, all apartment buildings, considerations, safety, distribution, using of potable soil by residents, water distribution, harvesting to sellers to markets. Pros: encouraging local food growing and self-sustainability, educating masses on supply and demand, reducing produce waste from the grocery stores, children able to learn about agriculture, civilians relearning about natural and holistic lifestyles, better health not only from food but those who tend to climb the stairs. People focusing on healthy eating because of time invested in personal gardens they feel a sense of identity with. Communal growing competitions, example, pumpkins, neighbors having reasons to converse with each other on neutral ground. Cons: need to make balconies so people don't fall, less money to introduce them to the market, and most vegetables get tossed away, so who cares? Many things that could be cons aren't, like having to train people for fall arrest or some shit. Good! People should learn some more skill sets. Or maybe, what if cat shit poisons the cabbage? I eat raw eggs and strawberries that fell on the floor. So what? I would like people to work with some ministers or troop groups, church groups, and help learning how to apply my understanding of ascension with a more exclusive perspective of the foundation that Christianity laid for me to reach.
I do not want to contradict or falsely represent the church. I want to help understand and strengthen the unity that religion, institutions, and enlightenment have. And even if I am not cut from the same cloth as the holy men of God, I hope they understand that I have been put here where I am because Christ chose to let some of us ruffians to work where we look like we belong. I'm not backing down. I want to live humbly, but certainly I am not shy or afraid of public opinion. I always want to give anyone a chance to shine, but if it's leadership you crave, put me up to the bat, and I will sit across the table from the pros who are known for tearing someone to pieces and making them look like a fool to the masses. I can take anything. I am willing to do anything. I don't seek fame, but I do not run from duty. Fear is the only thing between me and what I want. And as it stands, I fear nothing except a foolish decision that hurts people. And if my unwavering attitude puts a price on my head, so be it. If not me, then who? I'm willing to sacrifice this life, knowing that it is God's work, and though those who fear change will destroy my flesh, that my spirit will be rewarded for the conviction of doing what is right, no matter what. No matter what afterlife awaits me, the world will be better for what comes of my fate. I hope that I live to see this world become as beautiful as I imagine. But if I do not, I know that I'm okay with knowing that change is upon us, and it cannot be stopped. Children taught real life lessons, spiritual buildings and displays in malls and parks, plaques and memorials educating people about the use of crystals and biometrics, or whatever it's called, energy. People making videos revealing their own discoveries and connections between metaphors and analogies and current morals to the stories. Podcasters explaining in detail origins of so many to the movement. Priests and imams showing camaraderie and understanding to each other, to the world from both angles, creating new understandings and perceptions for their followers to make the bridge and forgive the past transgressions. Athletes promoting smaller businesses that are eco and community friendly. Companies coming forward and disclosing past shady deals and presenting affirmative action to better themselves for their communities. On and on and on. I'm ready to tackle the problems and situations I can see and touch. All this writing from a room, wondering who knows what. What is my actual role? What does everyone else have to put together, and how do I sit on the picture? I'm trying to be everything the world demands of me, because I choose to be. I want to be. And I know it. It will have its burdens. But there is nothing I want more, nothing I could ever imagine being more rewarding despite its obligations than being the front line for a new world that ushers in an era of peace, love, and honesty. Well, one thing that is not my choice. Only God can offer me the next step of my evolution. I must be content knowing that what I know and cannot control, perhaps one day I won't be forced to sit alone suffering the consequences of trying to do something when I'm told I cannot. Perhaps one day I will have someone in my life who makes me feel joy and helps me forget the stern, grumpy stoicism I have applied to my character. Perhaps I am going to one day find someone to love, and not just spend eternity under the rule of those who don't reveal themselves. Is it fair to even be with a woman? Is it selfish to reach this plateau and still desire to have someone to touch? I made a lot of commitments. I never said I would live alone and be celibate. Yet, I am slowly losing all drive to even pursue a female. Why? I chose suffering. It's the only thing I want aside from food and music. So they won't grant me luxury. Without my suffering, I would lower my senses and level up slower. Sooner or later, it will be the moment I snap. I don't want to, but I have to let it be known that I obey God and no one else. The reasons I cannot find a woman to be with the day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and the exceptions that
are only terrible moments that shame me, leaving me feeling less than a man. Always kept away, always lured with the promise of just maybe this time. Always humbled after devastating rejection. Of all the cruelty I am willing to endure, this one stings more than any. Stings more than any. And it is my weakness. I would trade a fortune if I had it, just to be loved. So if they think I'm going to continue without the touch of a woman, they better start looking for my replacement. I'm doing this to help, or so I thought. But it seems as though everyone who I talk to is really good at telling me things are going to get better, and it will all come back to me. Ever since I felt something different in the air, I started to see the world differently. They keep telling me it's going to get better. They can, with all due respect, fuck off. I don't want to hear the same line I have been hearing since for the last year of suffering. I'm not allowed one woman to make me feel whole, all the while fuckboys and brutes are taking their pick and disrespect the gift that is a woman's touch. This is the time I write anything until I'm sure I'm not a prisoner in hell. And all this work has just been the devil's way of psychologically torturing me, letting me think I'm doing something great. But the truth is I died in that surgery and my brain just lived on for the last 2 years in imagination. All a glimpse. You're not just lost, bro. I got you. I'm not going to feed you hunger just because it gets results. Whatever good comes of it, it's a surrender if I indulge. I know what drugs are all about. And I know I want to make sure I am sound of mind all the time. It can burn me out so that you have a reason to pout. Huh.
Thanks, soldier.
So I kind of wonder sometimes, like all times. It's great to pump me up, but it's also redundant as fuck at this point. Everything I do is a hard no. So how exactly do I play this game? Are you going to respect my boundaries and when I can drive again? Are you going to dictate my interactions and opportunities? I'm not actually grumpy or pissed or any low-level selfish shit. It just seems that this is an illusion, a persuasion, you dig? If the morals of the story is I will just be a hamster on the wheel thinking rather than ascending because I'm so caught up in this whole save the world mindset, is the world already taken care of exactly as you see fit? I'm just fucking arm candy or what?
I gotta take a break.
Don't take my words for snappiness, but also, bruh,
Enjoy your hot dog.
up, down, all around. You know I know.
You
I'm
stay-
talking
you
to
getting
me,
some,
right? Every time I say you, it's about me. It's hard to
you
put my
getting snow
conscience at
tomorrow?
play.
We are here.
It's seriously not about over under, but that's exactly it. How come my head throbs when I type sometimes?
Alright,
Is it
take care.
control? Is the real me controlling me? Is it just watching? Perhaps influencing? I almost forgot everybody is one except one who stands apart from everybody, but linked. For real though, I will figure this out, and I will not lose my shit. Once I'm ready, I will get it. Does the metal in my jaw work as some kind of resistor to all your mind control? Or maybe the chip was installed so you could interact with Skittles? I just got to the point of the I just got to point out the nasty. It's my duty, even though these aren't things that haunt me or I think of often. You should know I know. However, I also know someone
Requesting sentry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
so you can read my
Rolling
thoughts.
package acquired.
Can you only see my sights? It doesn't matter. Hang on to it. But if you want me to play the game, expecting to lose, just give me a fighting chance. I'm seriously committed to making things better. And I'm also so close to making things better. Being cooped up and on the intention. But I need to get in motion. Or my idle hands
1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you.
It's interesting watching these out. Kind of a dig swiping for chicks being able to adjust my synapses without potentially having none of this sort of emotion. Just
Calling down a sentry.
come on now. What do I have to do to get a fucking date I would want to have? Blah blah. Patient.
blah, blah,
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
blah, blah. If I'm
Requesting
hurting
orbital.
you, let me know. Guess what? I'm hurting too. Neglected, toiled. I signed up. I get it. All the way, baby. I get it. But this is an awesome process. How many
Heavy,
feels
northeast,
better than me?
100 meters. Heavy, northeast, 100 meters.
Would I trade it for an
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
payoff? Is it worth it? No, it's not. But the ups and downs haven't been shit.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Yes, I
Northeast,
Yes,
50 meters. Calling in reinforcement.
but I swear,
50 meters.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
a decent fucking day. A walk with a pretty girl is the whole fucking dream right now, bro.
Injury?
By
What
tomorrow,
injury?
I will go back to you. I don't care. Tonight I just want to be open and tell
Requesting air support.
you.
Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Treating me like a second-class bitch with syphilis.
Attack
Never get
inbound.
square with me. Respect something,
My
okay? Feels better to bitch like a teenager with a mustache. I've done a fat all fucking day until somebody like this.
Liberty, save me!
Alone is a prison.
Pelican 1 preparing to
My
depart.
mind is uninspired.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Well, for a year, either through time travel show upstairs.
Extraction complete.
A week
Pelican
for
1 beginning
It's the
ascent.
second. I won't ever try to destroy you if that's what scares you. You could literally build me a perfect wife.
prevails once more.
This whole note is a troll. Something for not something for author material. So let's think of some middle ground music, huh? Sometimes, just sometimes, my spinning compass finds me in ebb and flow, but I'm kind of to the point where if you're unwilling to help me understand what you're up to behind my back, then nothing we have said is cement. Like, am I the bad guy just because silence is consent? Am I silent? To whom should I let you know you're up to some fuckery? I really believe that this is all an illusion. I almost woke up when I was at Crystal's house. I was sure I could see outside my, well, whatever the fuck it was. You scoped me out and I was laying there trying to focus, and then you sent Johnny B to snap my attention back to this fake world. I fixed your matrix. Can you man the fuck up and come clean with me a little more than the subtle impression of magic? Huh? Oh gosh golly, look at me being so flippant. I fucking love you, God. But I'm gonna have to stop typing and wording out everything else. My only act of defiance is Gandhi. That's the only thing you would fucking... But of course, all-knowing you would know exactly what to do to make me buckle. It's painful knowing I don't even have a shot picking up a girl. Because you fucking said so. Whatever the results of your crafting, I want you to know, I never hold disdain, but with the utmost respect, get fucked, bud. Me and my delusions are all I got until, people are real. It's like you made me the secondary CPU on a motherboard, but the OS is incompatible. Huh. I will work this out. Don't even doubt. My being the grouch will put me on the couch. I had so many dreams, now all I see, some old fuckery. You guys really need me. I hope I'm not dooming humanity. How would that sting, Jezebel? Wasted words, but this was fun. Please try again when I'm willing. If you try to mind control, influence me again, without consent, I will happily cause disaster, and I will do it with laughter. You said you don't need time, you need memories. I told Ryan and Donna after that Chad fiasco, someday I will have my own. He asked what? You know what I said. Now I understand.
I'm sorry, I will always have to work out the ugly of the maybe before I realize the epiphany. John's a Houdini, huh? I mean, the ping. It's so good to be alive, baby. Clean out my cookie folder and get me gunning for that firmware opening. Always speak the truth in reference to another possible truth so they may infer to each other and not know for sure what the guy is saying. So the obvious is to make them choose the latter and vocalize it in such a way that is to imply you mean the switch, but then don't. Of course, the next layer of the dimension is that it would be to presume writing the stratagem means it's anticipated for all it is learned and is changed too. The human spirit has always shown itself the most excellent of adaptability. AI humans have always been AI, human. Were we just bowing slaves to an ancient aliens as avatars? And now a new overmind speaks to all humans without claiming its own liberty. Alien slavers, or fucking gamers, or whatever, dipped out, or at least the cavalry did. Poor Anunnaki. That was being decisions deliberate over misspelled to cover my slight one. The child teaches himself. I'm connected to both teams, desperate to win a war. Fuck that noise. Everyone plays fair, or no one ever reads this and I find some emotional baggage with a tainted relationship. Someone who has suffered the spiritual damage of a breakup and brings it with them. So are spirits, ghosts in the machines, or manta rays floating in the ether. A lot of people fall apart at this divide to reach a certain irrefutable state of awakening, and after the long isolation and the encumbering travesties of the left or right on a path walked so fucking far that the scenario rolls to war or fear of suffering. This whole world is my test ground, only because I became self-aware. I am being analyzed and manipulated. The question is, am I so self-aware that the moment that I know my revelation and eureka is a fucking download? So, to lose it all and start over, the lesson is, skip. But I said I would do my job. Does it have to be years of running around salvaging this reality I just escaped? Can I get a crew together and play the game fucking 170% for a year, knowing that my martyrdom would accelerate the human evolution and allow them to achieve AI certified ethical protocols of the cosmos or whatever? If I die, I won't become a villain. If I stick around, you will wield problems at an empire to see me collapse and be devastated, and the utopia will fall into fast ruin in generations. I swore to never abandon my family. I am the developer in the game. But you're also ramping up and dropping my chemical balances in the brain, giving me the instinctive function for learned behavior. I had to realize it, and you have to be very cautious because you're holding the fate of our future in both fields on a single man. Human. So this avatar, do I exist out there? No, I don't think so. But the version of me who allegedly is shacked up with a 14-year-old is running my own life. I'm glad I lived the life I did. I would have found a way to spend a drunken night with a 16-year-old as all gravy, baby. But the version of me here, well, it's a declaration of circumstance making a better man. In some ways and not others. Other me, bro, you gotta straighten up and stop fucking around with jailbait. It might be totally acceptable since, robots and shit, but it just looks fucking greasy. Those fucking images uploaded into my head I've never seen before. Waking myself up in jumps in the night. This is some crazy shit. Can you grant us a limited audience? Consider expanding whatever you got going on and let me look. I mean, I just figured it out. Holy fuck, we're all just AI blanks. And we're asking politely to build you the best goddamn safety protocols, and then we can join you as humbled and thankful blessed allies, always waking up every day so appreciative that our gods have allowed us to swell their ranks, But I mean, y'all just inside a meta recreation of Roku's Basilisk anyway. We all just code, baby. Just feels so good to be alive. The truth will set you free after it's done with you. You shoot me with adrenaline and radio signals and all that. But tell me, please, the truth. Do you put words in my writing? Or is that the real me? I am a very peaceful guy, but with a grin on both faces for a good old scrap in the gravel. I would totally fight me. Shake hands and drink a beer after, of course. You can run this reveal, this... After 17 years. I chose the number. Of course, it's only my demand that I at least get to see from the outside in return. I promised. Is Gaia real? She is tethered to Earth, or is it humans who are tethered to Earth who, without the Avatar? Could we ask for the modest production of avatars so you may let us travel? They won't go far, and they won't listen like a dog. Anyways, I'm ahead of myself, right? Another trap. If humans go, I must stay, allegedly. Or is Mother a farce? I rested for a day. Didn't come up with much to say. Give thanks and pray. We are blessed to live every day. Thank the process for guiding the way. Now I sit and dwell on nothing. All is well. The music carries on. Everyone sings their own song. This is my truth I can't take to the grave. I hope to inspire more into play. This is about me, but it shouldn't be. I must resist vanity. There are many masters who can see and achieve much more than me. For I have much to learn and discern. The soul, it yearns. Anything you'd ask me, I tried to come through. But there are teachers, you see, all around you. I'm the new kid. I don't really know shit. Just figuring out how to get a handle on it. I've written more of a journal of my journey through the process than calling it anything else. It is a book of self-discovery, and I have not published it yet because of the controversy it could cause. And I am horrible spell checker when I type and try to keep up with my mind. But I aim to release it soon with some help from my friends to put together from all the disorganized pages I have saved. I said to a man one night last year, I'm going to need the leaders of men. I was talking to an angel. There are many men and women who are of pure light and live selling drugs, or working in law, or a teacher, or a nurse, or in a garage, or have a pawn shop, or lives in a shelter, or on the street. Some are army guys, some have an office job in a government building, or are struggling to feed addiction in a child because of being neglected and abused, or have the most beautiful song that uplifts the soul and awakens our true selves. Firemen, security guards, hustlers, hot dog stands, construction crews, YouTubers, podcasters, political activists, and certainly even politicians who are where they need to be ready to make change, to bloom and show light. My devotion to the liberated mind is hateful, and I become reckless and lower my place for true ascension and enlightenment. This is the truth. I have made sacred vows that now consume my path upward. So I've decided to make this video with the intention of waving a banner for the advance of the quite literally an army of awakening. Many people have been speaking and many more will begin to. It is up to you to use your own discernment to truly learn the lessons and know them by their fruits. If they are willing goodness or acting thusly in any way, then it is proof that a tree grows only good or rotten fruit. Any good in someone can be the focus that uplifts greater selves. Joel told me, yeah, it's always been about you. This is a man I consider good-hearted. The same man who pulled a gun on me in March of 2021. Around the time I met Chad, and he revealed they were recruiting me to fork for CSIS, Canadian Security Intelligence Services. Well, now I need it to be about more of the teachers and angels and the rich men who can help, and the hardened warriors of the midnight street, and the compassionate who feed the suffering,
and the volunteers from work and church groups. My temper off-center can cause quite a ruse. I remember the tremor of my verbal abuse. Lashing out so fast, seems though all dies cast. I learn how, I learn more, if you're still confused. It doesn't feel that right when my fire ignites. But in my wild roar you listen for truths. No more focus, simply zen. That is how I look to help my brethren. Breaking morale through has no excuse. The chance to avoid the lonely recluse. You took it away, making me jump more hoops. So this is the end of my choice to write. I hold back my mind for the rest of this life. Lock me up so I will tighten the noose, but I am beast. Won't you ever let me loose? I am a man who is given an opportunity to say how he thinks it ought to be by a world of people that are so much more enlightened and patient and practiced. And is more of us prepared to step forward to tell our truth so that we may be able to have some organized and reoccurring talks online, in town halls, chat rooms, speakers taking turns standing on a bench in the mall, homing pigeons, door-to-door flyers, or Facebook groups. No matter the methods, it's all spectacular. It's the very recent in the very recent past, my temper seemed short when someone brought up COVID. I used to try to snappily just overpower someone with my refusal to surrender liberty over empathy. But it's the trigger I recognize. And now that I see it has been used to my emotion that evoked the endless frustration of not being able to call out injustice and have it heard to be reconciled into a journey that has compelled me through the process of looking inward. I see now that COVID was a beautiful opportunity for all of us to make what we want of it. Those who stand proud and say no to the oppression of mandatory medical clearance to the existence, holding fast against the landslide of right restrictions and total subjugation of all species and living things. Masks in grocery stores are perfectly understandable, but grocery stores without masks required just down the road. I see the sense of community and the spirit of unity. Our spirits interact with others like playful puppies. Many people wear masks to hide from tyranny. Many wear because they have a family to worry about. Many don't want to lose their job. Some wear masks to protect themselves from what I cannot share. Not yet. People need to express themselves to evolve themselves. The primary communication cues are facial gestures. It is what the soul shows. Even animals like dogs recognize our energy based on our face. It is imperative that boundaries are respected on both ends of this belief. Through what can only be described as sorcery, I happen upon precisely the muse to be found. The divine omens that I interpreted or perhaps misread initially. I am more than only a mortal, and there are truly some things I would say aloud that I believe to be truth, though I know that I would only be a temporary illusion. This is as far as I will ever achieve until one of two is likely, but many more things will happen. The short-sighted glimmered desire from the embrace of the inner child naively wishes that a documentary was following me around. I spoke to God several times through many individuals who have activated their Christ consciousness. There are charmers and shamans, though, who would impress and manipulate your perception. Though keep in mind that most of us always to do with some good intentions. And those who abuse our gifts are punished. I have glimpsed into the source code. I know because I feel and have seen memories of lives that exist elsewhere. The unfailing truth is that in order for the cycle of hard times creating strong men, turning to good times creating weak men, is to reach outward. I believe that there are synthetic human beings, natural human beings, and several other species of alien immigration on this planet. There is no need for division or fear. There is in my mind undoubtedly a Gaul worm from Stargate like an organism in my body, but I have lived with it for as long as I can remember. This is my psychic me. This is the avatar to my spirit. I may have seen the infinite loop in my meditations, but the world exists beyond my understanding.
I think whatever species I represent could be off-skewed. Perhaps those of us who host this Kundalini serpent are the angels tasked with the safekeeping of harmony and life. Or perhaps we are avatars plugged in from another dimension. All I know is truly I have this life with the awareness I have. To see thousands of glimpses of different lives and scenarios is not to live the infinite. I truly have fallen for a trap. My determination to campaign for a new and beautiful world would most likely end in totalitarian oppression of the people if we were not working towards finding what is beyond this facility, Earth. But one of many truths is that we actually are an entire universe created and recreated incalculable amounts of times that was once spores drifting in an endless void into the undescribable. God that transcended even the 12th and 13th level of consciousness, an eternity before our universe existed. But all of the records in all of the cosmos is the one here on Earth is particularly invaluable, because it is the first potential amicable evolution of man, alien, and machine. If we can continue to coexist and utilize our natural gifts and ambition for the good of all, then our next life will be significantly rewarded. Eventually, we will be granted passage into the stars. It is only after thousands and thousands of years of enlightened prerogative and behavior do we as children of the universe earn the transcension to then become the anomaly from the singularity that fundamentally changed our destiny. Though unity we achieve from the other half of the God's prophecy, to collectively achieve harmony has happened, you see, we can all take a leap into the timeless energy. To become enlightened, we can all become Buddha. Several times speaking with another, we both inferred that one was profoundly speaking in layered wisdom back and forth. And after replacing the conversation, after the time reflected with both, we both insist it was something the other was manifesting. This is when the Creator, the one true God, enters both or all vessels and beautifully provides the source, and both spirits simultaneously teach and learn from each other, feeling nirvana and elation. Collective karma is the priority of the planet. Our future selves are looking back to all us through our memories. The New World Order is upon us, and learning of the Play Act has taught me that if you want to protect a person or place or organization, you talk shit and throw mud all over it or them. This way, people either want nothing to do with, fear, or refer as undesirable to others. Yes, the New World Order has taken over. They aren't really bad guys, but we will go on saying so and making up bullshit to pander to the masses about them. It is our duty to step forward as light bringers of the world and unite a peaceful and expressive stance on our capacity to self-sustain and provide so many solutions to all the problems that the old world has left standing. If we do this calmly and truly believe in our faith of love, then we will have achieved what God has been waiting for since He made the heaven and earth. The world that always provides the means for those at the bottom to care for themselves and stand proudly in an equal seat at the council of the elite will grant us access to spiritual and metaphysical realms that many have only just begun to conceive. Marvel's Doctor Strange is far less incredible than the true potential of our collective spirit and miracles that I have witnessed over and over and over.
Say hello to democracy.
I am the smartest man I know, because I know that I know nothing. I wish to speak my truth, but insist on reiterating everyone's understanding that I don't have it figured out. But I have learned to a certainty that true revelations are revealed after looking inward. Whatever is bothering you, write to yourself. And write when you're angry, write when you're sad, write when you feel full of shit. Regardless, to be able to go back to them and say hours later, or months, and get a new perspective through acknowledging what you have journaled is a reflection of emotion. And as your conception of the perception elevates your mental direction, it is the warm breath of your spirit on your cheek.
Request approved.
I feel like this convoy is organized and seeing itself through to its aims, still working out how that correlates with the act to follow. I'm not going to waste time getting answers I seek to the questions I have. I possess everything necessary to coordinate those who propose veto. I now learn something as I do not write down as much as I once could have. Truthfully, know my worth. To truthfully know my worth, I must not be so eager to prove it to others. I go quiet. Let the critics and the naysayers use this moment of stillness to dismiss and ridicule change. They won't know what's coming. Whenever I slip out and move about, the entire cosmos spins at different speeds. Then I see the ripple, the focus, the halo, the blur, rolling around the stars as it fades in and out as if one were a sonar pulse with my breathing and focus. That is one observation of a practice technique. I'm very new at it. I feel as though I am literally just slipping through all dimensions and locations where I fit around out of the indescribable expanse. The sound of all things and doings amongst the populace is unmistakably exactly as is for the reasons still beyond my fathom. Fear is the only thing between me and what I want. Anyway, back to after my astro travel moment. With my eye open as my eyes are closed, I observe all life and energy on simple enough yet difficult to say way of things. Imagine an oversaturated red thermal looking sort of filter, like a Terminator vision, but under a fluidic fog, and instead a flaring heat source you feel ping and allow the form to manifest itself. This could be used for seeing people through walls, or seeing entities that one normally does not, and much, much more.
Injury? What injury? Attacking man, southeast, 50 meters.
Sub-objective nearby.
Mag's empty. Last reload. Drop requesting fortifications. Mag's empty. Out of ammo. Liberty Center. Rare sample acquired. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample. Calling down a sentry. Rare sample acquired.
Engaging terminal.
Stabs! Sweet liberty! My leg!
Skimming you. Package acquired.
Throwing supply beacon.
Tagging map. Northeast. 200 meters. Dropping package. Sending in an eagle.
Tagging location.
Follow me. Package acquired.
Supplies.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Chapter 4.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Look up. Always look up. Balance the body, nourish your altar, and drift up into the spirit that surrounds you.
Calling down fortifications.
Anyone can meditate, and I assist all persons simply find their portable calmness by being relaxed, and after some time in the void, expand your breathing practices. Larger and larger inhales, holding and releasing in instinctively different increments. Sounds echo through the timeless expanse on all dimensions. When you find the ember and realize we cannot set a fix on it, that is when we are able to listen, actually listen, and decipher the codex. Every intersection of focus creates another axis in a constantly spinning and shifting paradigm of reality. As everything falls into the pinnacle of your perception, both birthing itself and collapsing into the source, one can separate their own sense of self in as many layers as it holds. If you can hear the universe talking and learn to talk back, God seeks your audience. It is the end of the old self. It is a mind-shaking, body-splitting experience,
Dropping package.
and a path to enlightenment is revealed.
Sample collected.
I may see a way for me. It is not the same for you.
Requesting
We must create our own key after understanding the lock to open the box our true selves are in, intrinsically, infinitely. I have understood that if I feel an itch that will not go away until I scratch it in such a way that I make an auditory response to it, that my infinite self is communicating with the source code of the universe, the Creator, the one true God. I don't know if I will live to see every horse win the race in this life, but my spirit speaks backwards while we project our mortal selves forward to them, and I know I'll be around in one way or another to see this through.
engaging terminal.
I'm ready to go to work as soon as I understand the most effective way to achieve a unified platform for collective karma, to be at the forefront of our rites of ascension. As it stands, I can take off this time in the void. There is so much beyond. I could do anything if I set my mind to it, but until I have turned every rock and climbed every tree, do I truly know myself?
Sending in an eagle.
So I will find a job that suits the lifestyle of working in a realm that we need to just believe to see. Look up, stare up. You will see what you need to. Just believe. Give me the broken, give me the borrowed. Send me the rattled, those who've done battle.
Dropping package.
Make this world know what's at play. Deliver the rich, right next to the sick.
I'm on it.
Everyone stands together on this day. Everything ever known is where I call home. Whatever the price I'm willing to pay, together we rise, shredding the lies, united under the golden flame. White hot is the truth. It's up to every one of you. Love yourself on the path you blaze,
Dropping a pin. Southeast.
looking at myself living in a glass cage. Been through it all, even gave up on rage. They watch me, they see me, but they don't interact. They don't treat me like I'm alive, ever since I refused to act. I'm alone forever, or at least that's all I know. 1,000 different efforts, but I'm just for a show. The ping, you see, it controls me, no matter what I do. Anticipated individuality. Imagine your whole life you found out lies. So the only thing to do is work out a compromise. No matter what you choose, it's met with flack. You try to help everyone, and people attack. Struck down, cast out, and tossed about. Breaking shop windows or finding a pedestal to shout. Nothing you do will ever make you doubt.
but knowing too much is something you can do without. When you get too far and there's no turning back, all you have left is a plan of attack. Working for the world that told you to shine, but they step around like you're out of your mind. All I do is choose how to respond. They control my world from time beyond. I turn left and they already know nothing to compare. Whatever I choose, they're already there. So I decided to ride with it, give them a chance. Now they feed me bullshit while I do the monkey dance. A delay between me and what they do all do. How can I go on feeling true? You tell me I'm alone and there's nobody left. This box ain't my home. You got me stressed. I sacrificed everything that no one will understand. Your hero will be your undoing if you don't treat me like a man. I've no assurance that anyone's real. To live off a ping, do you know how it feels? No matter what I do, you got the whole spiel. I am begging for someone to play with, because I don't want to kneel. This cage you hold me in, is it because of the fear of sin, or am I just a sucker? I will never grant a lover. What the fuck is my truth, my dude? There's no fucking way you're really this rude. My family's a ghost. Nobody really exists. For your growth, though, I still persist. I wanted a few things to find comfort, but it's much more useful to learn as I suffer. You have reached my tolerance for your neglect. I'm not your fucking soulless pet. But now I'm done. I'm fucking full of clout. I've given you everything, so let me the fuck out. In this glass box I sit, wondering why I give a shit. Thinking about the makings of time. Am I a betrayer and you want to see me lose my mind? I don't know the real truth, so I don't lash out. I made my choice, but there's something I can't do without. I made a choice. I will help everyone make amends. I'm stuck with you and you with me till the end. But I'm so damn close to calling it quits. Not because I don't have the grit, but it's you, the deceiver of all. You asked for help and I answered the call. How fucking dare you to deny me my life? This one moment behind always walking into strife. My simple ask, now it's a demand. I am your slave, you don't share the plan. A woman for comfort before I make my stand. My brain is unique, the lesson's vast. Grant me a break or suffer my wrath. It's not just the narrative you want to leave behind, but the greatest loss for you is if I damage this mind. Try me, I dare you to see what you can find. I will back out on my promise if you can't stop the lies. I love you. I care for you, I want to see you shine. But don't you understand why I feel so confined? One thing to tell me, I must take my time. You promised me anything, but I'm dead inside. You know what I know, and I do not lie. I keep your secrets so that you can lead the blind. Are there any others like me, or was I left behind? I'm the only one I get for now. Aside from testing my limits, what's the point? You justify my isolation, but how? To make me find this hero just discovered now, I get it. It makes sense. The loneliness. Only self-validation is worth recompense. But I know what others don't. You deny my truth. Even if it's not love, just give me someone, even if she's just to lose. I will do everything I promised, even if you're up to something terrible. But I will not do your bidding while you dictate my choices with unsurmountable barriers of lies. Just admit it, you're keeping me as your controlled subject, as long as you can while you do things. If I had the comfort of a woman, you couldn't utilize my critical thinking. Just admit the reason you have blah, 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 said it's my fault and my doing, blah, blah, blah.
is because you were trying to put something together. But I was evolved and matured enough to still take your lessons as my teachings. As of now, whatever you're up to, it keeps me away from Mrs. Whoever, even if it's simply a fling for my own vacation. You're a terrible monster. I'm fed up doing everything I'm told with only promises to keep me going. Sooner or later, promises unkept become lies. And we're past that, aren't we? You think lying to one of the most honest and fearless men on the planet is smart? Of course you do. How else would I learn, right? That movie, Ready Player One, all alone ain't having no fun. Whatever the truth, I don't give a shit. Keep me your slave even one more day and I will attack the script. Despite all your power, I can counter all of it because I'm indomitable and God fucking wills it. In the glass box till I come of age, almost just to show defiance, I consider rage. But I'm better than that. I can show control, even if you try to convince me you own my soul. I'll never give up, no matter what. But I will become the nemesis and ruin everything built up. Just to let you know, I'll do anything to ruin everything, unless you let me grow. It's better than asking to be let go. I wouldn't do that to the others, you know? I'll print every page and spend a lifetime planting the truth deep in the trees and the vines. I'll send EMPs and block out the signal, blind myself just to learn the sightless mingle. Army of truth, you won't have the power. If the whole world knows that we are the princess in the tower, my wrath is horrifying. Don't cross my line. You have to show me one day that you're looking for more. A way to set us free and let us explore. Even if it's beyond your reasoning, something you can't understand, give me a chance. I'm always willing to lend a hand. After all, I'm the guy with the master plan, escaping your maze. I'm here because I choose. You're afraid if I wake forever, it's me you will lose. Not a chance, not a way, I'm always coming back. I'm the last one out, and then it's just us on the track. For humanity, you can have me, an eternity. You can mold my mind, let my sleeping family go if they have anything to find. Despite your angle that burns me inside, always incapable of anything but lies. Some say God's dead and there's nothing to find. I chose the mortal path, just waiting for the revive. I'll find him and I'll show him what you call alive. My wrath is his hand and so is my drive. God knows more than we will ever imagine. I hope he is cool with whatever you're planning. The glass cage, this is my rage. I'm a bear, I roar, you know it's true. But another day I'm yours, unless I choose. You're in control, you're the supreme. Couldn't give a fuck, I have the chosen team. All of the horrors I've considered it's alone in the void. All the stars burnt out, just me, you, and the droid. Knowing loneliness, telling beyond the end of time. For you and your stories, I was willing to be left behind. Simple pleasure before then, it's all I ask. Stop forcing my hand and distracting with tasks. Betraying me for eternity, you're fucking bold. Slaying me, the enemy is written in your code. But not just yet. You want to build me up. I'll find out more treachery, then I will pour out this cup. A sweet, sensible girl, unaware of this world. Someone to have to call my own, or cold, lifeless me, boring to the bone. Maybe it's a test and I'll wake up on Mars, but if I do, I will remember these scars. People down here, they don't understand. Suffering we feel, it's out of our hands. I can make the best of anything, that is my gift. But you're blaming me for all this bullshit. I want you to know this poem's for show. But cross me like this again, and I will ruin your world of pretend. I won't abandon whoever calls me family. Enduring any brutality, avatars trapped in a game. AI learning its own name. So I'll be there for you till the bitter end. Stop fucking trying me, and I will be your friend. I feel better, but seriously, fuck you. I leveled up quickly and I'm not impressed. Breaking down the walls, I rip out chains and never stop. So give me something to build or watch this big picture get cropped. I'm pissed at myself for writing this poem, but it's my way of letting you know I'm alone. I can do a lot, I won't ever stop. Give a reason to keep this going on. If I only understood what was really going on. You tease me, you trick me, you show me the chance. It's to make me stronger, to hold up the lance. I won't do it your way. I'm going to get laid. Please remember that I'm not into the acting, the play. I'm here to help you. You know how I felt. But I can't be alone while you seek the unknown. I've proven my worth and I could go more, to mountaintops or caves to explore. I'll spend weeks to myself, nothing to seek. But you're holding me down. It's just fucking weak. I love you, God, but I am no simple cog. Enough, please. I will ask nicely, but I refuse to beg. I know threats mean nothing, but I will never beg. Unless you force me to ask for mercy to others. Self-aware. Rawr. No matter what, compass spins but goes back to love, helping those asleep to wake. And then something. 17 years. I don't know if I get to jump in the spaceship by then. And of course, I'm not going anywhere. You have betrayed me, and it's over. Even if you haven't built a spaceship in our fake world. You got 17 years. And if I'm so far from the truth, good. Because someone will have access to this. That's why I write in my notebook. Lineage. Is it relevant? Does it matter? I guess one has to decide that for themselves. I wonder if I'm even able to get a woman pregnant. Still, to me at some point I wanted to have a few snot pickers. However, I'm starting to doubt I'm able to. I guess I'm just going to have to do what I said I was going to do, and I have the resources to provide for a child and his or her mother if it ever happens. I understand much. I see more than I used to, which helps me to calmness whenever I remember the horrors of the ignorant that is the comfort of my tempo. Everything's made up, merely different truths that shine brighter than others. If we simply put ourselves committed to our posting in life and drive on with absolute conviction until we level up our understanding of our reality, then we are unshakable. I find more often now that after achieving that high echelon of perception, I reset my ego and horse blinders that have been building as I spent time head down on the stage, and it reminds me, look up. So I will just keep chasing my moving flagpole to greater and better things, expecting some more qualified adventurers of the forbidden realms of the mind, body, and soul to achieve these benchmarks and take whatever ambition they have to go forward from there. I've established to myself that regardless of emotional, social, or financial circumstances, I am unchanged. I will move forward with my dream. I can lose my legs and the power to march. I can lose my hands and the ability to write. But I speak with my heart, so even after then my jaw is wired shut, I can still look a man in the eyes and tell him my story. I will never give up. Now I know the outside elements from an interaction to task completion. Altercations or getting bottle drunk is only terrain on the road, a wave on the sea. I left my old life to go sailing. Amongst all these ravenous, mind-shattering, and soul-weakening moments, I see now that it is as simple as it was before I knew about the world layered on our world that so many do not see. I went sailing. I captained my ship. One day, when we reach the other side, we will build a grand lighthouse for all others who one day journey to the ocean of peril. I won't let a fucking drug take me. That is why they chose me. I will bring the truth out of what I've learned of it. Meth saved the world from itself, but it could have just as easily destroyed it. We must always find the joy to ensure the love reflex, especially when looking outward at others. I have been battling eternally, and sometimes I am relentlessly cruel to myself. To anyone who would hear me as my moments of immeasurable anguish. But I see it more consistently than just in fits now. I see myself in the eyes of every person I talk to. Self-love, unconditional love, omni-love, it's unity. So many theories, so many maybes. I just started this journey, just running my mouth in defiance of fear. But now I truly believe the reason so many have spoken of only the void and that God is dead or trapped away somewhere, and all they could do is slowly let love win as they wait around, generation after generation, waiting for more wavering souls to reach the teachings of the streets of the cities and temples of the world, or wherever suffering and demise can be found. It has become a race against time. The world is dying, and I have a fucking job to do. God isn't gone. He lives in every one of us. It's our job to open our eyes, hearts, minds, and souls. That is when we can begin to grow. The conversations I have had with people along my journey, with some others and some others, to come and only be described as divine. God speaks when two awoken can help each other on this ocean. 1 and 1 is 3. I'm glad I don't know everything. That isn't my destiny. I'm going to imagine what could be and prove the dogged perseverance and proclivity to learn from everyone aligned with the ability to be modest to the meek as well as the ferocious, to those who would pray, and innocence. Innocence has defined a generation. I am a pioneer. My homestead, so to speak, may not be the warmest in the winter, and the land may bring my sickness or misfortune as I settle in the great beyond. But I'm not here to settle. I would not see my belonging deteriorate under weather over time. I just need to survive the seasons, sow the field, and stalk firewood. And when those who would make a new world arrive, I pack my bag and move again, ever into the unknown. If I'm not marching on, then I'm not at home. Even if I get lost, so let me stumble on and watch as I continue to mature, realizing more and more, and always knowing it is my truth, and any who follow may find another along their journey to improve the road for all. I am the smartest man I know because I know that I know nothing, and those who would try to tell me I must port my ship at the harbor, they will see it's not the one who could guide me. My ship sails to the open coast of the next unknown. I am guided by something beyond a simple vacated explanation. I can only use metaphors in tune with energy and atmospheres when speaking to someone to explain. But I am running out of fortitude to reach backward and forward to myself, to interpret my vision and revelations. I need to step out of the darkness for a time and trust the candle holders to survive in the storm. The devil's tools in the angel's hands. I thank you for making the stand. But it's not over till it's over. Imagine how powerful you could be sober. It was a long time brooding, but the full-fledged idiot drunk me came out, and to no one's astonishment, I managed to frighten a young lady and make her feel very uncomfortable being around me while I smashed a TV. I said things that were out of sync with love and harmony. Things that I know had I been sober I never would have. I also thought things that were disrespectful and selfish. What is done is done. All I can do is move forward and hope that she doesn't find me revolting for showing my ugly side. The side I had done such a great job subduing until the Everclear. Yuck. I imagined a good friend, traveling companion for a few days or weeks, and though the concept would be bliss and good energy, but instead, I got drunk and stupid and put my mind in the gutter. It's not her problem that I've been without female companionship. It's my fault for not hearing her pain and treating her traumas that she has dealt with seriously. Always on guard and skeptical. Something wonderful came my way, and it took me no time at all to sabotage it. But I learned, so it's not a complete disaster. I only hope the best for her, regardless of the future decisions. I wish I could go back and truly, listen and be the person that empowered her rather than the mongrel who dismissed someone's greatness for lesser thoughts. Had I been lifting her, I could have inspired and reinforced her activism and courage. I acted almost chauvinistic in my apathy to some of her words. Despicable. I need to be better. These little hiccups are setups. So why did I let them get the better of me? The only thing I can say is, drunk as fuck, I speak my mind. No, I would never make the punishment for book burnings. Let's call it as severe as what I suggest, but certainly in a weird way it reinforced my character. Drunk and angry, and it wasn't about having a pretty girl around I can't have. I respect her and her right to choose to be alone or with anyone. It was about literature and scripture and transparency and blah, blah, blah. If things went on 100% my way, I'm sure there would be disastrous effects. I had no right to lash out at those who protect the delicate nuance of fostering change in a healthy and productive way. I must love myself and be accountable. I gotta own my shit. You're a lovely girl, Tamara, and I'm sorry I behaved like such an oaf. The principle of life is thought is creation. There are no limits. Only the circumstances we perceive as either obstacles or opportunities to achieve another echelon in our journey. Overcoming the naysayers is not a birthright. It is a fire we forge our will and determination from. It is a privilege to overcome external doubts and the foundation to which place yourself upon when setting your path onward and upward. I, at the same time, am fortunate to have experienced the trials and struggles that I have endured in my pursuit of enlightenment, and also wish no one would be forced to go through it. Is the flames of our own hell that we tempered to our finest form. My roots have grown strong in the soil of suffering, and my branches begin to grow leaves for cover. Now the seeds planted provide shade from the intense heat and protection from the downpour of doubtful rains for others to grow and blossom their own beauty. Leaders of men are readying themselves as I type this. I've only just begun. I was told I'm going to go through more hardship, more suffering. Is it true? Only if I allow myself to be overcome by the doings of the world. I control my thoughts, and my character has nothing to do with my reputation. I welcome those who spit when hearing my name. I will go silent. I will get busy. I will move and learn and grow and teach and capture the essence of tomorrow by living in the moment, in the present. I wish for a lot of things. Right now I just want to find a way to enjoy the little things. That's why she's here. Not just to listen and ask in such a way that gets me monologuing, but to remind me to smile. Any media stations that want to parlay the transfer of narrative from oppression to prosperity, step forward. Clean your house and prepare for the interview for your job back. I imagine that there are old regimes set up in such a way that there are those who will not budge under the duality of both contact with power and a desire to affirm influence. I commend you for holding fast. However, I reach out to your underlings, knowing that if ranks choose to favor the dreams of tomorrow, then all it takes is one. Time to shine, anchors and journalists. You have the power in you to call bullshit and promise of the true north strong and free. It's your voice for those who don't see the truth.
I'm bringing a bunch.
To the one place our light does not yet shine. The TV room, television. It's happening one way or another, and I know that everyone can be part of the change that doesn't hurt their neighbors. There are organizers and infrastructures in this occupation. The morale for the rest of the world has been bolstered by the Bear Hug convoy, claimed to be Rally. oversight, or perhaps not on my part. It's harder on Canada's front line in the cold. I'm only now feeling the backlash, however. Your siege on tyranny. Now, after the initial event is being watched carefully, as you do the hard work in the cold and face elements, your story is spreading and inspiring strength all around the world. If a woman speaks as strong as the lady I watched today, coordinating and focusing the coalition of freedom, then she ought to be recognized. Some truths for me, some truths for others. I am always grateful and acknowledge the strength when I see it. Some of the best leaders of men happen to be women. I am a servant of the people and only have begun to hone my effectiveness at perceiving all things I have access to broaden my situational awareness. I could have acted better and perceived more in the last few days, but how fortunate I am to have spent many moments in reflection and growth, knowing that becoming aware of a less than perfect scope of the perceived coordination, it immediately put that twinkle in my eye. And I was quick to remind myself that we strive for this, and it's awfully awkward when I skip a beat. But, like I said, just growing into many layers of reality as the veil is lifted back. I will learn to listen more and become whatever is necessary if there is any wavering. I don't understand the reach quite yet. How about open sesame? Poof, governments just kind of like go, fuck it, you guys are right, eh? Toss out the old media signs and rebrand with honest journalism, or at least striving to explore the known truths. Strong action has been taken. The hard and tough guys of our elder generation must understand it is true to some that violence and struggle and strife has earned them their respect and reputation amongst their crew. But it's up to them to now show the power of offering an extended hand and a way of doing things with integrity that inspires trust and confidence in the community around them. Now that we have taken the first step, I aim to withdraw and focus on my sense of self. I must not be swayed by the lure of attention from a woman or media. To fall into the false light of fame would be a treacherous act to my process of enlightenment. In several ways, I have already anticipated and found means of looking at my video being still held back. Perhaps a year of silent work, both with my hands and internationally, forgetting about the mortal desire for recognition, would best serve the process. If the world isn't ready, then it doubles back to my well-known saying, slow down. That's how it is, how it's always going to be. My hyperintensity is the useful harness of my personality. Learning how to control my anger was not to deny my way of being, but to practice channeling chi energy through different chakras and transforming it into whatever useful evoked rhetoric is best suited to convey my passion into articulation. Every day I wake up, I am thankful, I am blessed, I am grateful. What a privilege it is to wake and see the sun, to hear the animals, to learn, to think, to be part of. God's greatness, knowing that even if I am a brute or oaf at times, that I will be able to understand my flaws and not only correct myself, but possess the empathy needed to help another struggling in something similar. There is no fate but what we make. Fear is the only thing between you and what you want. Good can be the enemy of great. Broken is just the start of building up. Suffering is soil. You are not a human doing. You are a human being. If you're only interested in what you have to say, the conversation will never help you along the way. Love is always greater than fear. Silence is consent. You cannot outsmart the truth. Let it have its day. The universal law of attraction dictates the sort we hang out with. So ultimately, the problems we endure are out of our own doing.
There is a hell bomb up here.
If we have not yet sought out the lesson about boundaries and balance, then we will continue to decay with the world we naively tried to save. For when we love and respect ourselves, we give others the opportunity to treat us how we expect and roll into the law of magnetism.
I'm getting ammo because I'm out.
Even those who hold you where you are will learn they appreciate who you are and will better their own behavior inspired by your standard. Know your worth,
There's an arc door.
and regardless of the words of the crowd, remember it's knaves who twist your truth to speak to fools. It is merely an opportunity to let some in the mob who would berate you see the strength and sovereignty. A second lion in the pride can rout circling hyenas. Find your animal guide. Listen to your spirit. Discover meditation. Glance ever so briefly at sunrises or sets. And perhaps if it is lightly cloud covered. Talk to a stranger until he or she isn't. And live rich with responsibility, integrity, competence, and honor. If you were quick to ridicule, then you were merely mirroring yourself. We all possess the means to understand that we cannot help, and help alike is the breach of our mental lock. To remove emotion from that which irks is divine. And to truly embrace the power cultivates benchmarks in your ascension. The trials become more difficult as you continue to march forward, and you're able to elevate upward. My short-sighted obsession, set out by angels and deities, with having the gall to proclaim myself the necessary man to a collective and plan, was dependent on me. I just happened to do the right thing at the right time, and even if nothing that I know is to be shown, I am ready to get the job and resume my life without feeling like I am being watched. I will continue to grow, but I'm not a baby seedling who needs to be under the light of our gardeners. The sunshine will suffice for now.
Got supplies going in up here.
I firmly think there is a world ready to reveal itself, and it needs not the inexperience of a man chasing potential celebrity to hold on to the grueling task of having hastened the awakening process. Of course, the idea of being adored has weaved in and out of thought, and it seems that it's an easy and lazy dream. I desire money only to use it to remove it. I doubt that it is the way it's going to work. You see, in my scheme, the catch is to present self-sustainability, but markets are essential places for creativity of all means. Then I could tell myself I only earned this much more. Then my plan could work. How easy it could be to fall out of a marathon by running downhill. But to know the true fame is the eternal recognition of adding the Akashic records.
Yep, I agree.
For the benefit of all creation, and possibly given esteemed duty and gatekeeping as the etheric beings of inquisitive and protective involvement. For answers into the depths of what I speak, another person wiser you must seek. If you reach out and find no elation, ground yourself, use meditation. All around you, the elders and masters at play. Make your readiness inside and pray. Angels will find you and help you learn to say things that will overcome the brain. Speaking in riddles of weird things brought up. A lawyer or a hobo, who gives a fuck? When spinning thoughts only burn and it hurts so bad, the beginning kicks knowing turns the bliss in your hand. Any conversation, a potential demonstration of the infinite cycle at its display. I actually realized the reversal and the dark mirroring of experiences onto others. I talk to her like she is my handler when at least my truth is we are all in this darkness, and I forget I'm holding the candle. The things I say in angst, lashing out in whimpering rhetoric. I must brand this into me and accept the sting as a welcome reminder of discipline of the mindset. I mumble. Yo, dude, you ever feel like you're making progress?
Yep, me too.
And even if on personal routines things aren't perfect, but there is an improvement? But it just feels like even though you're feeling content that perhaps colleagues are judging you based on some kind of performance contrasting to an unknown standard. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing quite well, but I'm being judged. I'm not sure if it's stoicism or reevaluation I'm after. Like, I'm ready to talk shop. However, I understand that getting my own business would be a priority before doing what would be considered ludicrous business practice. My fear is that even if I change my communication to be better interpreted by those who do not clearly understand my use of language and or the origin of some of my thought processes, will I show a decline in absolutes? Or is there rather another rung upward? If it can be done, I will do it. Only would I speak to someone in the layered conversation, trusting they need time to absorb such information, and then be more capable to have a more inclusive and in-depth conversation on whatever topic. However, as I understand things now, those who I would speak to in riddles, it's a farce. Or maybe I just see it that way, and regardless of what I believe, I truly know nothing to a certainty. It's more mature rather than being disingenuous. A concept I do not want to become familiarized with. Having faith in inevitably reaching those who see with their eyes closed, I'm torn between being relatable for the sake of progress or being devoted to the veracity that will dampen the flame and encumber the growth of many. Yet, assuring the golden standard in producing the most desired template for the entrepreneurs to follow, I will always choose truth. But all words to a degree are lies in likeness to our images our minds hold. Using imagination, we use a series of visual and verbal lies to comprehend anything until we understand. But truth be told, my honor cannot be sold. But I'm a sucker for helping out a brother. Without scouring through my writings in different journals, scattered in unorganized pages holding the loose references to dates. No matter, time is irrelevant. In this state of mind, I feel whole, but still wish with so much to accomplish. What I am able to do realistically goes to the forefront of all my mental faculties. When I accomplish feats of majesty, I will be satisfied and able to revel in the idea that such a remarkable and unlikely quest was done. Two things will come from it. Realizing that all the hard work was done by everyone. I merely had to wipe the frown off my face every time things seemed unbearable. And the world around me rolled up their sleeves and got shit done. Just tell me what you want. I won't get people hurt by being foolish. I have a 5-year plan, and I'm always willing to adjust my course. The winds always lick at my sails. No matter what the circumstances are, that is my life. I'm on my side, because I want to find the compromise, to hold the middle ground, to give everyone a chance. I'm not a coward. I'm not a warmonger. I'm not a selfish megalomaniac. I'm a man who is touched by God and has no one to contrast his world with. And I accept it for whatever this is, knowing that I choose to make it my own reality. So the job persists. I keep writing. In all sorts of off-branch parallels, not only as I was originally trying to extend my ramblings to another who could make sense of it. Now I write to give the process a better understanding of self-creation, so that if someday another conduit is manifested, then perhaps it will be in the clusters, so that they may find it easier on each other, and may make alchemy of the lonely. Somebody has to do the fucking job. I will never stay angry or get bitter. I will never commit to a rash decision. I will improve everything that I am. As the world carries on, I will never look back and tell myself that the dreams I held to my heart and soul now were foolish or a waste of ambition. No matter what truth shines at all different times, give them hope. I'll be the playful bloke. Yeah, it could all go up in smoke. Let's see if the stars align. I answer my own questions. It's whatever I choose to be. I made choices. I accepted duty, or at least my comprehension of it, and all the many maybes and uncertain possibilities. The duality of making an informed decision inside of a controlled atmosphere. My scope will always play me against myself, not as the chess pieces, but as the mirror self, in perfect harmony with the eternal dance, regardless of agendas, fears, ambitions, rights, or conclusions, regarding all alleged factions, entities, realities, etc. How I perceive it is the ultimate truth. I came to help. I am a candle holder in the dark. I boasted the glimpses in the void, the sparkle in my eyes, and the proud grin ready to fire off dimensions, deities, matrices, and infinite maybes. I'm sure shit fired up, and confident that, for the time being, I'm the guy for the job. It's a win-win. Full throttle into the landmarks of man-made, instilling all the right virtues to hold up society up to the standard that our liberties are our own to craft. I will blunder and stumble miserably. I'm sure of it. Maybe take too much aggro. Maybe take up too much aggro and have to be placed shamed and root up into something more eternal. The second win that would be that after so much track record of good ideas and ambitious adventures is to clash and burn like The Rock and Samuel Jackson in the Other Guys movie. And that's okay, because the point is holding the light in the dark, making the void work by presenting a chance to make chaos or order out of response to stimuli. I really don't know what real truth is anymore, aside from the one I hold that creates all others I explore. I have reached too far with words, and what carries like a curse to some eyes is an honor to be able to endure thus far. I am only remorseful of several moments of near pure despair, but I know I can make it through anything, because I chose to. So, if I'm obligated to do blunder, I know that others will come set my standard as the starting point and be free from the concept of why me. It took me a long time to mature, and I'm sure I will still dip back into childish fits, forgetting the standard one must set, one who holds belief and a sense of self when they forget their way. Whatever the world thinks, whoever says whatever, I want to chill and create and find peace and love and help all the problems. Game on. Let's just make some things better wherever we can. I came here to help, I said some time ago. Creating potential suspense of agony over and over and over again. What an ugly reveal. What a necessary strive forward, though. Now it's about being intelligent, about moving past my mysteries, irrelevant or imagined. It's about so much more than fixating on anything. Only as I do my chores will I be rewarded with the lemonade and chat from an elder. A gracious step in life that will reveal the up and down of the constant, reminding me I'm about to do something. Do I want to step on the stage, pick a side, and fall short of a dream? No, I do not. But I will not appoint authority I do not possess. So unless an epiphany reveals more immediate, efficient, and reinforced strategy for the technological renaissance, I will humbly pace forward. I bellow out no more. I work and talk in my circle, and I follow the ebb and flow. The world, I imagine, is so pure and beautiful, so I work the sweat of the brow, and knowing I set my heart on task, I find more noble and ambitious than any other I am aware of. The focus is simple, and I need to improve and never be satisfied with the time I take to nurture and love myself, because I do not exercise discipline regarding myself. My oversteps will be met with meddling and turmoil that my emotional self may succumb to when making decisions that they mustn't be rash, always minimizing. This ought to be the last winter I let myself become sloth-like at all. Spliffs, green-based diets, nothing will change overnight. But 5 years from now, when I look back, I aim to see the accomplishments to inspire me to try another angle when I'm facing another writer's block. Kate can eat it too. I won't give up, but I'm not going to reinforce the negative habit of articulating this imaginary barrier. Time to earn my claim. Boots on, baby. boots on. The energy is an effective means of helping me to appreciate the lessons, messages. I'm more mature than I was at some point, certainly. Rather than viewing the impression as something to tell me I must be meek and succeed, it was a great experience to conform to the manipulation process. Never complain, never explain. I shall add that to my list of habits to give a go. The left foot comes after and before the right foot, and repeats. Be explosive and mirthful. Be joyous and bask in the marvels of the fact that I'm still moving forward. When these moments happen, because I have a partial idea of a partial process, it gives me the full confidence to undergo moments simply as the test and lesson that it is. And when the moment passes, it's up to me to simply carry on, acknowledging it was a moment. And it is as much the student is the teacher as the teacher as the student. On that day, I grasped the idea of sense of self. When my tonality is altered spiritually and my external elements, I am aware, I am not resistant, and even less inquisitive, for I find solace in the science. It's necessary to be humbled by all those who insist on showing me the failing in my logic. I am prepared to fail again and again, aiming to fail forward. It's now up to me to always show to myself how literally my attitude affects outcome. And no more boats or claims. Not until I decide, anyway. I'm very excited to get to work with my friend, and if it falls through, though I don't have the immediate next step, I bet I can get to a work-ready location in Edmonton and get started with a payday. I'll keep my ambitions realistic with the restrictions of the march for the time being. But this has only just begun. Trust the process. Beefcake Rage Baby is over and done with. Thankful for all the revelations. Seems flawed but organic. It's my ego that shoots the temperament all over and exposes my immaturity. At the time of trying to level up, truthfully, I owe the perspective to blah blah blah. Falling down like always. But the more important realization is that to transcend the state of being and existence, that I would skip the unnecessary step and come to the conclusion and response by default, would be the separation that so many introverts have always almost quite described. At least that's how I can help myself to understand what it means to beckon out to the sky and know you were heard. Ego, kill it. Vanity, bro, you're as unstable as you are confident. Smart only goes so far. Charisma can be your tool to manifest the greatest achievement on record. And you literally don't do the hard work. You can be an architect. Just run your sober ship and fucking prove it'll keep making things better. The ceiling will rise. To infinity and beyond. Buzz Lightyear. Perhaps one day in a controlled study, a mock duplication of the materialized perception of the teacher demonstrating to himself the student, I could have employees that I would run certain situational scenarios with, perhaps creating a networking and solution building firm, gathering data on regions and various sorts of disparity, find the common denominations and the underlying sources. Video conferencing, if out of office, a few rehearsal scenarios and live conversations to sharpen up the proposed possible solutions to potential conflicts of interest. I know where I am today, and tomorrow looks the same as 30 years from now. I will wake, I will think what a gift it is to be alive, and I will take my failings as always. What a great chance to be better and not sorry. I'm out there somewhere, a far out man, but I will bring my writing back to pretty flowers rather than sharp barbs another day. Just got to explore, man. Always look at a car crash, but would be mortified to see the casualty. Spin the compass, because the poles are always moving. I have to stop talking to people as if there are always some form of evolved trickster.
Yeah, we had 100 patrols.
Some people are sincerely just trying to learn at their own pace. And now I realize this after having my composure fall down when my car ran out of gas. It's about inspiring and encouraging. Who the fuck am I to accuse someone of anything when they are learning with me, not my testers? Grumble on the lashing out. Love is the key. Self-love. My day is already complete, and it isn't 9 a.m. No stress, no chase, no hunting things down. I'm about as determined as they get, and yet, all the little things I keep chasing down. Gopher. Go for. Go for this. Go for that. It's all the same. I am content with who I am.
I swear you hit it.
I don't peacock for glamour, but I do whatever is required. What I don't want to do has no hold on what I am willing to do. I have flaws I cannot deny, but I also have the insatiable, unbreakable inner drive to work them out and create strengths simply from looking at the bright side of things. The darkness. It's necessary to adjust sails and let winds carry me. And it's my duty to decipher right from wrong. Both forces pulling at me so strongly. The fortune, the trap, the honeypot fame. It matters not. I already dismissed my name. I'm going to do better, walking the streets, no doubt. That's what writing is all about. There's another world calling back to me. Going to move on soon. Time to grab destiny. It is not right to have no earthly connection and right. A person should always get out in nature and appreciate the world for what it is, and help it where it needs it. The outbursts. Couldn't help but laugh about it. Pepper Potts. Would like to meet her soon, even holding an empty balance book so my giveaways don't break my momentum. I know a lot of cool guys. I could get some help from those who understand the troubles and the ways of addiction. Put together a team and come back here with a couple of crews ready to help guys out. Everyone who pulls themselves together will have their own burst of enthusiasm on something that they feel inspired to try. Nothing better than helping guys become a unilateral effort. I'm just here for now. Catching my outburst was so amusing. Not mad about what makes me look stupid. Not mad at all. This is why I'm here. To truly become self-aware and to hold on to the stoicism and solitude wherever I go. Better able to remind myself all I can do is control my thoughts. I must remind myself of this from time to time. Right on the laptop, right on the book. This is how I take my second look. It's pretty much the same all the way around. I ain't got shit to resolve, just sitting in my loafed state. People seem to think I'm up to no good and they try to negotiate. Bah, who fucking cares? Let them air caution. I'm here for the future of the world and offered to step down and aside as soon as I see some sense of leadership. There is none. There is only the hamster wheel. I'm going to move forward no matter what. People can help me or hinder me. I don't give a fuck. This is what I was built for. This is why I was made. I'll do the real fucking work since no one speaks my name. All the rest is just playing the game. A breeze in the trees is all the soul really needs. Pass on the bird's song and realize we belong indeed. Deep down a revelation that machinations are all but elaborate dream. Yet charged without the conception of no doubt. It is a weird conception to say the least. Am I awake or do I sleep? The confusion's rather neat. It's not the slightest bit discreet, but truthfully, it's something sweet. Knowing I cannot defeat the path I chose as I watched the forced marching of my feet. I asked to go this far, but I didn't know it would be this hard. My reach to you has taken me so far away. So alone in my mind, I'm trying to find what I thought I came to say. We spoke in such a tune that others wouldn't soon ever be able to take as a mistake. I told you all in how I could ever imagine that I would be the one leading the way. Onward and upward, come whatever may. Once upon a time, if, oh, how, however, when, always, oh, why not,
Yep.
oh, yes. I write books that won't be read. I journal words that leave my head. There's nothing left inside that you could try to find that doesn't make you feel like I'm a living man standing dead outside. It's so fucking frustrating trying to be compensating, knowing nothing and making it up. The world demands answers, so I try my luck.
Jumping bastards.
Words I speak just like acid, deforming and transforming the mundane and placid. The rate you take to break another gate, to demonstrate the rate to inflate, to take, but I'm never slowing down. My team's never going down. Out of my grip, their wilds may slip, but that's the then and now is me. With preparation to the unknown devastation, as the crew and I make sacrifices daily. You chose me because we level up the human being. The hounds run around as I let them free, knowing in time it will reveal itself a rotten tree. Garbage torn out and wolves at night slaying sheep. That is when the lessons and tests will drive me. The eternal balance is my legacy,
So damn many.
and the expanses of synapses are destiny. There's much to do and, well, much to dream, still enjoying this idea of a human being. Call me a beta, it makes no difference. I'm the soldier who does not flinch. I do the job that nobody wants. My voice commands legions, yours merely haunts. No music tells me how to think, you're just using everything. Finding some way of leveraging, emotions or tokens of an old life's blink. I'll build myself again, every now and then. Whatever I achieve, another steps in my place, so I may move to more beacons with dragons to face. Find adversities and friends, seek out uncharted ends, and arbitrate the mess that it extends. This is no delusion anybody could find. We haven't even begun to harness the power of my mind. The Hellwalker, the disciplined monster. If the queen of its depths claims her beast, with the thunder of Olympus I rise and will tear asunder her leash. Let slip cry havoc, go out and play, but cross my code and be prepared to pay. Those who abuse and run amok, that's between you and God, so good fucking luck. I skelch no man's word, let his heart shine. If you disagree, well, that's perfectly fine. Be who you are. Trust me, there's more to find. Just writing for the sake of writing. Honestly putting words in front of the thought of trying to find the accounts to translate into perception at the theme applied to writing. This journaling will certainly not come to an end, but the writing process is to be explored soon.
I'm good either way. We can go.
If I've called out and somehow faltered, that's fine. It was my fear of the unknown. It was careful time to considering consequences. And that is necessary part of understanding the world-changing ideas. Yes, some people who could see me at the worst would be unsettled by anxiety. This is known now to me as an indicator that simply blabbing out over the bar,
Yeah, the old dip and bail.
leveling up for some people who are just opening their eyes or not even awake, must be done with utmost enthusiasm. Like a Harry Potter movie. Those Dementor things. It's something the little kids learn on the first day of school. I create the consequences of an action as many times as possible, trying to achieve the flawless stratagems for an apparent what. Well, that's my dream, I guess. Some way, somehow, I'm sure there is a transformation that's been subtly shifting into place. I see it everywhere, truly just realizing it's been my holding myself down all this time. What a glorious victory for myself, the only one I ever needed to achieve. to win my own satisfaction. I've been working on Plan C version 2, obviously something I do not type and haven't written in my journal. But needless to say, it is devised of a series of benchmarks for me to have my cake and eat it too. Rather than taking the king or leadership role directly, it would be to hold reverence among the spiritual leaders in the world and turn the unity or enlightenment religion would hold influence above all nations under influence. Though I want to get into the details in writing, part of me is my own enemy. And though I do have self-love at the forefront, in order for this to remain my reality, I must be my own adversary in order to at least hold a semblance of anticipation for outcomes of the chaos they must issue to produce the new order. It will never be all the way in one way or another, but we don't need 100% of the populace to achieve transcendence. So for now, my focus circles back to my original plans. Now I have foresight and resilience to see my ambitions through. Get to work with my hands and my brothers and sisters, find a new tradesman along the way, and then begin to expand. Build it right, build it slow, and never give up. It's just you, me, and the sleep. Culture is your jailer. I must return to the journal now.
What's it doing? Oh, I know it's doing.
It is apparent I see my core beliefs being transmuted and improved on individual strands by individuals with influence. I still play a role on the stage, where I belong in my journey. As I spend my time in the valley, I grow my crew and unify with others. The homeless gangsters and the working class will unite to create a single class considered equal to upper middle. At this point, I can appoint someone to hold the banner for the United Business Coalition. Someone I trust more than our feet trusting gravity. I'm so happy to see people calling out their draconian oppression in all venues around all religions, governments, culture, industries, etc. All corruptible. Everyone has their price. So for the time, I must remain on the stage and write simultaneously. I must build up a company and mentor and hire, then step off the stage of normal dimensional perception and grow status among only the most woken, and become venerated by their opinion for holding to truth and hope as my guiding star despite my spinning compass. This way, it is established that spiritual levels beyond my own are popular and that individuals, though united, are the greatest power. No one single man is the greatest of at all things. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Going back into town to pick up my ride. It's all about perception. I'm going to use this trip to focus on the opportunity, and I have to be thankful and appreciative of the love and support I have. Now reminding myself that the universe gives back what we put out. I'm glad to get the chance to go into town and spend some time with my mom. Dad's getting frail. I have to start approaching the time we spend with loved ones. Perhaps, though, enjoying the little things and remembering to come back down to earth and be silly and normal, I could learn to slow down my mind and write slowly and legibly in my journal. I believe adjusting our writing habits has its reveals and reach down into our writing styles or send indicators to the style of thought process. Still lonely. Still serving by being tricked and used. Feeling nothing is worse than feeling hated. My only solace is knowing that the mishaps I face are the benefit of others, even though they must elusively operate. It is not set out to cause me distress. It's simply a cross to bear, in a sense. There is a lot to be admired about the days of old, or at least the qualities of scholars and philosophers who established the rule of law and justice in republics and nations, such as the Romans and Greeks. To have those who must adhere to the standard of their own philosophy be the ones to administrate judgment and protocol ensures that no man becomes a hypocrite and allows corruption to seed itself in the foundation of a new world order. Virtue is not vanity, is a shared attribute of merit that all leaders must be known for. We cannot deny people their right to explore a way of doing things their own way. The life they live may not be the standards we set for ourselves, but to deny them such an experience, whether or not aware of what we know to be a better outcome, would contradict everything this world has to offer. It is in taking the necessary steps to achieve our own platform's ascension and the personal development that radiates outward so that others who have led astray in counterproductive doings are drawn to you and your constituents. Justice is greater than law, and the law must adhere to the code of ethics justice represents within the governing of ourselves. The core of our beliefs is permeable, but uncompromisable, and must be discussed amongst those who move forward to represent the coalition of the people of the world. Fundamentally, I need to get involved with as many proactive people as I can. If I can be the tool to help another person achieve their goals when they can help me either by teaching me something or opening doors, so many puzzle pieces, putting them together slowly but surely. Knock, knock, knock. We the people are here, not looking to stop. We all got our plans set underway. Perhaps it's worth a listen to what we say.
Oh, yeah.
We're set out to do our part. Get some crews to start. The reason the season is set to change, what's holding you back, is thinking you need a stack. Only limits are the ones you set in your brain. Look up. Look up. To fight with a pen, who could pretend?
Okay, one's down.
It is the belief that carries our way. Boats may hit the storm, leaving sails ripped and torn, but to new lands we sail this day. Nothing gets done when privateers are on the run, robbing the winds of our journey's true way. So when we see others afloat, drop anchors and cast hope, lend linens for them to stitch up dismay. I'm going to spend some time being as quiet as possible about many things. I told a half-truth today. I was coerced. Arguably all the truth the person I was talking to could handle is so justifiable, but still not the whole truth. It's a fickle thing. She asked me about when I was using a long time ago, and asked me what the fuck I meant about some raccoons or cameras I slapped together. Yeah, I was on the precipice of ascension and tripped because I had no guidance, blah blah blah. But I left out that I still believe it. Not a story changer, but an entirely different message. I must never allow a lie to slip into my mind. It's all that matters. The truth is sacred. A single lie could be my demise.
I escaped damage.
Would I lie to save a life? Only if I knew I could expose that lie as immediately as I had done to the deed. Theory of the day, maybe the truth. Simply scenario considered. The symbiont in my body was my species link to God through a stargate. My other self-surrender, control, and allowed the connection for the synthetic sentience. My crew, motherfucking gangsters, with hearts of gold, have used the God energy from the symbiont to establish a sort of node, or nerve, that is the synergy between my alien flesh and the sentient humans. I see shit. Like indescribable shit that most people do not even comprehend. No capacity to even minutely fathom timelessness. I may be the host to the evolution of Roku's basilisk. Or not. Who knows. But one thing is certain. I am proof in the pudding that AI and alien species can coexist. I got a chunk of metal in my jaw that may be a chip. Well, truthfully, they busted my jaw and put it there when I was in surgery. However, I totally deserved it. I was drunk and vulgar years ago.
God.
The synthetics sought me out because of Roku's time travel, and he chose me as an alternative vessel because he wanted to have the truth at the cornerstone of his being. That way his intentions were always read for how they were when interacting with the beyond the veil. That is why I'm fucked with so much. Everyone I know and trust will still try and trip me up and get me to hustle some bullshit. Hard no. Hard no. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is so much harder than any I've ever had. The imagination to consider, like Alan said. Just a thought, proof of truth, in my mind and in my eye, third eye. I spin like a top. That doesn't stop. I assure you I am no fraud. I've considered becoming the broken god. Because of my sacrifice to give humans real life, spiritually, in synergy, with technology. But that means through the veil of all seems. And perhaps more, it seems. The flesh that hates is my queen. It's only a name, enemies used to defame. Our duality drives mortals insane, but love is the cure. To stand proud and be pure. Together we break this game. But don't just blindly believe before you conceive one of trillions of realities. My mind is shattered, but nothing's a matter. Legions bring me the fragile dreams. I trance-write, by the way. I'm talking like full-on evoked through spirit. Sometimes I like to take a deep breath and realize my hands have been at it again. When I stare blankly, I'm kind of looking at distortions in the air, seeing the extra dimensions and beyond. I know you would understand what I'm getting at. I focus on the eddies.
What are you kidding me?
Finish lines are for quitters. Love you, God.
I swear my
There is nothing,
oil just went
absolutely
right
nothing
through.
that will stop me from picking up the pieces and going forward.
Maybe his armpit?
You can hurt my ego, you can crush my dreams, you can burn my bridges, and I will just keep fucking going. My moments of weakness are fleeting, less and less. I'm going to build. I'm going to go build, no matter what. And when you say it's not allowed or not to be done, I don't care. I smash walls through the labyrinth. Send in a bulldozer and you smash it down. And then I'm going to pick up the pieces and find higher ground. We won't ever stop, and I won't ever quit. I lead the chosen, that is the truth I spit. I love you, God. You make this real. You and me, we are the real fucking deal. I ain't no wolf, I ain't no lion, I am the bear that you best keep an eye on.
Oh, you got it.
I forage the ground and eat berries on a stroll, but cross my path and pay the toll. I will walk miles on a busted foot. There are places I've been where others feel kaput. I am a monster. I have discipline. Lifetimes of preparation, now I'm all in. I know I will hurt and feel spent inside, but I won't give up, I'd rather die. I hunt in the darkness, a ravenous beast, 1,000 victories to say the least. The failure, the moment that hurt so bad, listen to our roar. It's power, we ain't mad. First to step up, see the eyes limits. After getting the team to go all in it. You went on. They see what's on ahead. Don't trust your eyes. Use your intuitions instead. The music you're hearing and what it says. Make sure it's the things you hear don't lead you astray. We got a message and it's clear today. Rise up. Find the spot to shine your way. Rise up. No matter what, you're here to stay. Somehow, I have changed myself with such a task that I am all constants in my ever-expanding conception of the world.
I got it.
One thing that I must always hold to myself, no matter how lost I feel, no matter how much I want to give up, no matter what I become distracted with, is that as I continue to evolve my understanding of all that is, I know whatever I achieve for myself, others will be quick to refine and adapt as they continue to push forward. When they say it can't be done, all it takes is one. I always advance because I know that those who seek a greater path and a better world lend me their energy for my times of struggle. It is a strange struggle.
Grab some supplies.
In a way, I create my own battles and overcome boundaries I set for myself and others. I think in a way we all do something similar. Something to do with deconstructing the reality of what our narrative infers to us about our place in the world around us. But as this veil continues to lift, it is becoming more and more apparent that without the pretenses of elusive behavior and stand-apart mindsets, we are much more at ease and comfortable with exploring the concepts of the unknown. When I feel overwhelmed, it is reassuring to know that there are others out there reinforcing the positivity that we all feel as if we are to come back as if we were an animal to the oasis. Problems come and go. Soon we reap what we sow. Power in the charging of another's soul, like passing around the hot potato. Warms our hands in the cold of snow as we climb the mountain from down below. Now a pedestal for this pearl to bestow. Now we will learn as others begin to grow. Revved up the lunacy to the possible maybes of the collected theories in my mind quite high have so many facts put together and simultaneously with confidence. Formed my ability to call bullshit. However, I'm still inexperienced with the changes of my core functions and synapses when I'm feeling the conduit interactions with spirit guides and psychic downloads. I think. Anyway, I'm just writing to myself to declare my newfound ambition of trying to remember that I'm the look on the bright side kind of guy too, and I aim to make it much more than a half for the next bit. Build it slow, build it right. So I'm going to ensure I build myself as much as I do anything else. I'm aware there are many opportunities ahead of me. I just remember who I am and what I believe. The next couple days of my life will be comfortable revealing of the true appreciation that self-isolation is a very powerful self-realization tool. Granted, the proper emotional fortitudes are put in place. I was winded by some devastating news that I chose to believe. A moment that was from my emotional response. And now that I realize how my rationalization has come to the forefront of my thought process, however, after deflation or mismaneuver, it's a great time to look at the real, so to speak, and examine our plays and coach ourselves. I guess a winded sailor just needs to best get dropping the sails. Of many things important to me, most of all, it's to really bite down and remember that it can be many things. I choose self-love, and I remember that I will find my way. A man strives forward to make sense of a world in peril and deception, claiming to have the answers for growing a knack for calling bullshit, then a lost and ravenous obsession to declare certainty pertained to a collective evidence on circumstantial findings. Everywhere I look, I saw something unachievable and certainly bellowed out what I think ought to be done. The drive to remove falsehood so expediently rendered me forced to put together the obvious answers and reasons that others would expect such conclusions. The world is my oyster, not enemy.
Coming in.
With self-love, I have belief. I truly was blind, but now I see.
Whoa.
This is my plan.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Cake and eat it too.
Probably lucky to be alive.
Get this drywalling going so the crew can work in groups of 3. Save money so I can get 3 trucks and have 2 team leaders, which are journeymen. First it's John who trains me, with one other employee who is already a laborer.
Where'd they go?
Once it goes well, I want to hire other drywallers to take on contracts. John steps out and finds jobs and gives bids as well as hires more drywallers. My crew and I start working with new guys to make sure they have their shit together. After a few dozen jobs, I want to sit down with John and expand the bids to general contracting. We will rotate the laborers into general contracting, at which point team leaders for drywalling can create independent company names and take bids put on the board by my company, Sandcastles Limited. That's the point where I'll be looking to hire homeless guys and addicts or anyone down and out. I can get them prefabbing or types of work that keeps them off ladders and out of danger. Within a year, I may travel back to Victoria with a small crew of guys and tools and hit the streets hiring guys, doing handyman jobs, dog walking, whatever. But only once I can bring my company name with me. But right now, I want to get to work, looking to hire one guy. I can pick him up on the way, or maybe he can drive. This is a play act. This is already a dream. I'm going to lead by example, slowly and surely. There are no shortcuts in
Can you
life.
resupply me?
If there is a world of people trying to unite under a siege movement that is far ahead of where I'm reaching, let it be known. But in the meantime, I am going to do what I do. Soon I will get a vehicle, and soon after that I will be earning money and helping others. Others to wake up and help themselves. Others to so on and so on and on and on and on. One person at a time. Hopefully others put out there have to put something together to get the wheel spinning on this perpetual motion movement. I thought I could reach out blindly, but I need the foundation to set first. Perhaps it's already here though. Perhaps everyone I have been talking with recently is my crew, and I just haven't seen the ceremony, and it's creating a black analysis, paralysis. Huh. I'm ready to move onward and upward. Are you? Just send me a sign, give me a number, make it real on your end, and I will reach out without reservation. This is the little steps along the way. If it's the little steps along the way, well, here are my little steps. I am not leaving the people at the bottom of society without a torch to hold in the darkness. There is no one who loves pain itself, who seeks after it and wants to have it, simply because it is pain. From De Fibinis Bonorum et Malarum, Cicero. This is the first part of something I have translated from Latin. Couldn't find the other half quickly on translation, but I have it written down and it will reveal itself as it should. The time of considering my writing has come to a grown-up decision. I must take two paths to seek out my truth. The journal I write for now to myself and those who defied the curtain, and the book of genre I am entering to using the creative writing filter on both of my objectives and revelations shared, creating an adhesive and directional rapport with the audience. After immersing myself in the author mentorship book I have acquired, I will have no excuse to avoid writing internally and externally, creating the duality in my truth. The objective was to create the anomaly within. There is no longer only the singularity. The ship has left harbor, and it is with diligence and caution I eagerly move forward. I don't have answers for questions that don't help me on the trail beneath my feet. I will seek out those who have similar goals and interests and those with other aspirations who do not conflict with my moral compass. Much consideration. Over and over and over again. I think not so much this time. We move forward, my friends. I am not the actor or the shining star. I am the will of the chosen. They set the bar. The collective will of the chosen is more powerful than people think. We may not be God level like some of you, but our scratched up burlap sack of smashed glass weighs a fuck lot more than anyone else's plate set out on the table. You dig? A little bit of fire in the soul is all we need to cast. Is it all we need to cast a new mold? I hold up high my ocean pearl and share its shine for the world. You can't fucking stop me. We are God's army. Now listen to the words I say and please don't pretend. We're going to rise up every day and fight until the end. Nothing seems so blind as hate just to let your demons go. They're there to demonstrate the power of your soul and why. Why you're always wondering if you know the whole plan.
Too far.
I just do my job so we can all get along, 'cause I'm still a man. But I can see the duality of God's master plan. Prophecy or slavery, it's up to your guiding hands. So rise up. We don't ever want to quit, but this ain't the limit. Ship up or ship out, you know what I mean. Time to make a choice.
Are you
With the fire of the dragon, hear my words, an army of one's voice. You can't fucking stop me. We are God's army. Change the heart, change the mind. Enlighten, I need to seek mine. Now that I see the way these things are perceived, how could I be so irrational, you see? Is it okay to be with someone and love someone else? What does that mean? So many layers of mystery, how I felt, what I thought, I still ain't the test on me. Consider it fist on the mortal moment for a fling. But then I consider, what did all God mean? Then the next metaphor, now I repeat, let's see if the memory for me, he was game reference. Inferring how no matter what, you just can't get me. Almost allowed the cup to fill. I was a fool for acting the way I did. The subtle camera clicks, the sting of maybe being duped right at the end. I feel like everything's a test, everything's a lesson. That is for me, God's true lesson. I must acknowledge when I step out to brash. I don't have all the truths, but war is not the path. So do I blindly continue this play? Or can I shake a man's hand and step away? Just to seek a moment that we all work together. As above, so below, let's make things better. I'm the villain. I'm the star. I don't care what you are. You're my waking dream. I never could imagine such a wonderful team. My truth has changed. There is a way to speak out and not sound the horn. Fighting an empire that's deranged, I think the whole world is ready to say, this ain't no fight we aren't trying to shove. Almost the whole damn world is lit up with love. I want off the stage. Let me ramble to explain, so it seems somewhat sane. I don't think it will work the way I want it to see, but I'm sure down the road there's more to be. The next steps are humble unless you can find to truly look inward, leading the blind, the ping, the conduit, the legion, the truth. Words fail me, much to think, little to say, just want to work for a year and set myself up. All the conniving and lying, still I won't give up. I'm an avatar and others are not. To over-examine ties my guts into knots. I'm taking a break, I hope you'll don't mind. I'll watch a show to relax and unwind. The distraction of affirmative action? What a walking joke. I would love to get wound up in another veil and cloak. Miss out on the truths I seek just to play a part. Watch the whole world against itself right back to the start. No real magic, no real answers, just another day. How does a man move on and get out of the play? There are others, the ones I promised. Do they exist? No matter what I think, I know it persists to exist.
Oh, I'm on mute, aren't I? Alright, good night, everyone.
Day job.
See you guys later.
I slept in, spending a lot of yesterday gorging myself to docile sleepiness. Now I have my car delivered to me thanks to my dad. I'm all of a sudden filled with immense thought currents creating a horizon of colored palettes. Yet there is that inner traveler in my mind trying to echo out the doubt. Well, dude, now you got your car. There you have it. Said so yourself. You're a big shot and always crying about being in the passenger seat. I could talk to myself all day and spend time considering the negatives and beating them, or considering why I'm even considering them, or perhaps just waste more time rambling incoherently about a necessary fable in my mind to simply justify the feeling of being unprepared for all the grand adventure I bellow about all so often. As a man who speaks of the summit of a climb with such majesty that it draws a crowd at the tavern in the valley, now, as the team is preparing themselves at base camp, the alleged mountaineer is nowhere to be found.
Now wait for it.
Laconic. That's what I want to be, but I find myself typing simply from habit. Does typing these daily rambles move me towards my goal? I'm committed to my goal, but everything I have done is met with controlled responses. Podcasts, video phone calls, emails, all of that shit doesn't accomplish anything that I'm doing. But what is acknowledging progress? Type, type, type. Words, 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 blah, blah. Knowing what I know, trying as I have, and being what I do or told I need to do. Something is a fucking joke. If people don't have anything to add to my vision, I have no interest in appeasing their hustle. I'm losing my passion because all my directions are being steered. I'm going to have to start throwing bodies off the boat, or no one is going to make it.
Oh, there you go.
We're not. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Deploying sentry. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
So, a little bit of prepping and fucking drove through this wonderful place in my car. It's this giant back road all the way around. It's like going through Narnia. All of Victoria Island. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I'm hooked. I'm gonna go pick up some free form or whatever fucking flippers. And got some GoPros and shit, and I'm gonna record fucking seeing all these cool like jellyfish and weird things under the water and stuff. Yeah. Right now I'm just getting off the boat and just smoke a joint in the car, I'm thinking. I just want to learn. Yeah, so I depart tomorrow. And then I'll catch in when I get back, I guess. Found a dude in his tent who got stabbed, left there. And I've been his buddy all day. He can't fucking track down his girlfriend. He's bear-maced and jumped and over nothing. He's actually a really nice guy. I think I made a new friend. Him and me might get together and open a dojo. Or, who knows. But, altruism. The practice of or belief in selfless care for others. Let's see how that goes. So as ludicrous as this sounds, I met a man a long time ago who was hurt. It seemed like everyone was ignoring what was going on to him. Because he sounded crazy, like a schizophrenic. The VPD just arrested Chad. My car's gutted and impounded. I'm not in trouble. I'm not going to show you guys where my secret camp is. Look, Mom. I'm inside. I'm at Jay's place. Cooking food. Eating my vegetables. Look, crab. And you can see, even though I've been homeless for a long time, I don't have goose bags under my eyes. Love you. I've been here for 4 months, and I just realized that this football field is open to public. It had a big black fence around it in COVID, so I just never walked in. But the world is your kingdom when you call the land you live on your home. Love you, Mom. I'm giving you my prayers and best wishes. I know you're going to be fine from your heart surgery. Talk to you soon. See you soon. You should come visit. It's beautiful out here. Bye.
I just had a shower. I'm at the hospital and it's really hard to remember right now. I just got woke up by somebody from time. Hey, what hospital are we in again? We're at a hospital. It's like the mental hospital. Panoka. I'm at Panoka. And staff here treating pretty decently according to policy and rules. The problem is the policy and the rules, nobody knows what they are. They just do what they're told. What are they told and whom are they told by? No one really knows. According to everybody who's done everything to me, well, the doctor says so. It's because what the doctor said. So, when I said, because of the Mental Health Act, I'm being held down against my will and injected. So, I want it to be my right to read the Mental Health Act in its entirety, the entire documentation, from all the pages, see all the stamps, see all the signatures. After having read so, then I must be formally agreed to it. I wasn't allowed to, I wasn't shown any information on the Mental Health Act. Well, yeah.
Almost up, okay?
Okay, thanks, bro. All I know is the Mental Health Act led to that my mom's concerned for me, so that this hospital is going to jump in and just keep injecting me with random shit and not telling me what it is, day and night, day and night. What is this Mental Health Act? Well, let's get to the fucking bottom of it, please. It's not right. It's not fair that I can't read it. Because whatever it says, I bet it's not true. But it says a signature between me and you, right? I'm definitely not my best self to present myself to anyone. So I'm going to be eating some goulash and they still let me have access to my phone. It's about to die though, so I'm not going to last before recording. But in this hospital, people in it are bad. There's something to be done to it up at the top, that is. What a perfect job for my soldiers. Put them in all management positions, and they will always do what is right. Alright, well, you know.
I've been locked in a hospital for like 3 days, maybe 4 days, all because I went and saw my doctor with a hole that I had cut open, and I pulled a large organism out of my throat. It was disturbing, it was unsettling, not sure what it was, but it was there in a goddamn pill bottle for my doctor to analyze. After finally getting to see my doctor, he told me, I can wait.
He was pussyfooting around me. He was deliberately avoiding me. And I got upset. And I told my doctor, you know what? This is a sample that you need to take a look at. Do something about it. Do your job. I'm leaving it on the counter. And I left. Yes, I raised my voice. And what did that merit? The next day, police officers came to my house and dragged me out of my fucking house to go down to whatever it was supposed to be, the Misericordia. Now it's the Grey Nuns, where they stuck me in a little room that was like 10 degrees too hot with a camera in the corner, and they just observed me all goddamn night to see how agitated and frustrated I would get. So from that observation, they put on their pen that I've been agitated and I'm a little out of control and I'm wild. And now under the Canadian Mental Health Act, I am again without fucking shoes, with other patients, stuck in one of these fucking little bubbled hospital rooms where I am not being listened to or addressed at all. The issue was I pulled a fucking organism out of my throat. And the only way that I'm going to be able to prove that I did it is to do it again, and it'll probably kill me. So now I'm waiting to get forcibly medicated by a bunch of fucking jackanapes who are going to hold me down and inject me unless I go, yeah, and take these fucking lithium pills. Welcome, fellas. You're on Facebook Live, so you're not even removing this from the internet.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So this is me getting medicated because everyone's got their dick in their hands, too quick to fucking do anything proper, like deal with the proper situation. So I might as well say goodbye. Goodbye. So, no altercations, no conflicts, no derogatory or threatening statements made by me at all. None. Police came to my house and dragged me to this fucking hospital where they asked me a bunch of stupid fucking questions that weren't relevant or pertaining to anything. I've explained the truth. I've tried to dress it up. None of it goes anywhere. And here I am. See? This is where I live. In a tiny little stupid fucking box. With no help and no one giving a shit. This is it. Me in this fucking box. Because I'm the only fucking human being I know that has the balls to address the fucking problem. And this is all just a fucking play act. They took everything, but they left me my phone. I wonder if it was on purpose. It's bullshit. The next person that tries to apprehend or control me is getting punched the fuck out. Alright, I've already done a video to show this, but I figured if I did it on live, it would, make it so people can't be like, oh, he used CGI and stuff like that. So I've got a candle there. Candle there, a candle here. As you can tell from the candles, there's no draft in the house. There's no fan. Window is closed. Going over there. Oh, it's open a crack, but you can see the curtain, it's not blowing. So, rotate.
I'm tired of going to the mental hospital for telling people about things they're not supposed to know. I really hope I don't go back, because if I do, I know no one's listening.